When reporters corner the top pro league players for an interview, they all face the exact same burning question. They are asked to name the one absolute monster they would kill to have on their team. Without a single second of hesitation, every single athlete gives the exact same unanimous answer. They all point to the undisputed king of the pitch, the legendary striker Song Eugene. With his signature glowing aura, Eugene just smirks, knowing damn well he is at the absolute peak. Meanwhile, our boy's obsession with the game starts early, literally reaching for a soccer ball while still in diapers. During his first birthday celebration, he completely ignores the traditional items and grabs the ball to everyone's applause. Growing up, he practically lives on the field, pouring every ounce of his soul into mastering the sport. He effortlessly blasts a shot past the goalie with a sharp pang, proving his raw talent is undeniable. By elementary school, the kid is already radiating pure confidence, universally praised as a total football genius. He unleashes a vicious strike, the impact echoing with a heavy thud across the field. The ball effortlessly sails right past the diving keeper, burying itself into the top corner. By middle school, our boy is practically worshipped as a god of the sport, but his massive ego takes a reality check during the high school team's entrance exams. He stands among the other hopefuls, fully intending to show off and become the ace. Suddenly, a blindingly fast shot tears across the pitch and violently slams into the net. Our boy is left utterly dumbfounded, realizing he wasn't the one who took that shot. The actual kicker just chuckles, genuinely surprised that his reckless attempt actually went in. The absolute monster, Sun Hyung-min, casually laughs it off, thinking he completely botched it. The assistant coach immediately loses his mind, praising Hyung-min's flawless stats and killer finishing. For the first time in his entire life, our boy tastes the bitter ash of absolute defeat. His heart pounds out of his chest as he realizes this absolute monster is just a first year like him. The sheer humiliation makes his blood boil, his veins popping as he grits his teeth in pure frustration. But instead of breaking, a fierce grin spreads across his face, refusing to be sidelined in his own story. Using that crushing reality check as fuel, he throws himself into a brutal, everyday agility training regimen. Every single morning and long after team practice ends, he pushes his physical limits to the absolute brink. Rain or shine, he grinds relentlessly with a single, burning goal of surpassing his rival etched into his mind. Fast forward 6 months, and our boy roars as he tears down the pitch like a wild beast during a real match. Now 17 and officially playing as a central midfielder, Eugene is completely locked in and ready to prove his worth. He fires off a desperate pass, but a smug opponent slides in with a sharp swish and completely hijacks the play. Sun Hyung-min furiously tears into him, screaming that the pass was absolute trash-tier garbage. Panicking, our boy desperately apologizes, while scrambling to fix his massive blunder before it is too late. Instead of giving up, he violently digs his cleats into the dirt to shift his momentum. He explodes forward in a burst of speed, determined to take full responsibility and kill the counterattack. The opposing midfielder is completely dumbfounded, wondering how this kid is still sprinting after a grueling half. Our boy effortlessly bodies the exhausted defender, stealing the ball back like an absolute monster. A sharp whistle pierces the air as the referee signals the end of the first half. The players finally get a much-needed 15-minute breather to recover on the dusty school pitch. Drenched in sweat, he aggressively chugs from his water bottle to quench his burning thirst. Sitting on the sidelines, a refreshed grin spreads across his face as the cold water hits perfectly. His moment of peace is interrupted as the name Song Eugene suddenly crosses his mind. But before he can dwell on it, Hyung-min furiously demands an explanation for that trash-tier pass earlier. A sharp smack echoes through the air as his teammate physically drills the point home. Nursing a fresh bump on his head, our boy gets lectured to stop whining and actually practice his passing. He grinds his teeth in silent rage, wondering if this bastard realizes how hard he's already busting his ass. His anger fades into shock when Hyung-min drops his voice, reminding him they only have 2 months left. The older striker intensely explains that the brutal selection process for the upcoming U17 World Cup is fast approaching. Hearing about the international youth tournament instantly flips a switch in our boy's head. He imagines himself standing under the blinding stadium lights, ready to show the entire world what he's made of. But reality quickly crashes back down, and just the thought of doing more passing drills gives him a massive headache. The referee's whistle cuts through his dread, signaling the start of the second half. Dragging himself up, he half-heartedly agrees to his teammate's plea to avoid any more stupid mistakes. He brushes off the extra nagging to keep his passes sharp, already exhausted by the constant lectures. But before he can even take a step, a vicious, splitting migraine suddenly rips through his skull. His eyes widen in sheer panic as an intense, blinding pressure builds up behind his retinas. The world around him violently distorts, turning his teammates retreating back into a hazy, unrecognizable blur. Annoyed by the sudden silence, his teammate glances back, wondering why Eugene is ignoring him. That annoyance instantly evaporates into pure dread when he sees the horrifying look on our boy's face. Eugene collapses onto the dirt pitch, his eyes rolled back as his teammates frantically sprint toward him. Thrashing on the ground in absolute agony, he gasps for air while someone screams for an ambulance. He's immediately rushed to the nearest hospital, where the harsh reality of his condition finally sets in. Sitting nervously with his parents, the doctor delivers a crushing blow, revealing our boy is completely colorblind. His father stammers in absolute disbelief, while the physician notes that the kid is suffering the most. Eugene sits there completely dumbfounded, a cold sweat breaking out as his entire world shatters. The specialist asks if everything he sees right now has faded into a bleak, black and white filter. Clasping his hands, the doc grimly explains that while he isn't totally blind, his vision will rapidly deteriorate. He advises the devastated father to make sure his son gets as much rest as humanly possible. Hearing that he must avoid any eye strain, his mother completely breaks down into agonizing sobs. Despite his football dreams crumbling around him, our boy grits his teeth and forces himself to speak. The doctor pauses his grim lecture, looking back at the young athlete to hear his final decision. With a desperate, trembling smile, he asks if there's any possible way he can still play football. The specialist just looks down at him with a heavy, pitying silence. He finally breaks the news, shattering the kid's last shred of hope with a single word. The crushing reality hits him like a truck, his legs giving out as his parents desperately catch him. He grits his teeth so hard they might crack, his entire world completely destroyed. Clutching his chest, our boy screams in absolute agony, as his lifelong dream is violently ripped away. Fast forward 15 grueling years, and the bustling city streets have long forgotten that fallen prodigy. Inside a lively local tavern, rumors buzz about a new medic joining a pro team. His old buddy Hyung-min excitedly rambles about how this is the ultimate insider scoop for fans. But our grown-up protagonist just casually chugs his beer, completely unfazed by the sports gossip. He brushes off the rumors with a laugh, reminding his buddy that he is just a regular office worker now. Hyung-min sighs in disbelief about their past, but our boy smugly tells him to deal with it. Suddenly, the tavern television erupts with commentary, praising a spectacular hat trick from none other than Hyung-min himself. The broadcast highlights his friend's face, proudly announcing him as the captain of a top-tier global club. Never one to lose face, our protagonist teases that he would have scored 5, earning a quick jab in return. But beneath the playful banter, a genuine smile creeps across his face as he mutters his friend's name. Watching Hyung-min casually eat, he silently reflects on how his buddy skyrocketed to global fame. He always knew the guy had talent, but seeing him reach the absolute pinnacle leaves him dumbfounded. A dark wave of regret washes over him, agonizing over the cruel illness that stole his future. Staring down at his half-empty glass, the heavy weight of reality finally forces him to speak up. Breaking the silence, he asks his buddy how far he could have gone if he had never quit. Hyung-min stares back with a piercing gaze, bluntly asking if our boy is still harboring deep regrets. Flashing a bitter smile, he admits that hearing the harsh truth from a pro might finally bring peace. He lets out a heavy, defeated sigh, bracing himself for whatever brutal honesty is about to come. Grabbing his mug, he slams it down on the table with a loud thud to steady his nerves. Instead of answering immediately, Hyung-min just tilts his head back and chugs his beer in one gulp. Slamming his empty glass down, the striker scolds our boy for being a lightweight before shouting his name. With a flushed face, Hyung-min admits his relentless stamina could have easily made him a K-League starter. Dumbfounded by the massive compliment, our boy tries to wave it off, but the striker insists he's serious. He firmly declares that with just a little more polish, reaching the world-class stage was entirely possible. Our boy deadpans, realizing the striker basically called him a trash-tier midfielder who couldn't pass or dribble. Hyung-min just laughs at his self-awareness, dodging a fork as our boy completely loses his temper. But the striker's smile softens, admitting that sharing the pitch with him was the greatest thrill ever. Taking a quiet sip of his beer, our boy warmly agrees, reminiscing about their old locker room days. Suddenly, a loud snore cuts his story short, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Turns out the lightweight passed out, sleep mumbling about how he begged the coach to let him play again. Dragging his unconscious friend out into the cool night air, he manages to flag down his ride. He carefully shoves the snoring giant into the back seat, handing him off to his very grateful manager. Watching the car speed off into the night, he scoffs that the lightweight should have stuck to cola. Left alone on the quiet street, he stares down at his fist, the weight of nostalgia hitting hard. Walking down the empty street, he curses himself, haunted by the thought that world-class status was once within reach. Suddenly, cold drops hit his hand, making him wonder why it is raining when the forecast was clear. Shielding his head from the sudden downpour, bitter regrets flood his mind about his lost vision. Staring at a blinking crosswalk light, he agonizes over his inability to even tell team uniforms apart. He breaks into a run across the wet asphalt, desperately wishing his hazy world would just clear up. Splashing through the puddles, he can't help but wonder how far his football career could have gone. But before he can finish that thought, blinding headlights suddenly engulf him with a deafening honk. Our boy just freezes, completely dumbfounded as the reality of the speeding vehicle sets in. A brutal crash echoes through the night, sending his shoe flying as his final regrets flash by. Bleeding out on the cold crosswalk, he tragically wonders if his life could have been different. As his consciousness fades into the abyss, he wonders if this pathetic end is truly how he dies. Even with death knocking at his door, his only regret is not stepping onto the pitch one last time. Suddenly, he snaps awake to the frantic shouts of teammates desperately trying to shake him back to reality. Blinking away the haze, he is completely dumbfounded to realize he can actually see the vibrant blue sky. A familiar face leans over him, and our boy is shocked to recognize his old friend, Hyung-min. Still reeling from the crash, he asks his buddy why he suddenly looks like a fresh-faced teenager. Hyung-min just looks at him like he is crazy, explaining that he simply passed out in the dirt. The sheer absurdity of the situation hits him like a ton of bricks as his mind races for answers. Glancing down at his chest, he spots the unmistakable crest of his old high school football team. Taking in the dusty pitch around him, he realizes he has somehow time-slipped right back to his teenage tryouts. He pinches his cheek with a trembling smile, realizing this insane miracle isn't just a dream. A sharp whistle pierces the air as the referee barks at them to start the second half. Seeing his friend still dazed, Hyung-min offers to tell the coach to sub him out. But before he can walk away, our boy firmly grips his friend's arm with a sudden snap. With a burning fire in his eyes, he insists that he is definitely going back in. He flashes a manic grin, deciding he doesn't care if this is reality or a hallucination. Stepping onto the pitch, he traps the ball with a satisfying thud under his cleats. A wave of pure euphoria washes over him as he feels the familiar leather against his foot. He is absolutely mesmerized, marveling at how crisp and vibrant the colors of the ball look. His nostalgia is cut short when an opposing player charges in, screaming at him to wake up. Shaking off his daze, our boy flashes a confident smile and admits he got slightly distracted. He firmly traps the ball under his cleats, fully ready to dominate the pitch once again. With an explosive burst of speed, he charges forward, leaving the opposing defenders scrambling behind. He is absolutely ecstatic, marveling at how his teenage body overflows with energy compared to his 30s. His run is interrupted when a fierce defender slides in, determined to completely shut down his advance. Our boy quickly analyzes the blocked path, realizing he desperately needs to find another opening. Just then, his teammate Yang Ju-chan waves frantically from across the field, calling out Eugene's name. Recognizing his old friend from decades ago, Eugene decides this is the absolute perfect chance to pass. He winds up for a powerful kick, screaming at Ju-chan to make sure he receives it perfectly. As he strikes, a brilliant yellow aura ignites in his eye, awakening his legendary playmaker instincts. Suddenly, our boy stops dead in his tracks as a massive pillar of golden light erupts on the field. He wonders if his deteriorating vision is acting up again, completely dumbfounded by the glowing anomaly. Trusting his gut, he ignores the confusion and sends a powerful strike straight toward the mysterious beacon. The ball rockets across the pitch with a sharp whoosh, soaring perfectly toward the empty glowing space. A teammate furiously screams at him for wasting the chance, angry that he just passed to absolutely nobody. Our boy is completely baffled by the harsh scolding, genuinely believing someone was waiting at that exact spot. But out of nowhere, Sun Hyung-min slides into the golden zone, shouting that he is right there. He stares in absolute disbelief, realizing his new vision just predicted his teammate's explosive sprint perfectly. Without missing a beat, Hyung-min unleashes a flawless volley that smashes straight into the back of the net. The squad erupts into wild cheers, completely hyped over the god-tier assist that just secured their lead. The rest of the team immediately swarms the striker, hyping up his insanely clutch finishing skills. Our boy just stands there with a goofy grin, finally realizing his predictive vision is the real deal. All those years of crushing despair, hospital visits, and lost dreams flash before his eyes in an instant. A quiet gasp escapes his lips as the sheer weight of this miraculous second chance hits him. Unable to hold it back, he lets out a massive, guttural roar of pure, unfiltered triumph. Hot tears stream down his face as he laughs, finally breaking free from his tragic past. Seeing his raw emotion, his teammates rush over, completely fired up by his infectious, gritty energy. Even the usually composed Hyung-min pumps his fist, acknowledging the absolute masterclass of a pass. As the squad pulls him into a massive group hug, a blinding golden aura suddenly erupts. He has no idea yet, but this mysterious glowing light is about to completely rewrite his destiny. The practice match officially wraps up with Dongle High securing a flawless 2-0 victory over Sushin High. As the exhausted players pack up and head out to celebrate, our boy stays behind on the bleachers. His teammates wave goodbye, completely unaware of the absolute storm of emotions brewing inside his head. Left completely alone in the fading sunlight, he just stares at the ground in stunned silence. A low chuckle escapes his lips, quickly building into a fit of uncontrollable, gritty laughter. Staring at his trembling hands, the sheer reality of his miraculous second chance finally sinks in. Tears prick his eyes as he realizes this isn't some cruel dream, but a genuine leap into the past. He clenches his fist with iron resolve, swearing to himself that he will never lose his dream again. His intense moment is suddenly interrupted by Hyung Min, who casually asks why he is grinning like a madman. Brushing off the striker's teasing about his unusually good mood, he just smiles, ready to rewrite history. Hyung Min smirks, admitting he's only letting him off the hook because of that insane pass earlier. Our boy realizes the striker must be talking about that impossible assist, wrapped in a glowing golden pillar. Staring out at the sunset-drenched field, he ponders why that mysterious golden aura completely vanished afterward. Brushing off the weirdness, he flashes a confident grin and chalks it up to his latent skills awakening. Hyung Min sarcastically agrees before slinging his bag over his shoulder, prompting our boy to ask his destination. The striker just glances back against the setting sun and casually states that he's heading home. Dumbfounded by the concept of going home, he listens as Hyung Min reminds him to rest up for practice. Night quickly falls over the city as our time-traveling protagonist navigates his way back to his old apartment. Standing in front of his old front door, he lets out a sigh of relief that he remembered the route. Reaching for the electronic lock, he punches in the numbers, praying his password is still just his birthday. Stepping inside, he kicks off his shoes and calls out to announce his arrival. He gazes around the living room, awestruck that every little detail is exactly how he remembers it. Hearing his voice, his mother turns away from the kitchen counter, surprised to see him back so soon. She warmly invites him to dinner, while our boy silently marvels at how youthful she looks. Walking up to the table, he greets his father formally, noting the old man hasn't changed a bit. His dad looks bewildered and asks if he is sick, making our boy realize his adult habits slipped out. His mom just laughs it off as a quirky phase while setting a steaming pot on the table. A massive spread of homemade side dishes and bubbling kimchi stew is laid out before him. Staring at the feast, nostalgia hits him hard, realizing he hasn't tasted her cooking since moving out. Giving a heartfelt thanks, he takes his first sip of the rich stew, savoring the taste of home. The nostalgia quickly fades into sheer horror as he realizes her cooking is just as toxic as he remembered. Swallowing the radioactive stew, he is caught off guard when his dad casually asks if he made a decision. The old man presses the issue, reminding our boy about their previous conversation regarding him quitting football entirely. A wave of realization washes over him as he remembers the exact timeline he just dropped back into. In his original life, his deteriorating vision forced him to abandon the pitch and eventually inherit the family business. Staring across the table, he knows his past self would have meekly agreed to think about a corporate future. But with his vision restored and a perfectly healthy body, he slams his chopsticks down with a sharp clack. Both of his parents stare dumbfounded as he confidently announces that his mind is completely made up. Looking his father dead in the eye, our boy firmly declares that he is going to keep moving forward. Flashing a fierce grin, he silently apologizes to his dad, vowing to dedicate this second life entirely to football. The very next day at school, the tryouts kick off with a mandatory mock battle. The stern coach splits the hopefuls into red and green teams to evaluate their raw talent. Slipping on a red vest, our boy gets playfully roasted by Hyung Min about his sluggish passes. Ignoring the teasing, he focuses inward, recalling the mysterious golden pillar he saw during his awakening. Wondering if his predictive vision will activate again, the whistle blows and the match officially begins. As the ball rolls his way, our boy smoothly traps it with effortless precision. His dark eyes scan the pitch sharply, waiting for that familiar glowing trajectory to appear. But when nothing happens, a wave of doubt hits him, making him wonder if he hallucinated yesterday. Deciding to play it safe, he casually passes the ball off to analyze the game's flow. Hyung Min easily receives the pass, immediately tapping it back as they begin their tactical build-up. Locking onto the shifting momentum, the U17 national player, Yang Ju-chan, makes his move. A booming long pass cuts right through the defense, landing perfectly in his trajectory. Trapping the ball flawlessly with his chest, Ju-chan easily shrugs off the incoming pressure. Flashing an arrogant grin, He boasts that with the ball at his feet, the play is already over. Without a second thought, he winds up for a devastating strike, fully expecting to score. But a green-vested defender named Park Jong-soo aggressively slides in, refusing to let him shoot. Annoyed by the interruption, Juchan taunts the defender, asking if he's just jealous of his success. Jung-soo just smirks right back, mocking the supposed elite striker for struggling against a basic block. Suddenly, our boy sprints into the open space, demanding his senior pass him the damn ball. Catching the defense completely off guard, he receives the pass with a heavy thump and charges forward. Our boy secures the ball, but immediately realizes he might have bitten off more than he can chew. 3 green-vested defenders instantly swarm him, completely cutting off any obvious passing lanes or escape routes. Sweating under the intense pressure, he considers pulling back to reset the play and avoid a disastrous turnover. But just as he decides to retreat, his predictive vision flares up, painting a glowing golden line across the pitch. He stares completely dumbfounded at the sudden golden pillar, recognizing it as the optimal path to victory. However, this new route is terrifyingly narrow, leaving absolutely zero margin for error against the tight defense. Doubt creeps into his mind as he questions if he even has the technical skill to thread such a needle. Suddenly, the memory of the legendary song Eugene flashes in his mind, mocking his pathetic hesitation with a confident smirk. Refusing to back down, our boy channels that elite striker energy and violently launches the ball down the glowing path. The ball rockets forward with a sharp crack, perfectly piercing the defense as he desperately prays for it to connect. He screams Hyung-min's name, snapping the ace striker to attention as the perfect pass arrives. But instead of a smooth roll, the ball hits the golden mark and bounces wildly. Trusting his raw instincts, Hyung-min winds up and unleashes a thunderous volley with a deafening thwack. The sheer explosive power of the strike leaves the defender completely helpless as it rockets forward. However, the irregular bounce ruins the trajectory, leaving the striker cursing the trash-tier dirt pitch. Our boy watches the ball clatter harmlessly away, realizing the shot was agonizingly close. Watching that failed attempt triggers a sudden epiphany, making our boy chuckle like an absolute madman. Staring down the pitch, he finally understands the terrifying true nature of that golden predictive pillar. His doubts shatter like glass as he realizes the vision calculates plays meant for absolute perfection. Meanwhile, the deflected ball hangs high in the sky, forcing Juchan and Jung-soo into a desperate scramble. The loose ball hits the dirt, sending Juchan and the defenders into a frantic sprint to claim it. Juchan screams at his teammates to secure the rebound, desperate to keep their offensive momentum alive. But before anyone can even react, a cleat slams down, trapping the wild ball with a crisp thud. Our boy casually secures possession, his raw instincts taking over as he completely shifts the momentum. He realizes that if Hyung-min's strike had just hit that glowing area, it was a guaranteed goal. Visualizing that perfect phantom strike connects the final dots in his mind, making everything crystal clear. A wicked smirk creeps across his face as he finally decodes the absolute secret behind the golden zone. He realizes the first rule is that the predictive pillar only manifests when he possesses the ball. The panicked defenders immediately yell to mark Hyung-min, terrified of the striker making another explosive run downfield. As he dribbles forward, a massive golden pillar erupts, proving the zone only appears when a scoring chance exists. He fires off a rapid pass, sending the ball flying straight toward the glowing marker on the field. He realizes the final rule of his vision as the ball bounces perfectly into the light. The moment the ball enters the golden zone, it practically ignites with explosive energy. Hyung-min perfectly receives the setup, winding up for a massive strike inside the glowing area. The striker is absolutely blown away by the insane quality of the killer pass he just received. With a thunderous boom, the ball rockets past the desperately diving goalkeeper and slams into the net. Our boy knows that if he feeds the ball into that zone, Hyung-min will always score. He watches calmly as the rest of the team swarms the striker to celebrate the crazy goal. Clenching his fist, he feels a surge of pure adrenaline coursing through his veins. A confident smile spreads across his face as he realizes this predictive ability makes him completely unstoppable. Our boy can't help but chuckle to himself as he walks off the pitch, buzzing with adrenaline. But his dominant performance hasn't gone unnoticed by a mysterious figure watching from the windows above. The man is completely blown away by the kid's insane field of vision and lightning-fast decision-making. Taking a slow sip of his coffee, he realizes he might have just stumbled upon a hidden gem. Turns out, this is the national team coach, and he decides to keep a close eye on our prodigy. By sunset, the scrimmage wraps up with a brutal 5-0 landslide victory for the red team. Later that evening, the guys hit up a local street food stall to celebrate their massive win. One of his teammates is still dumbfounded, demanding to know how his passing suddenly reached god-tier levels. He points out that our boy was always a box-to-box player, making this sudden playmaker shift completely illogical. The protagonist just laughs off the suspicion, while his buddy practically worships those beautiful, logic-defying assists. Taking a massive bite of his corn dog, our boy admits his sudden transformation must look completely unbelievable. He was always known as a relentless box-to-box player, whose greatest weapon was his bottomless stamina. Even he has to confess that shifting into a pass-first playmaker overnight sounds absolutely ridiculous. Suddenly, his spiky-haired buddy interrupts the snack break to drop a massive bombshell. He casually mentions that the U-17 national team coach was secretly watching their scrimmage earlier. The prodigy freezes, suddenly remembering the legendary coach used to scout these exact grounds daily. His teammate claps a heavy hand on his shoulder with a dull thud, grinning like a maniac. He hypes our boy up, swearing that if he keeps playing like a god, the coach will definitely notice. The sheer thought of making the U-17 national roster together leaves the young playmaker completely speechless. His heart races as he envisions himself stepping onto the world stage, the massive crowd screaming his name. With a fierce fire igniting in his eyes, he vows to himself that he will absolutely make that roster. The very next day, the morning sun beats down on the high school training grounds. Our boy cracks his knuckles, trying to shake off the heavy fatigue settling into his bones. His spiky-haired buddy groans in pure agony, complaining that basic fitness drills are the absolute worst torture. But before they can start their laps, a loud commotion near the entrance completely catches them off guard. Their stern coach is frantically waving his arms, directing a massive luxury bus right onto the school grounds. The pneumatic doors hiss open, and a pair of pristine white cleats steps down onto the pavement. A squad of unfamiliar players files out of the bus, moving with a disciplined, military-like precision. Clad in striking red and black kits, these newcomers radiate an intimidating aura that screams elite tier. Dumbfounded, his buddy recognizes them as the Seoul youth team, wondering why an unannounced match is suddenly happening. The man stepping off the bus casually thanks the school for accommodating them on such short notice. Our boy's eyes widen in instant recognition, realizing exactly who just crashed their practice. It is none other than the national youth coach himself, strolling onto the pitch like a boss. The high school coach eagerly welcomes him, assuming the elite scout is just checking on their star striker. The scout plays it cool, mentioning he has a few things to verify, while the coach offers full cooperation. Hearing the open offer, a sharp glint flashes in the older man's eyes as he ponders his next move. From a distance, our protagonist and his buddy watch the adult scheme, sensing a sudden shift in the air. He narrows his eyes, already mentally preparing himself for whatever insane trial is about to be thrown his way. With a sly smirk, the national coach finally drops the act and asks for one specific, game-changing favor. Moments later, the coach announces to the squad that their hellish drills are replaced by a high-stakes friendly match. The high school coach points to the tactical board, barking at the boys to check the starting lineup. The entire squad swarms the whiteboard, eager to see who made the cut for this sudden high-stakes game. Our boy immediately corners Eugene, demanding the striker score every single pass sent his way today. Pointing toward the roster, the young playmaker tells his friend to check out their starting positions. At first glance, the magnetic markers on the pitch diagram seem completely standard. He scans the familiar formation, assuming the coach just stuck to their usual tactical setup. Suddenly, a cold sweat breaks out on his face as a glaring anomaly catches his eye. He frantically checks the forward positions, realizing a key name is completely missing from the top line. Scanning the midfield and defense markers just to be sure, his dread only deepens. Dumbfounded, he realizes their star striker Sun Hyung-min has been completely scrubbed from the roster. He forces a nervous laugh, the reality of their missing ace hitting him like a truck. Staring at the coach's back, our boy genuinely wonders if his entire grand plan is completely screwed. The U-17 national coach steps up, praising the god-tier passing play our playmaker pulled off yesterday. But the old man smirks, challenging him to replicate that magic without an S-class striker to carry him. He demands our boy prove he actually deserves a spot on the elite youth national squad. Swallowing his nerves, he locks in as the whistle signals the start of the brutal first half. These youth clubs exist solely to forge the absolute best next-generation soccer stars in the country. While there are countless trash-tier academies out there vying for the spotlight, one reigns supreme. Led by the national coach himself, the Seoul youth squad is an entirely different beast altogether. The match kicks off, and our boy immediately clicks his tongue as a relentless attacker presses him. Before our boy can even react, a relentless Seoul youth attacker intercepts the ball with brutal efficiency. He traps the ball flawlessly under his cleat, instantly killing its momentum with a sharp thud. Exhaling a calm breath, the elite midfielder completely tunes out the frantic chaos of the pitch. His mind works like a supercomputer, instantly calculating velocity, wind resistance, and exact pitch coordinates. Pushing up his glasses, he confidently determines that his calculated pass has a flawless success rate. Without a second of hesitation, he launches the ball forward with a devastatingly precise strike. The ball cuts through the air like a guided missile, completely bypassing the entire midfield defense. Our playmaker is left completely dumbfounded, staring at the sky as he tries to predict its trajectory. The pass drops perfectly to a waiting striker, who instantly volleys it past the terrified goalkeeper. The ball violently slams into the back of the net, proving exactly why this squad is untouchable. Our boy is left completely speechless, struggling to process the sheer absurdity of that flawless assist. The secret behind Seoul Youth's absolute dominance lies entirely with one man meticulously cleaning his glasses. Oh Seung-min, their central midfielder, smugly notes that his mathematical passing calculations are always absolutely flawless. Just the night before, our playmaker was locked in his room doing some heavy late-night research. He furiously clicked away at his keyboard, digging deep into the stats of his upcoming opponents. He pulled up Seung-min's profile, noting the guy was crowned MVP with the highest pass success rate. Staring at the monitor, he realized this passing genius played the exact same midfield position as him. He instantly recognized that Seung-min was practically a lock for the national under-17 squad. Lying back on his bed, he knew he needed overwhelming passing skills to steal that roster spot. But with his new vision and a beastly striker waiting, he just giggled like a total maniac. Back on the pitch, our boy confidently launches a pass straight toward his team's main striker, but a Seoul Youth defender instantly intercepts the ball with a heavy thud before it even connects. Dumbfounded, our playmaker watches his supposedly perfect setup get completely shut down. He tries again, but the opposing team easily slides in and steals the ball like it's child's play. Frustration sets in as he desperately calls out to his striker, forcing another rushed play. Yet again, the red and black defenders ruthlessly tackle the ball away, completely neutralizing his offense. His striker furiously snaps at him, demanding to know what is wrong with these trash-tier passes. Staring at the dirt, our boy realizes his grand plan is falling apart with a pathetic pass success rate. He forces an awkward smile, internally panicking as he realizes his completion rate is literally 0%. He finally understands that without his star striker to illuminate the golden zone, his predictive vision is useless. Panic sets in as he realizes his dreams of making the national youth team are rapidly slipping away. The opposing playmaker launches a fierce counterattack, forcing our boy's scrambling teammates to scream for defensive backup. Recognizing the immediate threat, our playmaker watches in horror as his rival winds up for a massive kick. Instead of a standard pass, the ball violently ricochets right off our boy's face with a sickening thwack. The rival midfielder effortlessly blows past him, executing a flawless tactical long ball that completely bypasses the defense. The opposing striker smirks as he traps the ball perfectly on his chest, setting up a lethal shot. Without missing a single beat, the striker unleashes a thunderous volley straight toward the unguarded net. The ball screams past the desperate dive of the goalkeeper, with a terrifying whoosh of raw power. It barely misses the post, leaving our boy completely frozen in absolute shock at the sheer skill displayed. He realizes his own missing striker would have easily scored that, wondering how such perfect passing is possible. The rival playmaker casually jogs back to his position as someone calls out his name from the stands. He glances up to see the U17 national coach leaning over the railing with a sharp smirk. The elite scout throws him a massive thumbs up, openly praising that absolute masterclass of a pass. Seeing this blatant favoritism, our boy's jaw drops as a wave of sheer panic washes over him. Refusing to be overshadowed, he grits his teeth and vows to pull off something even more impossible. Meanwhile, up in the stands, a couple of bench teammates are casually snacking on ice cream. Watching the slaughter unfold, they point out how bad things look without their core forwards playing. One of them notes that without any real strikers to finish the job, their midfield is suffocating. They agree that the rivals' relentless passing clinic is making this entire scrimmage look completely hopeless. But just as they write off the match, a massive roar from the field proves them completely wrong. The protagonist finally intercepts the ball, seizing his first real chance to launch a brutal counterattack. Pushing his stamina to the limit, our boy realizes this is the exact opening they desperately needed. He calculates that threading a perfect assist to his forward will absolutely force the scout to notice him, but the rival defenders instantly swarm his position, cutting off his forward momentum in a flash. Trapped in a suffocating press, he realizes the passing lane to his main striker is completely sealed. Just then, an unmarked teammate frantically waves him down, begging for a quick bailout pass. His predictive vision maps the trajectory, confirming it would be a perfectly safe and easy play. But the thought of the elite scout praising him for a boring, safe pass utterly disgusts him. Refusing to be just another average playmaker, a wicked smirk spreads across his sweating face. Ignoring the easy route, he screams his striker's name and unleashes an absolute rocket through the impossible gap. The ball sails high into the sky, catching the rival defenders completely off guard. But our boy instantly realizes he messed up, cursing under his breath as the trajectory falls short. Because of his weak physical power, the ball loses speed and is easily intercepted by the enemy. The rival player just smirks, mocking his trash-tier passing skills before launching a counterattack. Declaring it their turn to dominate, the red team quickly pushes the ball up the field. They effortlessly bypass the dumbfounded blue defenders, moving with the terrifying coordination of an elite squad. The ball lands perfectly at the feet of Oh Seung-min, who traps it with zero effort. With his terrifyingly sharp mind, Seung-min instantly calculates the exact coordinates needed to shatter the defense. Without a second of hesitation, the elite midfielder unleashes a flawless, booming long pass across the pitch. The ball arcs beautifully over the helpless defenders, landing right in the path of a sprinting forward. Hitting the turf with a heavy thud, the ball bounces perfectly into the striker's stride. Without missing a beat, the red team forward winds up and unleashes an absolute cannon of a shot. The strike rips through the net before the blue team's goalkeeper can even fully extend his dive. As the elite squad erupts into cheers, our boy stands frozen in the background, completely dumbfounded. A cold sweat breaks out on his face as he realizes his sloppy mistake caused this disaster. He stares blankly ahead, knowing that conceding this goal is an absolute fatal blow to his plans. A shrill whistle pierces the air, signaling the end of a truly brutal first half. Slumping down on the sidelines, he grabs his head in pure agony, feeling completely and utterly screwed. He mentally kicks himself for handing them a free counterattack with his trash-tier final pass. Driven to the edge of despair, he starts laughing like a maniac, leaving his teammates totally weirded out. His hysterical breakdown is abruptly cut short when his star striker smacks him over the head with an ice pop. Hyung-min glares down at our boy, demanding to know why he is suddenly acting like some delusional superstar. Taking a seat beside him, the striker bluntly asks if he is sabotaging the game by only passing. Completely baffled, our boy argues that he has to stick to his strengths to catch the national scout's attention. Unimpressed, Hyung-min casually eats his ice pop and questions why passing is his only strategy on the pitch. With a confident smirk, our boy simply states that it is because his passing ability is absolutely god tier. Hyung-min just crunches down hard on his snack, mentally calling his playmaker an absolute idiot for being blind. Walking away, the striker tells him to figure it out himself, leaving our boy shouting after him in confusion. Left alone on the steps, he rubs his chin and seriously wonders if he actually has another hidden talent. Before he can connect the dots, a sharp whistle echoes across the pitch to kick off the second half. As the second half kicks off, our boy stands completely frozen, while the opposing team rushes past him. He desperately racks his brain, wondering if his hidden talent actually lies in dribbling, or maybe even shooting. Frustration boils over as he mentally curses his striker for being cryptic, until a sudden shout interrupts him. A teammate screams at him to wake up as a rival forward blows right past his defensive line. Snapping back to reality, Eugene quickly apologizes, realizing this is absolutely no time to be daydreaming. He knows that to impress the national scout, he absolutely cannot let Seung-min's flawless passes connect anymore. Digging his cleats deep into the dirt with a heavy crunch, he prepares to push his physical limits. He launches himself forward in a desperate sprint, determined to shut down the enemy playmaker's passing lanes. The rival forward hears rapid footsteps thudding from behind and glances back over his shoulder in total confusion. Out of nowhere, our boy closes the gap in a flash, ready to aggressively steal the ball back. The rival forward clicks his tongue, begrudgingly acknowledging a good pass while immediately feeling the heat. He is completely dumbfounded by the sheer explosive speed of our boy rushing him down. Our boy easily reads the play, realizing the enemy is pushing the tempo without any backup. Seeing his teammate trapped, Seung-min frantically breaks formation and screams for a desperate pass. The forward immediately obliges, kicking the ball toward his elite playmaker with a sharp thud. But as Seung-min tracks the ball, a sudden wave of panic washes over his face. Gritting his teeth, our boy pushes his stamina to the absolute limit to intercept the play. Using his predictive vision, he seamlessly catches up and glues himself to the rival forward. Seung-min screams in frustration as he watches his perfectly calculated passing lane get completely hijacked. With a gritty shoulder check, our boy physically dominates the forward, completely shutting down the attack. Seung-min breaks into a cold sweat, realizing his flawless midfield control is crumbling before his eyes. The tactical layout of the field shatters as our boy perfectly predicts and intercepts the passing route. Desperate to salvage the play, the elite playmaker sprints into open space and demands the ball. But as he waits for the pass, Sheer terror grips him when he sees who is closing in. Roaring with absolute grit, our boy unleashes his explosive speed and charges like a wild beast. He aggressively presses the panicked midfielder, completely suffocating his breathing room on the pitch. Forced into a corner, a Seoul youth defender hastily clears the ball with a desperate, sloppy kick. The defender immediately realizes his mistake, watching in horror as his pass accuracy completely plummets. Watching from the stands, the national scout silently observes the chaotic shift in momentum. The high school coach casually strolls up, asking the scout if his star player is living up to the hype. The national scout admits he was actually torn between our boy and the opposing midfielder's passing skills. Watching him ruthlessly hound the playmaker, the scout assumes the kid just gave up after his mistake. But the high school coach nervously interrupts the scout's train of thought to drop a massive truth bomb. He reveals that the kid wasn't originally a playmaker at all, but a relentless box-to-box midfielder. This revelation leaves the veteran scout completely dumbfounded as the pieces finally start clicking into place. Down on the pitch, our boy blazes past the opposition with terrifying speed, leaving everyone in the dust. Gasping for breath, he realizes he had completely forgotten his original playstyle due to his obsession with positioning. A memory flashes of an old mentor praising his exceptional stamina and fighting spirit as his true weapons. Embracing his roots, he lunges in with a sharp swoosh, cleanly stealing the ball from the panicked midfielder. Flashing a wicked grin through the sweat, he confidently demands the ball to completely take over the game. Oh Sung-min is suffocating under the pressure, cursing our boy for clinging to him like an absolute leech. His legs turn to jelly as the relentless stamina drain finally takes a heavy toll on his body. Desperate to escape, the playmaker forces a sloppy pass, realizing his shattered balance just doomed his team. The ball sails wildly off target, completely missing its intended mark with a heavy thud. Ju Chan doesn't miss a beat, flawlessly trapping the stray ball to instantly flip the momentum. Pure horror washes over the elite midfielder's face as he realizes he just triggered a lethal counterattack. Our boy and his squad explode down the pitch like a pack of wolves, leaving the defenders scrambling. Watching from the sidelines, his teammates erupt in cheers as the momentum finally shifts in their favor. They realize that absolutely no one can survive the suffocating hell of his relentless, stamina-crushing press. Fully unleashed, Eugene charges forward to orchestrate the attack, proving his true worth as the ultimate playmaker. With only 2 minutes left, our boy realizes this is his absolute last chance to impress the national scout. He pushes up the pitch with the ball, desperately wondering if he is making the right play. The opposing defenders quickly swarm him, leaving him completely suffocated and trapped from every possible angle. Panic sets in as he scans the field, realizing there isn't a single open teammate to pass to. Just as hope fades, his predictive vision flares to life, painting the pitch in swirling golden mana. His eyes widen in pure shock as a hidden, glowing pathway materializes right in front of him. The golden energy swirls violently, marking a perfect, undeniable trajectory straight through the enemy lines. Without hesitation, he strikes the ball, sending it rocketing down that glowing golden zone. He is completely dumbfounded that such a flawless lane opened up, especially since his star striker is benched. But with adrenaline pumping through his veins, he just smirks, deciding there is no time to question a miracle. Trusting the glowing system, our boy puts everything he has into a blind, explosive kick. The ball rockets across the pitch like a laser beam, leaving the opposing defenders completely baffled. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoes across the field as a teammate pushes his body to the absolute limit. It is Gu Dojun, throwing himself into a reckless diving header just as the impossible pass arrives. The strike is absolutely flawless, blasting right past the terrified goalkeeper and slamming into the net. The squad erupts into pure chaos, swarming Dojun to celebrate his absolute miracle of a goal. The final whistle blows right on cue, cementing an unbelievable equalizer for the underdog team. Watching from the stands, the national scout firmly decides he just found his new U17 central midfielder. Later that evening, the sun sets over the high school, casting a warm glow over the campus. The dust finally settles outside the soccer team's club room, marking the end of a truly legendary tryout. Back in the empty locker room, our boy slumps on a bench, completely drained from the intense tryout. Gathering his thoughts, he realizes the glowing domain he saw during the match was absolutely real. He remembers that golden trajectory, realizing his predictive vision can trigger even without his star striker present. But a sudden thought hits him, making him wonder why the path only appeared in the second half. Booting up his laptop, he pulls up footage of Do-gun battling fiercely for the ball. Listening to the commentators praise Dojun's incredible physique, our playmaker starts piecing the puzzle together. He deduces that his teammate is a pure powerhouse, who relies entirely on brute force to break through. Curious about the difference, he clicks on a highlight reel for his missing star striker, Hyung-min. Watching the clips, he is absolutely stunned by his friend's flawless off-the-ball movement and lethal long-range shots. Sweating profusely, he admits he always knew Hyung-min was special, but this level of raw talent is just absurd. Hyung-min is tearing through defenders like they are nothing, proving his skills are leagues above high school level. Staring at the screen, our boy finally grasps that his golden zone ability simply highlights a scoring opportunity. He realizes Dojun is built like a tank, preferring to hold his ground rather than chase down fleeting chances. On the flip side, Hyung-min is a ghost, constantly slipping into empty pockets of space to receive the ball. Slapping his laptop shut with a thud, he concludes his missing striker is the perfect vessel for his passes. Gripping his hair in frustration, he realizes his god-tier passing is completely useless if the striker cannot keep up. His mind immediately drifts to Song Eugene, wondering if that legendary prodigy could also sync with his predictive vision. Suddenly, the heavy door creaks open, snapping our playmaker out of his deep tactical trance. The national youth coach steps into the light with a sly grin, asking for a quick private word. Later that night, the tension breaks, as his mom calls out from their apartment that dinner is finally ready. Sitting at the table, a steaming, unidentifiable mass of dark food is served up for the family. His dad scoops up a questionable bite, nervously asking his wife what kind of dark matter she cooked. She laughs it off as braised fish, but his dad seriously wonders if she is practicing forbidden alchemy. Suddenly, his dad's joking demeanor drops as he notices his son's unusually grim expression. Our boy is just staring a hole into his rice bowl, completely lost in his own world. His mom nervously mentions he has been acting like a zombie since he walked through the front door. Panic starts setting in as she asks if some trash-tier bullies are picking on him at school. Keeping his head down, he quietly mutters that there is actually something he needs to tell them. A massive, confident smirk suddenly spreads across his face. Looking up with a bright grin, he casually drops the bomb that he just made the national youth team. His dad freezes with his spoon halfway to his mouth, completely dumbfounded by the news. Our boy just laughs it off, trying to downplay the massive achievement to keep things grounded. But his old man is already whipping out his flip phone, eyes sparkling with absolute hype. He immediately starts calling up his buddies to brag, completely ignoring his son's mild embarrassment. Watching his dad overshare with the entire neighborhood, our boy just scratches his head with a nervous chuckle. But beneath the awkwardness, a deep and warm sense of relief washes over his face. He remembers his past life, where his tragic accident dragged his parents through absolute hell. His dark thoughts are suddenly interrupted when a warm hand gently grabs his own. His mom is crying tears of joy, holding him tightly as she praises his grueling hard work. Looking at her, he softly calls out to his mom as his own eyes start welling up with tears. As his dad proudly brags on the phone, his mom gently wipes away her tears of pure joy. Sharing a warm family dinner, our boy silently vows to give them the happy life they truly deserve. Back on the school pitch, he falls into a steady jogging rhythm alongside his striker, Yang Ju-chan. When Ju-chan brings up the national scout, our boy confirms he is officially entering the U-17 tournament. Smirking around his lollipop, Ju-chan smugly claims his advice is the only reason he made the cut. But our boy just flashes a cocky grin, brushing it off and crediting his own god-tier talent. Ju-chan demands a little gratitude, but he just laughs and casually tells the striker to screw off. Suddenly, a fierce argument erupts nearby as Park Jung-soo violently grabs a teammate over some backseat coaching. Spotting the tense standoff under the field lights, our boy wonders if they are actually going to fight. Standing right beside him, Ju-chan casually notes that the team's powder keg has finally exploded, leaving him dumbfounded. Ju-chan casually holds up 2 popsicles, reminding our boy that the soccer club is split into 2 bitter factions. The memories suddenly click into place for our boy as he recalls the deep-seated team divide. On one side sits the elite youth crew, while the other is an anti-national faction led by Jung-soo. While our boy effortlessly bridges the gap between both squads, Jung-soo absolutely despises the elite players. Ju-chan points out that his constant nitpicking was the spark that finally ignited Jung-soo's explosive temper. Our boy just smirks to himself, amused by how completely clueless the elite striker still is about his arrogance. But as the scuffle intensifies, a bizarre, fiery red aura suddenly erupts from Jung-soo's head. Our boy freezes in his tracks, completely dumbfounded by the unnatural crimson light flashing before his eyes. The violent red energy flares wildly around the angry defender, radiating pure, unfiltered hostility. Blinking hard, our boy rubs his eyes and wonders if his newly awakened vision is playing tricks on him. He wonders if there is an entirely different domain of power out there just waiting to be discovered. Suddenly, the head coach storms onto the field, screaming at the punks to break it up immediately. Not wanting to catch any stray heat, Ju-chan quickly grabs our boy and tells him to run. Even as they jog away, he can't stop obsessing over that bizarre crimson flash in the defender's eyes. Trying to change the subject, the elite striker reminds him that their national team training starts tomorrow. Still shaken by the petty drama, our boy asks if the national squad suffers from the same toxic factions. The striker pauses for a moment, mulling over the question with a suspiciously long hum. Flashing a bright grin, he confidently promises that the youth team is completely free of any internal divides. Our boy just sweats, knowing damn well that a promise like that sounds like a massive red flag. The very next day, at the massive U-17 training facility, our boy is officially introduced as their newest midfielder. Standing beside the head coach, our boy puts on a bright smile and introduces himself to the squad. Instead of a warm welcome, he is met with a suffocating wall of dead silence from the roster. The elite veterans just stare him down with cold, utterly unamused glares. It becomes painfully obvious that nobody is thrilled about a random rookie invading their elite ranks. Sweating bullets, our boy realizes his striker friend technically was not lying about the lack of factions. There are no divided groups here, just a unified front of pure discrimination against the new guy. Swallowing his nerves, he desperately tries to figure out how to break through this massive ego wall. Later that day, the squad heads out to the facility's pristine outdoor pitches for practice. The team immediately breaks into passing drills, the ball thudding around with terrifying speed. Watching a teammate strike the ball with a loud bang, he realizes the sheer skill gap ahead. He tries to shake off the nerves, focusing entirely on his footwork as he traps the ball. Still, he cannot help but wonder why the head coach is just letting this blatant hazing happen. His thoughts are interrupted when a veteran approaches, asking if he is the scrub who replaced their midfielder. The veteran smirks, mockingly admitting that while the rookie's stamina is trash, his passing might be decent. Trying to keep the peace, our boy nervously laughs and praises the previous midfielder's insane skills. He promises to work his hardest, but mid-sentence, a ball rockets straight at his face. Relying purely on his awakened instincts, he throws himself backward just in time to avoid getting decapitated. Hitting the turf hard, he furiously snaps at the veteran, demanding to know what his problem is. The veteran just sneers, casually admitting he aimed for his head on purpose to test his reflexes. Staring down at the dumbfounded rookie, the elite player coldly states they do not need dead weight. The veteran, Kim Min-sung, flashes a smug grin, declaring they only need players who are actually good. Still on the turf, our boy suddenly realizes exactly why the head coach threw him to the wolves. Looking at the hostile squad, he understands this is a brutal test to earn their respect through skill. Right on cue, the head coach steps in and announces the afternoon session will be tactical drills. He splits the squad down the middle, lining them up for a high-stakes scrimmage to test their teamwork. As the whistle blows, our boy finds himself staring directly at Min-sung on the opposing blue team. The cocky veteran cups his ear with a mocking smirk, daring the rookie to give it his all. But instead of getting angry, our boy locks in, recalling exactly who he is up against. He remembers Min-sung from his past life as the starting right fullback for the World Cup national squad. Knowing the veteran possesses explosive speed and flawless tackling, he realizes beating this A-class defender will be tough. He brushes off the intimidation, remembering how that same A-class defender totally choked during the 2022 World Cup. The head coach suddenly barks at the squad, ordering everyone to warm up before the whistle blows. Before our boy can hit the pitch, the coach waves him over to the sidelines for a quick chat. The stern manager pulls out his clipboard, ready to assign the rookie's specific position for the upcoming scrimmage. But our boy is left completely dumbfounded when he is told to play a free role. It is a chaotic position demanding elite creativity, forcing a player to roam endlessly between attack and defense. Realizing he is basically being told to run wild on the pitch, a dangerous spark ignites in his eyes. Cracking his knuckles with a wicked grin, he decides he absolutely will not hold back his true abilities. Yet, a drop of nervous sweat rolls down his face as he wonders how to actually showcase that freedom. The match kicks off with a brutal clash of bodies, forcing him to adapt on the fly. The scrimmage immediately turns into a fierce battle for possession, with the veterans aggressively pressing each other. A blue team forward easily slips a slick pass right past his marker, leaving the defenders behind. Meanwhile, our boy is desperately waving his arms and demanding a pass, eager to prove his worth. But a harsh reality quickly sets in as he realizes his teammates are completely icing him out. Standing all alone, he angrily wonders how he is supposed to show off his skills without the ball. Suddenly, a sharp shout cuts through his frustration, warning the rookie to get out of the way. He snaps his head around to see a massive veteran charging directly at him like a freight train. Realizing it is way too late to dodge, he takes a brutal shoulder check right to the chest. The sheer force of the impact sends our boy flying, and he crashes hard into the unforgiving turf. Groaning in pain while clutching his battered ribs, he looks up to see a hand offering help. The guy who flattened him turns out to be Moon Jong-won, a top-tier U-17 wingback, who quickly apologizes for the collision. Deciding not to hold a grudge, our boy grabs the veteran's hand to pull himself up, promising to be more careful. Watching the wingback jog away, Eugene realizes with a sigh of relief that not every national player is a trash-tier bully. Just as he catches his breath, his buddy Yang Ju-chan strolls up, making it clear he isn't asking about the physical damage. Gesturing toward the squad, Ju-chan points out the glaringly obvious fact that their teammates are still completely freezing him out. Knowing Eugene's god-tier passing could instantly shut the haters up, Ju-chan offers to step in and talk to the veterans. For a split second, our boy considers letting his friend fight his battles, knowing it's the easiest way to get the ball. Surprised by his hesitation, Ju-chan looks back and asks if the rookie actually plans to confront the stubborn veterans himself. But before his buddy can intervene, Eugene firmly grabs his shoulder, absolutely refusing to take the easy way out. Clenching his jaw, he mentally slaps himself, realizing he can't keep relying on his star striker to carry him to the top. Eugene stares straight ahead, vowing to prove his worth on this pitch with his own 2 feet. He confidently declares that his raw skill alone will be enough to break through their petty boycott. Realizing that complaining won't change anything, he decides that if they want pass to him, he'll adapt. With a sudden burst of speed, our boy charges right at the opposing ball carrier to take it himself. The rival midfielder is dumbfounded, mocking Eugene for dropping all the way back to defense like a lost puppy. Unfazed by the trash talk, Eugene mutters his plan to steal possession and single-handedly force a counterattack. The opponent just flashes a smug grin, clearly thinking this rookie is biting off more than he can chew. Laughing off the threat, the blue team starts pinging the ball around with rapid thuds to keep it away. But Eugene isn't playing their game, immediately barking orders to trap the ball carrier in a fast 2-on-1 press. Pushing his legs to the absolute limit, he closes the gap in a flash, ready to snatch back control. The blue bib defender catches a silent signal, sweating under the intense pressure but confirming the play. Without missing a beat, he launches a desperate long pass straight down the pitch. Our boy is completely caught off guard, realizing there isn't a single teammate behind him to intercept. The ball sails beautifully over the midfield, completely bypassing his aggressive 2-man press. It arcs perfectly into the penalty box, landing right at the feet of an unmarked attacker. Winding up with terrifying momentum, the striker unleashes a massive volley toward the net. But luck is on the red team's side as the ball violently smashes against the crossbar. The blue squad groans in collective frustration, teasing their striker for blowing such a golden opportunity. Standing frozen on the pitch, our boy is left utterly speechless by the rapid counterattack. He finally realizes that these elite youth players possess terrifying physicality, speed, and flawless decision-making. Sweating bullets, our boy realizes that every single aspect of their game is a massive step above his own. But he knows that when you are backed into a corner with nothing to lose, you have to fight dirty. Staring down the pitch, he wonders how an underdog can possibly prove his worth against these absolute monsters. Throwing caution to the wind, he lets out a desperate roar and sprints after the ball like a madman. The blue squad doesn't even flinch, casually pinging the ball away with a sharp smack before he can reach it. Refusing to give up, he throws his body into a brutal press, slamming the defender with a heavy thud. Gritting his teeth in pure frustration, he curses their flawless coordination and his own inability to break through. No matter how hard he chases, the opponent's passing tempo is just way too fast for him to intercept. Panting heavily, he realizes the true terror of the national team lies in their perfectly drilled fundamental mechanics. He notes that a standard play requires 3 steps, starting with simply receiving the pass to secure possession. The second step is to scan the pitch and check your surroundings before making a move. Finally, the third step is executing the pass. But there is a terrifying catch to their rhythm. The blue squad is pinging the ball around with rapid smacks, completely overwhelming his desperate press. Gritting his teeth, our boy realizes these absolute monsters are skipping the second step entirely. They already have a flawless mental map of everyone's positions, allowing for blindingly fast one-touch passing. A wave of despair hits him as he admits his current physical specs cannot match their tempo. But refusing to just be a training cone, he pushes his burning legs and lunges forward anyway. Min-sung just smirks at the desperate press, mockingly asking if he ever gets tired of charging blindly. With a dull thud, the defender casually slips the ball past him, claiming sheer effort isn't enough. Another elite youth player effortlessly receives the ball, praising the flawless setup while leaving him dumbfounded. Suddenly, a teammate slides in with a sharp smack, cleanly intercepting the blue squad's relentless passing. It's the elite midfielder, Lee Jung-suk, who flashes a grin and praises our boy's relentless, stubborn grit. Panic instantly sets in among the blue defenders as they frantically scream at each other to fall back. Two massive opponents immediately swarm the rookie, determined to crush his momentum before he even gets started. Unfazed by the pressure, Jong-suk smirks and challenges the kid to prove he has more than just stamina. With a crisp thud, the veteran midfielder threads a perfect pass right into the heart of the defense. Our boy casually taps the ball to a dead stop, his spatial awareness already mapping out the pitch. A wicked smirk creeps across his face as he silently accepts the veteran's challenge to show his worth. Deciding it's time to melt their egos, he explodes forward, leaving the dumbfounded defenders eating his dust. He charges down the pitch in a rapid sprint, ready to show these prodigies what a real monster is. He marvels at the sheer perfection of the veteran's pass, realizing a genius midfielder truly is built differently. Suddenly, his predictive vision kicks into overdrive, projecting blinding pillars of light onto the pitch that leave him stunned. A fierce grin spreads across his face as he realizes the national team's spatial awareness is on another level. But there is a massive catch, as he notices all three optimal passing zones are way out of range. Refusing to waste the opportunity, our boy hits the gas, determined to close the distance before making his play. Just then, Min-sung cuts into his blind spot, smugly mocking the rookie for actually managing to push this far. With a sharp swish, the elite defender launches a vicious sliding tackle, taunting him to retreat before embarrassing himself. Panic briefly flashes in his eyes as he questions if his current dribbling skills are enough to break through. Surrounded by hostile defenders, a fleeting thought crosses his mind to just play it safe and pass the ball. But remembering his vow to prove his own worth, he completely scraps the safe route and prepares to risk everything. Deciding it's now or never to prove his worth, our boy charges forward and demands the defender move. Min-sung smugly claims he chose public humiliation, but our boy shoots back that the elite defender is going down. The two clash head-on in a tense standoff, their auras flaring as they fight for absolute control of the pitch. With a sharp tap of his cleats, the playmaker initiates his desperate gambit to break the impenetrable defense. He aggressively shifts his weight, making a lightning-fast dash to break through the right flank. But the A-class defender easily tracks the movement, scoffing at how utterly predictable the rookie's footwork is. Turns out, that right-side push was nothing but a clever feint to bait the arrogant veteran out of position. Pivoting hard, our boy instantly changes direction, launching a blistering breakthrough down the left side instead. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as he thinks he finally slipped past and prepares to cross the ball. Suddenly, a chilling shadow looms over him as Min-seung appears right behind his back, whispering that the fake was pathetic. Sweating bullets, our boy panics, realizing he can't even see which leg the defender will use to tackle. The A-class defender crouches like a predator with glowing red eyes, leaving the rookie desperately guessing how to dodge. Just as panic sets in, a strange red light suddenly flickers to life inside the playmaker's vision. To his absolute shock, a glowing red arrow materializes on the pitch right beneath the defender's feet. He quickly notices the ominous red energy is directly linked to the veteran's left leg and is charging up. With a sharp ping, the defender's foot strikes exactly where the glowing arrow predicted. The veteran effortlessly steals the ball away, leaving our boy completely outmaneuvered in a flash of movement. Flashing a smug grin, the defender playfully taunts him about how close he was to actually escaping. Dumbfounded, the rookie pieces it together, realizing that the red zone perfectly predicted the exact direction of the tackle. Pushing forward for round 2, the rookie dribbles again while the arrogant defender mockingly asks which leg he'll use next. The glowing red aura flares up again, instantly highlighting the arrogant defender's right leg. Following the ominous crimson trail, our boy realizes the incoming tackle is coming straight at him. Trusting his newly awakened predictive vision, he waits until the absolute last millisecond to react. With a swift tap, he effortlessly dodges the slide tackle by perfectly reading the exact path. The elite defender is left completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how the rookie read his movements. Flashing a cocky smirk of his own, the playmaker mocks the veteran's utterly predictable attack. Without missing a beat, he launches a flawless, glowing golden pass straight down the pitch. Thus the miraculous trajectory cuts right through the defense, landing perfectly at his sprinting teammate's feet. Grinning from ear to ear, the veteran midfielder praises the god-tier setup and prepares to strike. A thunderous shot instantly shatters the defense, slamming into the net before the keeper can react. The veteran midfielder is genuinely impressed by the rookie's insane, pitch-perfect vision. Even the opposing defenders are sweating bullets, forced to admit the new kid is an absolute monster. Watching from the sidelines, the head coach strokes his chin, instantly reminded of a legendary playmaker. A wicked smirk creeps across his face as he realizes this kid is dominating national-level veterans. While his teammates swarm him in a celebratory hug, the coach finally feels hope for the tournament. Suddenly, a heavy footstep crushes the grass as a furious voice barks out to him. Our boy blinks in confusion, turning around to see who just interrupted their victory lap. Standing right behind him is the humiliated A-class defender, his face completely shadowed by pure rage. Pushed past his breaking point, the elite fullback's eyes glow with a terrifying, fiery bloodlust. Emitting a suffocating aura, the furious veteran steps forward, making it crystal clear that playtime is over. Glaring with murderous intent, the elite defender mutters the name of the ultimate dream teammate under his breath. Seeing that unhinged look in his eyes, our boy immediately flashes back to a brutal team brawl. He braces himself for the worst as the towering fullback steps aggressively into his personal space. With their faces inches apart, the rookie sweats bullets, absolutely certain this guy is about to throw hands. But instead of a punch, the fiery aura in the veteran's eyes suddenly fizzles out with a sigh. A loud smack echoes through the air as the defender suddenly grabs his hand in a firm grip. Flashing a surprisingly bright smile, the veteran loudly declares that he officially acknowledges the rookie's skills. Completely dumbfounded by this massive mood swing, our boy just stares blankly in pure confusion. The defender happily explains that no one has ever shattered his ironclad defense on their first try. Still utterly bewildered, the playmaker awkwardly accepts the praise as his new rival cheerfully waves goodbye. The ball rolls to a gentle stop right at the tall defender's feet. One of his teammates waves him down from across the pitch, demanding a quick pass. A wicked, almost chaotic grin spreads across the veteran's face as he locks onto his target. With a fierce burst of energy, he absolutely launches the ball forward, promising a perfect delivery. But instead of a pass, the sphere violently smashes directly into his own teammate's face. As the burly player collapses with a heavy thud, our boy nervously asks if that was intentional. Flashing a smug smirk, the defender casually admits he just refuses to acknowledge that guy's skills. Sweating bullets, the rookie quickly realizes his new rival is an absolute, unhinged psycho. Despite the madness, the second half flows perfectly, as his earlier god-tier assist finally earns his squad's trust. Relying on his predictive vision, the playmaker effortlessly dances around the psycho's relentless sliding tackles. Pushed to his absolute limit, the psycho defender finally snaps and screams that he acknowledges the rookie's skills. Capitalizing on the hype, our boy launches another flawless golden pass to secure a second miraculous assist. With the brutal scrimmage finally in the rearview mirror, the battered squad heads out on the team bus. The adrenaline instantly fades, leaving the young playmaker groaning in sheer, muscle-tearing agony. Slumped in his seat, he realizes his trash-tier stamina has left his entire body completely paralyzed. Pure panic sets in as he remembers this was only day one, wondering how he'll survive the week. But when he glances over, he's totally dumbfounded to see the veteran players casually scrolling on their phones. Not a single drop of sweat is visible on their faces, making him question if they're even human. An elite veteran just chuckles at his misery, easily seeing through his weak attempt to play it cool. The senior player warmly reassures him, praising our boy for earning the squad's respect right out the gate. He realizes it took him 2 grueling days just to prove he wasn't dead weight on the pitch. The sheer gap in talent leaves him dumbfounded, wondering if this guy actually outclasses his old star striker. The elite striker just laughs off the praise, playfully telling our boy to drop dead around his lollipop. Thanking his teammate for the rare compliment, the exhausted rookie slides down his seat to finally catch some sleep. Closing his heavy eyes, he lets out a deep sigh, still wrapping his head around actually earning their respect. He knows he only survived thanks to his new visual ability, recalling how the red zone exposed the defender. The glowing aura practically spoon-fed him the enemy's exact tackle direction and which leg was coming for his ankles. It even mapped out the precise timing of the strike, turning a lethal slide tackle into a predictable joke. Staring blankly ahead, he tries to figure out what actually triggered this sudden evolution in his predictive vision. Then it clicks, realizing that if his golden vision highlights pure opportunity, this new red zone feeds entirely on raw hostility. Looking out the window, he figures the red zone perfectly matches a defender's killing intent, but the golden zone remains a total mystery. Staring at his reflection, our boy questions just how many more colors his evolving eyes might unlock and what actually triggered them. Closing his heavy eyelids, he decides not to stress over it, resolving to unravel these system secrets one step at a time. As the team bus cruises down the highway into the sunset, he finally lets the exhaustion take over and drifts off. Fast forward a bit, and the brutal reality of the U-17 camp hits him like a truck as the training coach screams at them to move. The relentless drills push everyone to their absolute limits, with the coach barking at Eugene to sprint even faster through the agility ladder. The second the whistle blows for a 10-minute break, our boy instantly collapses onto the turf, silently begging for the sweet release of death. Gasping for air on the grass, he reflects on the sheer hell he has endured over the past 3 weeks since officially joining the squad. Watching his teammates continue their grueling sprints, he realizes the brutal training has actually forged some solid bonds between him and the other prodigies. Slumping against him in total exhaustion, the elite midfielder Lee Jung-suk groans that he is completely wiped out, proving even the best are feeling the burn. Looking at Lee Jung-suk, our boy acknowledges him as the nation's top midfielder destined for the big leagues. Their break is interrupted when Moon Jong-won slides over, offering some much-needed hydration to the exhausted crew. He playfully demands the next god-tier pass in exchange, making our boy jokingly reject the obvious bribe. Sipping the drink, our protagonist can hardly believe this goofy guy becomes the K-League's most lethal future striker. Suddenly, Yang Ju-chan crashes the party with Kim Min-sung, boldly declaring a monopoly on all future passes. Annoyed, our boy asks why they are harassing him instead of resting, but the duo just shrugs. Squatting down to pop a candy, Ju-chan casually asks if the crew has packed their bags yet. Completely dumbfounded, our playmaker just stares blankly, having absolutely no idea what luggage he is talking about. Ju-chan clarifies they need to pack for the upcoming Sendai Cup, leaving our boy utterly stunned. Rubbing his chin, the reality sinks in that they are shipping out for the tournament in just 2 days. The Sendai Cup is a 4-nation youth-friendly featuring heavyweights like Brazil, France, and Japan. He remembers that in his original timeline, Korea suffered brutal defeats against everyone except Japan. Despite its friendly status, our boy knows this tournament is absolute life or death for his career. His performance here is the ultimate deciding factor for securing a spot in the official U-17 World Cup. He vividly recalls how his old captain, Sun Hyung-min, used this exact stage to skyrocket to global stardom. Gripping the turf with absolute resolve, he vows to leave an undeniable mark on the pitch. There is no room for failure if he wants to conquer the Sendai Cup and change his destiny. 2 days later, the squad touches down in Japan, and our playmaker takes in the fresh overseas air. The sprawling city of Sendai greets them, completely shifting the atmosphere from their grueling training camp. While a teammate geeks out over being abroad, Ju-chan casually asks our boy about their free time. Instead of relaxing, one bespectacled teammate starts nerding out over the local candy market, leaving our boy dumbfounded. Ditching the candy fanatic, he spots Lee Jong-suk and asks what his plans are for the day. Hearing that his buddy is hunting down authentic local ramen, our playmaker eagerly invites himself along. They soon track down a traditional ramen joint and settle in for a well-deserved feast. Starving from the trip, our boy absolutely demolishes his bowl in record time with loud slurps. He slams the empty bowl down with a satisfied sigh, praising the god-tier meal. Wiping his mouth, he casually drops the bomb that he left his wallet back at the hotel. Jung-suk instantly pales, nervously admitting he only brought a measly 200 yen with him. A massive, intimidating chef looms over them, demanding to know if these broke kids can actually pay. Before our sweating protagonist can even stutter an excuse, something suddenly bounces right off his head. Turns out the projectile was a stray soccer ball, now being effortlessly juggled by a random stranger. A local street footballer is putting on a flashy clinic, humiliating anyone who tries to steal his possession. The cocky freestyler smirks, openly challenging the crowd with a promise to multiply their bet tenfold. Hearing those magic words, our boy's eyes instantly light up with desperate hope. Realizing this is their only ticket out of dishwashing duty, he steps right up to the smug host. Slapping down their pathetic remaining 200 yen, he eagerly declares that the two of them are in. The crowd quickly forms a tight ring around them as the impromptu 2-on-1 street match begins. The host smugly explains the rules in Japanese, giving them just 30 seconds to snatch the ball away. Dropping into a low stance, our playmaker flawlessly translates the conditions for a completely dumbfounded Jung-suk. He nervously chuckles, silently thanking his dad's old trading company job for his surprisingly clutch bilingual skills. The cocky host spins the ball in his hand, casually asking which of them wants to go first. Not wasting a single second, our playmaker plants his foot firmly on the concrete with a sharp thud. Cracking his knuckles, he steps right past his teammate and confidently volunteers to take the lead. The two face off in the center of the crowd, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. With a wicked grin, the freestyler officially starts the brutal 30-second countdown. But instead of playing keep away, the host instantly explodes forward, charging directly at our boy. Completely caught off guard, the playmaker assumes this reckless rush is just a blatant provocation. Yet, as the host sprints past him, the ball is left completely abandoned on the pavement. Our boy is utterly dumbfounded, staring in shock at the stationary ball and wondering what just happened. The freestyler just bursts out laughing, casually resting his foot back on the ball to mock his tense posture. The crowd erupts into laughter, leaving our boy completely flustered by the humiliating fake-out. Shaking off the embarrassment, the playmaker decides to take the initiative and explodes forward with a desperate dash. The street hustler just smirks, thrilled that his opponent is finally showing some real aggression. Clashing head-on, the freestyler dares him to take it, while our boy furiously demands his ramen money back. With lightning-fast footwork, the host lightly taps the ball just out of reach. As the playmaker lunges in, the street baller effortlessly drags the ball back with a slick swish. He continues to slide the ball around, treating the desperate high schooler like a complete amateur. Our boy tries to force his way in, slamming into the hustler's back with a heavy thud. But the freestyler easily absorbs the impact, whacking him aside while keeping perfect control. Little does he know, the playmaker's predictive vision just kicked in, and he already knows the next move. Their sneakers violently clash over the ball in a desperate struggle for dominance. But the street hustler effortlessly flicks the ball right past our boy's frantic defense. Dumbfounded, the playmaker turns around, completely baffled by how the ball slipped behind him so easily. He scrambles to recover, but the freestyler brutally pins the ball down, mocking his sluggish reaction. Before he can try another tackle, the digital timer blares out with a sharp beep. The 30 seconds are officially up, leaving the smug street baller in absolute control. Sweating and utterly defeated, our boy realizes his time ran out before he could even make a dent. The hustler cheerfully dismisses him, thanking him for the easy win, while calling for the next victim. Walking back to the crowd, the exhausted playmaker warns his stranded teammate that this guy is no joke, but his buddy just stretches with a confident smirk, claiming he has already figured out all the hustler's tricks. The confident midfielder steps up to the plate, ready to face off against the cocky street hustler. With a smug grin, the freestyler officially announces the start of their 30-second showdown. The timer starts, and the hustler instantly bursts forward with the ball in a sudden dash. Dribbling with ease, the street baller internally debates exactly how he wants to humiliate his new opponent. He contemplates throwing out a sharp left fake to completely break the midfielder's ankles, or maybe a quick feint to the right to throw our boy totally off balance. But as he considers driving straight through, he notices the midfielder staring him down with dead eyes. The hustler suddenly slams on the brakes with a sharp screech, his instinct screaming that something is wrong. A cold sweat drips down his face as he questions why he feels so cornered while holding the ball. Staring into the midfielder's terrifying web of pressure, the freestyler realizes he is the actual prey here. Shaking off the dread, the hustler smirks, finding his opponent's terrifying aura genuinely amusing. Deciding to settle who the real predator is, he firmly plants his foot on the ball. He unleashes a blinding flurry of footwork, determined to prove he isn't the one being hunted. Watching from the sidelines, our boy is completely dumbfounded by the sheer speed of the freestyler's movements. Even the onlookers quickly realize this guy is way above some trash-tier amateur level. Unfazed, the midfielder just stares him down, silently daring the hustler to make a real move. Frustrated by the sheer disrespect, the street baller vows to force an opening by any means necessary. He sharply drags the ball back, applying a heavy backspin to set up his signature trick. Using the sudden momentum, he smoothly pops the ball right onto his instep with perfect control. With a swift flick, he launches the ball backward, aiming to completely bypass the midfielder's ironclad defense. The hustler thinks he has the perfect setup, using the initial flick as a clever feint. He suddenly twists his body, striking the ball in the complete opposite direction to break through. A smug grin spreads across his face, absolutely certain he just secured the bag. But the midfielder's spatial awareness is like a giant spider web, instantly trapping the ball with a heavy thud. The street baller freezes in cold sweat, completely dumbfounded that his ultimate trick was effortlessly blocked. Without missing a beat, the tactical genius snatches possession and easily blows right past him. Watching from the sidelines, our boy is genuinely amazed by his teammates' ironclad defensive read. The two rookies celebrate the clean steal with a hyped high five, thrilled their ramen money is safe. Suddenly, the defeated freestyler walks up behind them, praising the playmaker's incredibly sharp eyes. Conceding his loss with a respectful smile, the hustler finally hands over the 1,000 yen prize. Our boy happily calculates that the 1,000 yen perfectly covers 2 bowls of piping hot ramen. The broke duo respectfully bows to the hustler, thanking him for the surprisingly intense warm-up match. As the two rookies stroll toward the restaurant, the defeated freestyler silently watches them leave. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when a familiar voice asks why he is slacking off before opening day. A tall, long-haired teammate approaches, complaining that their coach is throwing an absolute fit looking for him. The street baller nervously asks how much he saw, cringing when his teammate admits watching the entire humiliating loss. Staring with a deadpan expression, the newcomer bluntly tells him to hide his embarrassment better next time. Instead of getting defensive, the hustler just lets out a confident, knowing smirk, He pulls up his pant leg with a heavy thud, revealing the massive sandbags he used to handicap himself. Packing up his gear, the weighted prodigy casually asks who they are crushing in tomorrow's tournament opener. Zipping his bag with a sharp zip, the hustler agrees that there is no need to stress. Walking away with his long-haired teammate, Sato Ren casually declares that Japan will easily take the championship. A cocky smirk spreads across the Japanese midfielder's face as he anticipates the upcoming bloodbath. The very next morning, the massive stadium shines brightly for the opening day of the Sendai Cup. Tensions instantly skyrocket as the South Korean squad lines up face-to-face against the powerhouse Brazilian team. Our time-traveling prodigy remembers their past brutal defeat to Brazil, but feels completely confident this time around. He vows to rewrite history, fully planning to dominate the field alongside his star teammate Song Eugene. The referee's whistle blows, officially kicking off the highly anticipated clash between the two international giants. But instead of dominating the pitch, our boy is left completely dumbfounded, rotting away on the bench. Biting his nail in pure panic, he realizes the coach actually excluded Eugene from the starting lineup. Just an hour before the brutal clash with Brazil, the tension around the stadium reaches a boiling point. Outside the Korean locker room, the atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a knife. Inside, one of the desperate forwards is literally on his knees, begging Eugene for a chance to shine. Our boy watches the pathetic display in absolute horror, completely dumbfounded by his teammates' lack of pride. The striker whines about wanting glory, but our boy bluntly reminds him that begging won't fix his trash-tier finishing. Suddenly, the head coach storms in, instantly killing the noise to announce the starting 11. The room falls dead silent, the only sound being the heavy thud and creak of the marker. The coach steps back to reveal the final tactical formation, setting the stage for the impending war. But before he can even explain the strategy, Ju-chan raises his hand in pure confusion. He points out the massive, glaring hole in their offense. Their undisputed ace has been entirely benched. The head coach keeps his eyes shut tight and confirms the unthinkable, stating their star is out. A heavy silence drops over the locker room as the starting lineup crushes the team's morale. Our boy is completely blindsided, racking his brain over why his flawless training landed him on the bench. Suddenly, his predictive vision flares up, catching a familiar, flickering golden aura in his peripheral. He looks up to see the head coach practically radiating that same golden light of pure opportunity. Realizing the coach is saving him as a secret weapon, he watches the brutal match from the sidelines. He sits on the bench, vibrating with anticipation, just waiting for the old man to call his number. But his patience wears dangerously thin as the stadium clock ticks relentlessly past the 65th minute. A deafening roar from the crowd suddenly snaps his attention back, draining the color from his face. The Brazilian squad just completely shattered their defense, burying a devastating goal into the back of the net. The Brazilian scorer flashes a cocky grin, openly mocking the Korean defense as absolute child's play. Their star winger stretches his face in a taunting sneer, laughing at how pathetic the opposition is. Despite the crushing opening goal, the South Korean squad kicks off again, with desperate fire in their eyes. The stadium erupts into deafening cheers, as the underdogs hold their ground against the overwhelming tournament favorites. With only a single-point deficit, the broadcasting crew captures every tense second of the grueling uphill battle. The commentators scream into their mics, hyped that the Korean boys are refusing to roll over and die. Pushing the counterattack, Go Min-chang charges down the pitch, cleats tearing through the grass with sheer determination. He spots an opening and fires a crisp pass straight to Lee Jung-suk to keep the momentum alive. But before Jung-suk can even trap it, a Brazilian defender slides in like a phantom, stealing possession. Completely dumbfounded by their terrifying speed, Jung-suk screams for his backline to brace for a lethal counterattack. The Brazilian midfielder just smirks, taunting that their reaction time is way too slow. Before the Korean squad can even blink, another defender slides in and effortlessly steals the ball. The blonde winger laughs in their faces, mocking our boys for being painfully sluggish. Watching from the bench, our boy is completely sweating bullets at their terrifyingly short passing gaps. The Korean squad's tempo was already fast, but the Brazilians are moving at an entirely god-tier speed. Desperate to find a weakness, he racks his brain trying to figure out the exact difference in their playstyles. He remembers how his elite teammate dominated the midfield by purely observing the enemy's movements. Like a spider in a web, Jung-suk would analyze the data and perfectly trap his opponents. Hoping to replicate that genius, the rookie clasps his hands and focuses all his energy on reading the pitch. But his makeshift spiderweb instantly snaps, leaving him completely dumbfounded, because he cannot read their chaotic passes at all. Giving up on copying others, our boy decides to just stick to feeding passes into his predictive golden zone. But the moment that thought crosses his mind, a sudden realization hits him like a truck. His unique vision highlights the ball's future trajectory, letting him move a full tempo ahead of everyone else. His eyes widen in horror as a terrifying theory forms in his head about these Brazilian monsters. What if these absolute beasts can also instinctively see the exact same predictive pathways on the pitch? Staring intensely from the bench, he realizes they aren't just passing blindly into the chaos. Through sheer experience and insane effort, they've practically developed their own version of his golden zone. They are constantly shifting into the most optimal positions before the ball is even kicked. That flawless spatial awareness is exactly how they maintain such a suffocating, god-tier match tempo. Imagining himself trapped in their relentless passing web, a cold sweat washes over the benched playmaker. He realizes with sickening dread that starting this match would have rendered him completely useless against their tempo. Glancing at the head coach, our boy wonders if the old man benched him specifically to spare him, but seeing the coach's dumbfounded expression, he realizes even the staff didn't expect this absolute slaughter. The stadium erupts as the Brazilian prodigies effortlessly tear through the Korean defense to sink another brutal goal. Watching the play unfold, our benched playmaker zeroes in on the terrifying synergy between Brazil's star duo. It is a flawless tactical dance, with the winger curving perfectly into the defense's blind spot. Without even glancing back, the striker feeds the ball right into his teammate's path like they share a mind. They chain together a suffocating tiki-taka rhythm that leaves the Korean defenders completely helpless and chasing ghosts. With a thunderous strike, the Brazilian forward launches a merciless shot right past the scrambling keeper. The ball slams into the back of the net, cementing Brazil's absolute, terrifying control over the pitch. The Brazilian squad celebrates their absolute dominance while the stadium goes wild. Watching from the sidelines, our benched playmaker realizes their offense revolves entirely around two-star players. The desperate coach finally snaps, barking out our boy's name to get his attention. He locks eyes with the rookie and orders him to gear up immediately. Calling for an emergency substitution, the coach pulls our benched prodigy up to the pitch. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he realizes his moment has finally arrived. Up in the booth, the commentators sigh at the one-sided slaughter, doubting any Korean comeback. But their pity party is cut short by a sudden click in their earpieces. Straightening up, they quickly announce that South Korea is making a desperate tactical substitution. Glancing at the roster in disbelief, the caster notes they are sending in a complete rookie. Stepping onto the pitch, our boy's cleats dig into the grass as he finally enters the fray. The stadium announcer calls out his name, officially marking the rookie's highly anticipated debut. His exhausted teammate manages a strained smile, playfully scolding the prodigy for taking so long to show up. Flashing a wicked smirk, our boy casually jokes that arriving late just means he gets to run even faster. He tells the squad to keep up as he sprints past them, injecting a sudden burst of energy. Meanwhile, the Brazilian squad is busy celebrating their flawless passing and absolute dominance over the match. Staring at the scoreboard, the Korean striker realizes they are already down by 2 brutal goals. His heart pounds in his chest as he questions if the world-class skill gap is truly this massive. Refusing to roll over, he claps his hands loudly, desperately trying to rally his squad for a comeback. But his words fall on deaf ears, as the rest of the team stands completely paralyzed by despair. Seeing his squad completely paralyzed by despair, the striker curses under his breath at their shattered mentality. But right on cue, the stadium echoes with a substitution announcement as our boy finally steps onto the pitch. His exhausted teammate manages a strained smile, playfully scolding the prodigy for taking so long to show up. Flashing a confident smirk, the rookie simply tells the squad to keep up as he sprints past them. The moment the ball is launched high into the air, the entire atmosphere of the match instantly shifts. Roaring with sudden energy, their physical tank charges forward, completely bulldozing through the Brazilian defense. A flawless pass cuts across the field, landing perfectly at the feet of their elite tactical midfielder. A Brazilian defender immediately rushes in to shut him down, confident he can easily steal the possession. But the midfielder's eyes sharpen with cold focus, his brain already calculating the enemy's exact movements. Left completely in the dust, the Brazilian is dumbfounded, wondering how this dead team suddenly resurrected. The tactical midfielder immediately fires off a pass, desperately urging his teammate to take the opening. The ball lands perfectly at the feet of Korea's ultimate dream teammate as he pushes forward. Up in the booth, the commentators openly admit they have zero intel on this mysterious rookie, but they are absolutely buzzing to see what kind of chaos he can unleash on the pitch. Meanwhile, Brazil's blonde winger realizes our boy isn't just some trash-tier bench warmer. Deciding to test the waters, the winger aggressively intercepts the pass with a heavy thud. The playmaker breaks into a cold sweat, instantly realizing how fatal this mistake truly is. With a sharp kick, Brazil launches a brutal counterattack, forcing the Korean squad into a desperate retreat. The blonde winger's eyes lock onto his target, his mind calculating the fastest route to the goal. He charges down the field, completely unfazed by the two defenders standing in his way. Letting out a fierce battle cry, the Brazilian winger pushes his explosive speed to the absolute limit. He blazes down the pitch, leaving the desperate Korean defenders scrambling in his wake. Our boy breaks into a cold sweat, realizing they only have 3 defenders left to survive this. To make matters worse, 2 more world-class Brazilian attackers are rapidly closing in from behind. Knowing he has to kill the momentum, the rookie signals Kim Min-sung to trap the winger. The Brazilian just smirks and mocks their defense, which only pisses the Korean duo off more. Refusing to be disrespected, Min-sung recklessly charges in first to force a quick turnover. But the winger anticipates this, casually flicking the ball over Min-sung's foot with a light tap. The ball launches high into the sky, completely bypassing the aggressive tackle. Watching the ball hang in the air, our playmaker instantly recognizes this as his golden opportunity. Min-sung immediately pivots on his heel, desperate to recover the lobbed ball before it hits the turf. Our boy and his teammate sprint alongside the Brazilian winger, confident they can reach the drop zone first. But the arrogant attacker just flashes a wicked, mocking grin. Before they can even react, the winger brutally volleys the ball right over their heads with a loud bam. Our playmaker is left completely dumbfounded, realizing the enemy just pulled off a humiliating double sombrero flick. The Brazilian blows past them in a burst of speed, laughing that our rookie is absolutely nothing special. Gritting his teeth in pure frustration, our boy desperately yells at his teammate to keep chasing him down. But the winger isn't even trying to score himself. Knowing he already wasted enough of their time, he smirks, realizing that while he was baiting the defense, his world-class teammates had perfectly positioned themselves. With a light tap, he casually feeds the ball forward, ready to completely dismantle the remaining Korean defenders. Refusing to back down, Eugene aggressively charges forward to lock down their key playmaker. But the Brazilians are simply too fast, instantly linking a sharp pass to Eziel with a loud bang. Our rookie's eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes exactly what they are setting up. The enemy squad flawlessly executes their signature 3-man triangle formation, completely trapping the Korean defenders. Up in the booth, the commentator notes that the Brazilians are perfectly set up for a lethal strike. Eziel just flashes a cocky smirk, knowing that once their trap is set, the game is already over. He boasts internally that their rapid tiki-taka passing is virtually impossible to stop without high-level prediction skills. If a defender blindly commits to a short pass, they instantly launch the ball across the pitch instead. It's a terrifying tactic known as the Bermuda Triangle, making the ball seemingly vanish into thin air. Daring our boys to stop them, the attacker winds up and fires off another blistering pass with a thwack. The ball rockets across the pitch straight toward their top scorer, Dudu, who is perfectly positioned. The Brazilian striker flashes a cocky grin, already tasting his glorious hat trick. But out of nowhere, our boy slides in with a sharp swoosh, cleanly stealing the ball. The Brazilian forward is left completely dumbfounded, wondering how a mere rookie predicted their flawless passing. Our boy just smirks, boasting internally that he has completely dismantled their entire playstyle. He realizes their terrifying triangle formation is the exact same pattern he analyzed earlier. While riding the bench, he had carefully studied their movements alongside the coaching staff. He noticed that despite the flashy passes, the final strike always goes to Dudu. With his elite observation skills, he mocks them for thinking he would fall for the same trick. With a heavy thud, he violently clears the ball, completely shattering the enemy's unstoppable counterattack. The ball rockets across the pitch in a blinding flash, leaving the Brazilian squad completely frozen. What looked like a desperate clearance is actually a perfectly calculated long pass from our boy. The Brazilian defenders break into a cold sweat as they realize exactly where the ball is heading. It lands flawlessly at the feet of Korea's ace striker, Son Heung-min. Gasping for air, our rookie watches his teammate trap the ball with absolute precision. Pushing past his limits, he screams at the top of his lungs for his striker to run. With a sharp dash, Heung-min explodes forward, instantly blowing past the last line of defense. The commentators are left stuttering in absolute shock, realizing the entire Brazilian half is completely wide open. The stadium erupts as Brazil realizes they have walked straight into a devastating counterattack. Knowing this is their golden chance to score, our boy desperately sprints up the field to support. Heung-min doesn't waste a single second, exploding down the pitch and leaving the Brazilian defenders eating his dust. The commentators completely lose their minds, screaming that this is Korea's ultimate chance to turn the tides. It is a textbook counterattack, with the star striker tearing through the completely shattered Brazilian formation. Closing the distance in a flash, he finds himself in a dead-even showdown against the enemy goalkeeper. Channeling every ounce of his explosive power, He winds up and unleashes a devastating strike toward the net. But the Brazilian keeper pulls off a miraculous diving save, deflecting the ball away with a sharp thud. Refusing to let the play die, the starting winger Min Seok-jun desperately rushes in to secure the loose rebound. He manages to trap it, but panic instantly sets in, as he realizes he has absolutely no passing options. The pressure crushes his nerves, leaving him completely frozen as the enemy defense rapidly closes in around him. Just as all hope seems lost, Song Eugene violently charges through the front line, demanding the ball at full speed. Snapping out of his panic, the winger quickly taps the loose ball back to the charging midfielder. Eugene's eyes glow with a fierce yellow aura as he visualizes the perfect setup for their first goal. Channeling his terrifying field mastery, he launches a massive golden pass that completely shatters the enemy's defensive line. Waiting exactly where the ball lands, the star striker flashes a beastly grin, silently praising the flawless delivery. Without missing a single beat, Hyungmin pivots and unleashes an explosive mid-air volley with terrifying power. The Brazilian keeper desperately launches himself across the goal box, determined to shut down the strike. Pushing his reflexes to the absolute limit, the goalie stretches his hand out in a frantic block. But the sheer velocity of the shot is too much, slipping right past his outstretched fingertips. With a thunderous impact, the ball slams into the back of the net, finally putting Korea on the board. The entire stadium falls dead silent as the Brazilian fans stare in absolute disbelief at the goal. The broadcasting booth erupts into absolute chaos as the commentators scream their lungs out in pure disbelief. Watching his master plan unfold perfectly, our boy just flashes a knowing, confident smirk. Landing back on the turf, the star striker is momentarily dumbfounded by what he just pulled off. But that shock instantly morphs into pure adrenaline as he roars in triumph, while his teammates swarm him. He completely shattered the defenses of the world's #1 youth team, proving his absolute dominance. Up in the stands, the casters are losing their minds over the striker's god-tier positioning. However, the lead analyst quickly points out that this miracle goal was entirely orchestrated by the rookie's flawless pass. A chilling realization hits the booth as they recognize the birth of a truly terrifying new duo. Rushing over to celebrate, the rookie wraps an arm around his striker, cementing their unstoppable partnership. Meanwhile, the Brazilian coaching staff can only watch in stunned silence as their perfect game crumbles. The Brazilian head coach quickly regains his composure, refusing to let this momentum shift ruin their guaranteed victory. Checking his watch as the minutes tick down, he debates subbing in a fresh player to lock down the pitch. Down on the field, the Korean squad is fired up, screaming as they launch into a desperate, all-out press. But the Brazilians aren't world champions for nothing, easily tapping the ball away from the incoming defenders. Even with the Korean midfielders aggressively closing the gap, the opposing team remains completely unfazed. They effortlessly ping the ball across the pitch, playing a frustrating game of keep-away to kill the momentum. Our boy watches the play unfold, cursing under his breath as he realizes exactly what these cowards are doing. He realizes they have completely abandoned their aggressive attacks, just to blatantly pass the ball around their backline. With only 10 minutes left and still down a goal, the Brazilians are trying to stall out the match. Gritting their teeth in pure frustration, the Korean squad refuses to let them run down the timer without a fight. Refusing to back down, our boy sprints like a madman, vowing to hound them until the final whistle. The Brazilian defender easily taps the ball away, trying to keep their frustrating game of keep-away alive. Pushing his body to the absolute limit, our boy fiercely declares that they can never stop his momentum. He screams at the top of his lungs, launching himself across the turf to shatter their defensive line. Annoyed by the relentless pressure, the defender quickly boots the ball away to escape the suffocating press. The pass sails across the pitch toward the Brazilian's blonde ace, who silently watches the chaotic scramble unfold. Deep down, the ace is completely disgusted, hating that his world-class squad is resorting to such cowardly tactics. His pride is still bruised, flashing back to when the rookie humiliated him with a flawless sliding interception. Gritting his teeth, he realizes he absolutely cannot let the match end without getting his much-needed revenge. But before he can even process his next move, a deafening roar from the stadium suddenly shatters his focus. The commentators completely lose their minds, as the relentless Korean press shatters the enemy's defensive line. Capitalizing on the absolute chaos, our boy intercepts the panicked clearance and charges down the pitch. Pushing past his absolute limits, he roars that his stamina isn't running out anytime soon. He drives the ball deep into enemy territory, forcing the terrified Brazilian defenders to scramble back. Absolute panic sets in as the opposing squad screams at their backline to stop his reckless advance. Desperate to shut him down, a defender throws himself into a brutal sliding tackle. A second defender instantly follows up, trying to crush the rookie in a vicious pincer movement. But our boy just flashes a wicked smirk. his eye glowing crimson as he reads their intentions. With his predictive vision in overdrive, he effortlessly dances past their desperate tackles like they're standing still. The elite defenders are left completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a supposed underdog just humiliated them. Spotting a golden opening in the defense, he decides it is way too early for the Brazilians to relax. He winds up and unleashes a blindingly fast strike right through the chaotic scramble of defenders. The ball tears across the pitch like a golden meteor, carrying the heavy weight of their counterattack. Hyung-min curses under his breath, realizing in a panic that he completely missed the optimal receiving zone. But another teammate crashes into the box with a desperate roar, throwing his entire body into a wild volley. The Brazilian keeper immediately launches himself across the goal line, fully prepared to shut down the sudden strike. Our boy already knew the shot would be blocked, keeping his eyes locked on the unfolding chaos. Channeling the instincts of his legendary former teammate, Eugene, he forces his mind into absolute overdrive. His predictive vision weaves a mental web, instantly calculating the ball's velocity and the exact angle of deflection. Just as predicted, the keeper's heavy glove swats the ball away, sending it flying right into his deadly trap. Our boy sprints toward the exact spot he predicted, ready to finish the job. But his heart sinks as he realizes the deflection is way too high and heading out of bounds. With the clock ticking past the 84th minute, he knows they are completely out of time. Sweating bullets, he grits his teeth and makes a split-second, reckless decision. Planting his foot hard into the turf, he prepares to risk it all on one crazy maneuver. Launching his body backward into the sky, he executes a flawless, gravity-defying bicycle kick. He pours every ounce of his remaining strength into the strike, determined to score no matter what. The ball rockets toward the net like a laser, leaving the announcers screaming about Song Yoo-jun's signature move. The Brazilian keeper can only watch helplessly as the shot tears right through his defenses for a miracle goal. Up in the stands, both the Korean and Brazilian coaches are left completely dumbfounded by the impossible play. The Korean fans in the stands are absolutely stunned, unable to process what they just witnessed. The ball slams into the back of the net with a satisfying thud, sealing the impossible. Brazil's elite keeper is left sprawled on the turf, completely crushed by the unstoppable strike. Our boy collapses onto the grass, his chest heaving as the stadium erupts into deafening cheers. Hearing the announcers scream his name as the equalizer hero, the reality of the moment finally hits him. He remembers his trash-tier past, losing his vision and his dreams before his fatal accident. Clenching his fist, he realizes he just scored in his debut match against the world's strongest team. Overcome with pure emotion, he lets out a triumphant roar as his squad sprints over to mob him. One of his teammates is completely mind-blown, demanding to know when he mastered such a god-tier shot. Even his former rivals can only smile, fully acknowledging that his newfound skills are the absolute real deal. Kneeling on the turf, our boy realizes they only need one more goal to pull off an absolute miracle. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he visualizes crushing the world's strongest team. Meanwhile, the Brazilian squad is left completely frozen on the pitch, unable to process the sudden equalizer. Panic starts creeping into their ranks as the defenders seriously wonder if they are actually going to lose. Disgusted by their sudden lack of spine, their blonde ace steps up and calls their fear pathetic. Grabbing his jersey, he furiously reminds them that they are Brazil, and football runs in their very blood. He demands they stop cowering, insisting that cowardly stalling for time is completely beneath their world-class status. His fiery speech reignites their pride, pushing the team to keep moving and show their true, overwhelming power. He barks one final order to crush the Korean squad, but his train of thought is suddenly interrupted. Shaking off their despair, the entire Brazilian roster locks in with a renewed and lethal focus. The Brazilian squad's eyes sharpen, their previous panic completely melting away into cold determination. Seeing their fighting spirit return, the blonde ace smirks and praises his teammates for finally waking up. Leading the furious charge, he rallies his squad to remind everyone why they are the undisputed kings. With barely 5 minutes left on the clock, the tension on the pitch reaches an absolute boiling point. The Brazilians immediately launch a terrifying offensive, tearing down the field with explosive speed. The Korean defenders fiercely clash against them, sparking a brutal physical war for dominance. It turns into an absolute bloodbath in the midfield, with neither side willing to surrender a single inch. The blonde ace tries to break through, but our boy sticks to him like glue to shut him down. Gritting his teeth, the exhausted rookie realizes just how terrifyingly resilient this world-class roster really is. Proving they have zero intention of losing, a Brazilian defender ruthlessly steals the ball right back. The ball is instantly sent flying forward with a crisp thud. It lands perfectly at the feet of Eziel, who flashes a wicked grin as he charges. Our boy frantically screams at his defensive line to shut the attacker down before it is too late. But the Brazilians unleash their terrifying signature formation, trapping the midfield in a relentless Bermuda Triangle. The Korean defenders fiercely step up, vowing to crush the advance right then and there. However, the South American squad effortlessly strings together a rapid sequence of pinpoint passes. They shift the ball with blinding speed, making the defenders look like absolute amateurs. Every desperate tackle hits nothing but empty air as the ball zips around them. With one final flick, they completely shatter the Korean defensive line, leaving them entirely in the dust. The blonde ace breaks through the gap, spearheading their phenomenal tiki-taka play with explosive momentum. The blonde ace spots an opening and calls out to his teammate to push the advance. His forward dashes into the perfect striking position, ready to receive the final pass. But the Brazilian captain suddenly freezes as he realizes his flawless passing lane is completely blocked. Our boy slides in out of nowhere, fiercely declaring that he will not let them score. Staring down the rookie, the ace is completely dumbfounded by his insane spatial awareness. He knows the smartest play is to just ignore this defender and pass the ball. However, his massive ego absolutely refuses to back down from a direct challenge. As our boy lunges in for a desperate sliding tackle, the ace keeps the ball close. Refusing to be outdone, the Brazilian star roars his defiance while our boy dares him to attack. Throwing logic out the window, the arrogant ace decides to crush the rookie head-on. The rookie steals his resolve, knowing that if the ace gets past him, the match is over. As the Brazilian charges forward, our boy frantically tries to predict his next angle of attack. Pushing his vision to the absolute limit, he hyper-focuses on the ball to track every micro-movement. The arrogant ace suddenly shifts his weight, initiating a lightning-fast dribble with a heavy step. Spotting a twitch in his opponent's muscles, the rookie assumes he's breaking through to the right. But a split second later, his eyes widen in sheer panic as he realizes his fatal mistake. The Brazilian star suddenly drops his center of gravity, completely shifting his momentum to trick the defender. With a crisp smack of his cleats, the ace pulls the ball back in a flawless feint. But our boy perfectly reads the fake-out, stepping in to completely shut down the blonde striker. Meanwhile, his teammate Eugene follows his lead, effortlessly shutting down another Brazilian attacker's breakthrough. Eugene flashes a cocky grin as the Brazilian forward realizes he just got completely robbed. Frustrated and desperate, the blonde attacker screams at his squad to get the ball back immediately. But before they can even react, Eugene plants his cleats into the turf with a heavy crunch. He blasts off like a rocket, leaving the dumbfounded Brazilian eating his dust with a sudden dash. Up in the booth, the commentator stutters in absolute disbelief as he watches the play unfold. With killer focus, our boy charges straight down the pitch, transforming a solid defense into a lethal counterattack. The stadium clock ticks into the 89th minute, signaling that time is almost completely up. Realizing this is their absolute last chance, the crowd roars as the Korean squad pushes forward. It all comes down to this final, desperate strike to break the tie and steal the win. The broadcaster screams his lungs out, hyping up Eugene's miraculous solo run as the entire stadium erupts. Panicking, the Brazilian captain screams at his squad to block the run, no matter the cost. But Eugene is already tearing down the pitch, effortlessly weaving through three desperate defenders. He keeps his eyes locked forward, completely ignoring the opponents breathing down his neck. His mind races as he scans the field, desperately searching for that perfect golden zone. The Brazilian defenders are completely baffled, wondering why his true potential hasn't shown yet. They suddenly realize he is checking his entire field of vision while completely surrounded. Calculating every threat, Eugene pinpoints the exact positions of the defenders closing in on him. With a heavy thud, a defender violently slams into his side, but our boy holds his ground. Even as they physically drag him back, he refuses to lose possession until the zone opens up. The frustrated defender curses his messy footwork. Utterly dumbfounded by how Eugene dodges every single tackle, the Brazilians panic, realizing our boy is literally predicting their every move before they even strike. Suddenly, a massive pillar of golden mana erupts as Eugene finally spots the perfect opening. With a deafening boom, he launches the ball forward with absolute, god-tier precision. The golden pass streaks across the pitch like a laser, effortlessly slicing right through the Brazilian defense. Sprinting deep into enemy territory, Jong-suk pushes his body to the absolute limit to reach the drop zone. He locks his eyes onto the incoming trajectory, knowing this is their one shot at a counterattack. With flawless spatial awareness, the elite midfielder traps the blazing pass right in his stride. Without wasting a single second, he immediately winds up and fires a massive through ball deeper downfield. The Brazilian defenders freeze in their tracks, completely dumbfounded by the lightning-fast Korean transition. Up in the booth, The commentators are left sweating and utterly speechless by this flawless playmaking. Our boy pushes his exhausted legs to the absolute limit, desperately tracking the ball's final trajectory. With a deafening smack, the strike completely shatters the Brazilian keeper's defenses and hits the net. Right as the ball crosses the line, the stadium clock hits the 90-minute mark with a sharp beep. The referee blows the final whistle, sending the entire arena into an absolute frenzy. Against all odds, the trash-tier underdogs have actually pulled off a miraculous comeback against the world champions. His teammates instantly swarm him, screaming in pure disbelief at his godlike field vision. Clenching his fist, our time-traveling prodigy finally lets it sink in that they just conquered Brazil. Racking up 2 assists and a goal on his debut, he smirks, knowing this is only the beginning. As the squad dogpiles him in pure euphoria, he realizes his second chance at a football career has officially begun. Down on the sidelines, the head coach just stares at the pitch, utterly dumbfounded by the monster he recruited. The head coach is left completely speechless, struggling to process the absolute masterclass he just witnessed. Glancing down at his wrist, a cold sweat breaks out as he realizes the sheer absurdity of the timeline. It took a mere 20 minutes for his squad to flip a crushing deficit into a legendary victory. What shakes him to his core is that this entire comeback was orchestrated by a debuting rookie. Swallowing hard, the veteran tactician knows he desperately needs a private sit-down with his new star playmaker. Meanwhile, our boy is busy screaming his lungs out, celebrating the impossible win alongside his hyped-up squad. Later that night, the exhausted but victorious roster returns to their massive hotel lodging to finally unwind. To reward their monumental upset against Brazil, the staff prepares an absolute feast of roasted meats and hearty dishes. Standing at the head of the table, the coach warmly orders his battered players to eat up and recover. The boys waste no time devouring the massive spread, inhaling chicken wings as the sweet taste of victory sets in. Amidst the chaotic squabbling over chicken wings, the head coach suddenly realizes someone is missing from the feast. He blinks in dumbfounded confusion, scanning the crowded room for his new star playmaker. Spotting Jungwon mid-bite, the veteran tactician asks why he didn't drag his roommate down to celebrate. Swallowing his food, the defender casually mentions that their missing teammate claimed he was completely exhausted. Turns out, the rookie slapped a strict "Do Not Disturb" sign on their door to get some much-needed rest. But inside the pitch-black hotel room, our boy is doing anything but sleeping as he tosses around. Groaning in frustration, he shifts under the covers, unable to shut his brain off after such an insane debut. He finally snaps his eyes open, realizing that forcing himself to sleep is a completely lost cause. Staring up at the ceiling, he admits the adrenaline from his first official international match is still pumping. Plus, his mind is completely racing with all the crazy incidents that went down right after the final whistle. The first wild event kicked off the second our boy walked off the pitch with his squad. Out of nowhere, a stranger steps right into his path and calls out his name. A smiling sports reporter flashes his press badge, eagerly asking the rookie for a quick post-match interview. Completely dumbfounded, the young playmaker points at himself, wondering why the press cares about him. He nervously stumbles through the questions, silently praying he isn't spouting absolute nonsense on national television. But the second incident is even crazier, as a Brazilian striker suddenly demands to swap jerseys. Our boy's jaw practically hits the floor, utterly stunned that an opponent actually wants his gear. Seeing the hesitation, the striker asks if he's refusing, prompting the rookie to frantically accept the offer. He can hardly believe a future world-class superstar like Dudu is treating him as an equal. Realizing the Brazilian speaks some English, he nervously laughs, figuring this is the perfect chance to make a powerful ally. But the final incident of the night is what really catches our boy completely off guard. Back in the locker room, his coach approaches him alongside a mysterious man in a sharp suit. Turns out, this smiling newcomer is none other than the chairman of the national team's enhancement committee. The room clears out, leaving the three of them alone for a highly classified private chat. The chairman drops a massive bombshell, offering to fully fund the rookie's football studies over in Spain. On the surface, it sounds like a dream come true. But the young playmaker immediately smells a rat. He realizes they are just trying to buy his loyalty at rock-bottom prices right after his explosive debut. Refusing to be played, he flashes a fake smile and smoothly deflects by claiming he must consult his parents. Fast forward to his hotel room, the exhausted prodigy collapses onto his bed, completely drained from the chaotic night. He just wants to sleep, but a sudden knock at the door makes him angrily yell at the intruder. He freezes in absolute shock when he realizes the voice belongs to his head coach. Coach Lee casually steps into the room, catching our boy completely off guard in his pajamas. Flustered, the rookie frantically tries to make space, awkwardly asking if he should step out. The veteran coach just waves it off and takes a seat on the edge of the bed. Still on edge from the chairman's shady tactics, the playmaker cautiously asks why he's visiting. Leaning in with a dead serious glare, the coach asks if he has any thoughts about his future. He drops an absolute bombshell, asking the kid point blank if he wants to go pro. The exhausted prodigy is left completely dumbfounded, his mind short-circuiting at the sudden massive offer. Coach Lee presses the issue, making it clear this isn't just some late-night hypothetical chat. Sitting across from his mentor, the rookie can barely stammer out a response to the life-changing question. The veteran presses on, casually asking if our boy plans on wasting time at a university instead. The prodigy rubs his chin, realizing that the college route would just eat up his prime playing years. Clenching his fist with absolute resolve, he reminds himself that he came back to dominate the soccer world. Leaning forward with fiery eyes, he confidently declares he wants to skip school and go straight to the pros. Coach Lee smirks, asking if he has any actual offers on the table yet, hinting at a massive opportunity. The veteran smoothly offers to personally sponsor his pro debut, leaving the rookie bowing his head in sheer gratitude. His mind races, knowing a coach of this caliber, in 2009, definitely has the connections to make it happen. He figures the old man is probably setting him up for a solid spot in the domestic K-League. But our boy isn't settling for local fame, firmly stating he wants to play on a much higher stage. The coach blinks in sheer confusion, awkwardly asking if the kid is still talking about playing domestically. The veteran immediately shuts that down, boldly declaring his plan to send the kid straight overseas. Taken completely off guard, our boy practically falls back onto his bed in absolute shock. The coach smirks and pitches the Turkish Super League, revealing it as a massive stepping stone. His jaw drops as he processes the sheer weight of skipping the domestic scene for a European league. Rubbing his temples, the older man explains he has deep ties to a club there from his playing days. The rookie's mind flashes to the legendary Korean defenders, who built their careers in that exact gritty league. He knows it's a proven route to success, but his silence speaks volumes about his hidden hesitations. Sensing the hesitation, the veteran sighs, assuming the kid just isn't thrilled about the destination. He casually pivots, offering up the Japanese league instead, hoping the rookie aspires to reach those higher stages. Sweating slightly, our boy rubs his neck and promises to seriously consider whatever path his mentor recommends. The veteran coach sees right through the polite decline, chuckling that anyone who turns down Europe wouldn't settle for Japan either. Feeling completely exposed, our boy rubs the back of his neck and awkwardly apologizes for being so difficult to please. Leaning forward with a dead serious glare, the older man asks if the kid is truly prepared to navigate the endless flood of shady offers coming his way. The rookie swallows hard, silently admitting that handling the cutthroat business side of pro football alone would be an absolute nightmare. Knowing the kid is still green when it comes to the real world, the coach decides to pivot his strategy. He admits he can't directly hand him a league contract, but he knows exactly who can guide him through the chaos. With a sharp look, he offers to personally introduce our boy to a top-tier sports agent. The realization hits the rookie like a lightning bolt, thrilled at the prospect of having a professional shield him from the corporate vultures. He instantly envisions a dedicated team handling everything from ruthless contract negotiations to managing his day-to-day life. A relieved smile spreads across his face, knowing that an agent vetted by his trusted mentor is an absolute game-changer. Our boy practically leaps out of bed, eagerly shouting that he will gladly take the agent offer. The veteran coach just gives him a deadpan stare, reminding the kid he just rejected every major league offer. Chuckling at the rookie's frantic apologies, the older man smoothly slides a sleek business card into his hands. Flashing a warm smile, he reveals it belongs to a top-tier sports agent named Kim Ji-ho. Staring at the name, the young playmaker beams, thinking it sounds like a friendly older brother he could trust. Slipping his shoes back on, the coach promises to set up a proper introduction once the Sendai Cup wraps up. He grabs the handle, telling his star rookie to get some serious rest before tomorrow's grueling schedule. But before he can even step out, the door violently slams into his face as Moon Chongwon bursts inside. Cluelessly munching on a bag of corn snacks, the wingback blinks in confusion at the loud thud. Pinned behind the heavy wood, the furious coach trembles with absolute murderous rage as he growls the intruder's name. A massive thud echoes through the hallway as the heavy door connects perfectly with the coach's face. Rubbing his bruised forehead, the grumpy mentor storms off while the two boys frantically bow in absolute terror. Back inside, the clueless wingback sports a matching bump, terrified that he just ruined his entire soccer career. Laughing it off, our boy promises to feed him some killer through passes tomorrow to win back the coach's favor. The desperate defender's eyes practically bulge out of his skull as he begs his playmaker to keep that promise. Smirking, the rookie playfully smacks the bag of snacks right out of his hands, demanding a share of the loot. Overjoyed, the wingback tackles him into a chokehold, swearing absolute loyalty and promising to score against France. The very next morning, the massive stadium is absolutely packed for the highly anticipated showdown against the French squad. Up in the booth, the commentators eagerly kick off the broadcast, hyping up the crowd for this international clash. They warn that France plays a flawless, mistake-free style of soccer, meaning our boys are in for a grueling fight. The commentators note Korea's aggressive new formation, stacking the wings with speedsters to shatter France's ironclad center. As both squads march onto the pitch, a deafening roar erupts from the stands. Our boy is completely dumbfounded by the massive sea of screaming fans packing the arena. His teammate quickly reminds him that pulling off a miracle upset against Brazil naturally draws a massive crowd. Even the press box is completely overflowing with eager journalists ready to document their next move. Top-tier broadcasting crews have already locked in the best angles to catch every single play. Realizing the sheer magnitude of their previous victory, the rookie accepts that this spotlight was completely inevitable. Instead of crumbling under the immense pressure, a vicious smirk spreads across his face as he embraces the hype. The referee's whistle pierces the air for kickoff, and our playmaker vows to show the world his true monster-tier skills. Wasting absolutely no time, the French squad instantly launches a brutal, high-speed breakthrough down the left flank. The French squad immediately showcases their flawless passing connection, moving the ball with terrifying stability. But as our boy watches their formation unfold, he is completely dumbfounded by what he's seeing. The French midfielders continue their rapid tiki-taka, expecting to easily dismantle the Korean defense. However, our playmaker realizes that compared to Brazil's absolute monsters, these guys are moving in slow motion. Before the attackers can even process what is happening, a vicious tackle completely shatters their rhythm. Eugene effortlessly intercepts the pass, proving that surviving Brazil's onslaught has evolved their reaction speed. Wasting absolutely no time, the elite midfielder explodes straight into enemy territory, leaving the defenders eating dust. Watching the counterattack unfold, our boy instantly maps out the pitch, calculating two massive strike zones. He spots Sun Heung-min and Moon Jung-won aggressively, pushing up the flanks to tear the defense apart. Knowing Heung-min has the explosive speed to dominate the larger zone, our genius prepares another god-tier sequence. Instead, he decides to reward Jung-won's hustle, launching a laser-precise golden pass into the tightest pocket of space. The young wingback pushes his legs to the absolute limit, thrilled that the perfect assist is dropping right to him. But before he can even touch it, a familiar battle cry echoes as a blur of red steals the spotlight. A thunderous right-footed volley completely shatters the French defenses, burying the ball into the net with terrifying power. Pumping his fist in pure hype, our boy celebrates what he thinks is his wingback's glorious first international goal. Suddenly, his triumphant smile vanishes into utter confusion as he realizes something is horribly wrong with the goal scorer's identity. Turns out, the absolute madman Heung-min hijacked the pass mid-air, sprinting like a beast to claim the opening goal. While the squad swarms their star striker in wild celebration, our playmaker just stands there completely dumbfounded. Sweating bullets, he slowly turns to see the robbed wingback laughing like a total psychopath about having the better angle. Getting playfully chewed out, our genius suddenly remembers this unhinged winger is destined to become Korea's most aggressive world-class attacker. The unhinged wingback just cackles, realizing our boy never actually intended to pass to him anyway. Our playmaker sweats, recalling that this absolute madman has a nasty habit of throwing games whenever he gets sulky. As the match resumes, the French squad tries to push forward with their signature flawless passing, but the Korean defenders are completely fired up, aggressively cutting off their passing lanes with explosive speed. They slide in with brutal precision, effortlessly stripping the ball away from the bewildered European attackers. Up in the booth, the commentator is completely baffled, wondering if the French squad is suffering from poor conditioning. Our boy joins the relentless press, aggressively closing the distance on the struggling French midfielders. The opposing player completely freezes up, sweating bullets under the suffocating pressure of the Korean defense. Darting forward, our genius playmaker narrows his eyes, realizing something about their opponents feels incredibly off. As he tracks the ball, he concludes that the so-called flawless French team is playing way too sloppily. He instantly closes in on the ball handler, forcing the panicked European to make a desperate move. Our boy realizes that, despite their reputation as a powerhouse, the French squad is moving with unnatural stiffness. Suddenly, a sharp clicking sound echoes across the pitch, catching his sharp attention. He glances over and notices a reporter snapping away with blinding flashes. Turns out, the sidelines are absolutely swarming with media capturing their every single mistake. The relentless flashing of the camera lenses is practically suffocating the young players. The French attackers are completely crumbling under the blinding spotlight, sweating bullets as their nerves shatter. It suddenly hits our genius playmaker that these hyped-up European prodigies are still just 17-year-old kids. Between the massive media pressure and losing the lead to an underdog nation, their mental state is completely shattered. Knowing they lack the mental fortitude to bounce back, our boy mercilessly pushes the counterattack to crush them. He finally understands that raw skill isn't the only weapon on the soccer pitch. Tapping into his predictive vision, a massive golden pillar illuminates the absolute perfect passing route. But to his absolute shock, a second golden zone suddenly erupts right next to it. He curses under his breath, already dreading exactly why the field is splitting his options. Right on cue, his chaotic teammate goes completely rogue, sprinting down the pitch like a madman. Our boy screams in pure frustration, completely dumbfounded by the wingback's wildly unpredictable positioning. Refusing to waste the opportunity, he decides to thread the needle and aim for the smaller zone. He unleashes a thunderous strike, launching the ball with absolute pinpoint accuracy. The sphere cuts through the air, landing flawlessly inside the glowing target area. Sweating bullets, our playmaker desperately prays his erratic teammate can actually reach the pass in time. The glowing ball rockets across the pitch with terrifying speed toward the target zone. But instead of the wingback, another teammate suddenly hijacks the golden pass and fires off a desperate shot. The French keeper reacts instantly, leaping into the air to snatch the ball and shut down the attack. The striker grabs his head in pure agony, groaning in frustration over the massive missed opportunity. He quickly apologizes to Eugene for blowing the play, leaving the confused midfielder wondering what just happened. Our boy breaks into a cold sweat, suddenly realizing his intended target never even touched the ball. He slowly turns around, only to find his chaotic wingback standing entirely frozen in the shadows. The wingback's eyes go completely dead as he obsessively mutters about being ignored for the pass yet again. A wave of pure dread washes over our playmaker as he stares at his teammate's terrifyingly blank expression. With a deeply unsettling grin, the erratic defender fully embraces his grudge and starts aggressively sulking on the pitch. As the first half nears its end, the French left-back easily intercepts the ball. Pushing forward, he smugly realizes the Korean defense has practically handed him a free path. He notices the erratic wingback's pressure has completely vanished, assuming the guy is already gassed out. But instead of defending, the unhinged defender just dances around like a total maniac. Brushing off the bizarre display, the French back ruthlessly pushes the overlap to crush the weak defense. With a quick tap, he seamlessly links up with his teammate Kevin to bypass the midfield. Kevin charges down the flank, forcing the Korean fullback to scramble into position with a sharp gasp. Caught in a brutal 2-on-1, the panicked defender desperately tries to figure out who to mark. Trusting his gut, he lunges forward to shut down the immediate threat before they can shoot. But the French attacker just shoots him a chilling side glance. Already anticipating the desperate tackle, Kevin easily slips the ball past the desperate lunge, sending a pinpoint pass down the line. Chadi is already waiting in the perfect spot, instantly whipping a massive cross deep into the penalty box. The Korean defenders scramble to contest the airspace, but the blonde French striker completely overpowers them. With a brutal header, he smashes the ball past the keeper, tying up the match in an instant. The French squad erupts into cheers, their confidence surging back as they celebrate the equalizer. Watching them celebrate, Jung-suk realizes the enemy has already completely adapted to their high-pressure tactics. He grits his teeth, knowing that breaking through their defense again is going to be a total nightmare. Right on cue, the referee blows his whistle, signaling the end of a grueling first half. Both squads slowly make their way off the pitch to regroup and catch their breath. But back on the bench, our boys are completely gassed, slumped over, and looking totally drained. Slumped on the bench, Eugene tears his hair out, knowing their sulking wingback is leaving the flank wide open. He desperately considers begging the head coach to pull the dead weight off the field before it's too late. But seeing the coaching staff deep in tactical discussions, he knows they won't understand the real issue. Our boy hesitates, remembering that no one else discovers the wingback's notorious attitude problem for another 3 years. Right now, the rest of the squad just assumes the guy is an inconsistent player having a rough day. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Eugene realizes that ignoring the slacker will just let the French defense dominate. It feels like his own teammate is practically teaming up with the enemy, just to drive him completely insane. Clenching his fist in pure frustration, he finally accepts that there is only one way to salvage this match. Glaring at the clueless slacker snacking by the cooler, Eugene vows to force-feed him a goal to fix his mood. As the whistle blows for the second half, our playmaker steps back onto the pitch, ready to orchestrate a masterclass. Our boy figures he can just replicate his first half rhythm and slowly build up the play. But before he can even breathe, A French defender charges at him like a rabid dog. The enemy slides in with a vicious tackle, violently stripping the ball away in a flash. Dumbfounded, our playmaker realizes the opposition has completely shifted gears into a hyper-aggressive press. Turns out, that equalizer right before halftime completely shattered their mental block and reignited their fighting spirit. The entire French squad roars with renewed energy, hyping each other up to secure the comeback victory. Surrounded by their suffocating pressure, Eugene sees that one measly goal was all it took to boost their morale. Sweating bullets, he curses under his breath as he accepts that the real battle is only just beginning. The stadium echoes with their battle cries as the European heavyweights finally unleash their true, terrifying power. Chadi immediately capitalizes on the momentum, launching a flawless header pass to keep the Korean defense scrambling. Kevin traps the ball perfectly, keeping the relentless French momentum alive. Without missing a beat, he slips a quick pass and charges forward on a lethal overlap. The ball sails over our boys' heads in a booming cross that completely bypasses the midfield. Chadi locks onto the trajectory, his eyes burning with absolute determination to crush the Korean defense. He pushes dangerously deep into our territory, effortlessly bringing the long pass under control. Tearing down the sideline like a freight train, he leaves the scrambling defenders eating his dust. Spotting an opening, he whips a vicious cross straight into the heart of the penalty box. Their striker fires off a blistering volley, but our goalkeeper miraculously dives in to deflect it. The commentators lose their minds, screaming that this French squad is playing like a completely different beast. With the relentless hammering taking its toll, our exhausted squad struggles to keep their crumbling mentality intact. Eugene looks back at his exhausted defense, realizing their mentality is completely shattering under the pressure. He knows the only way to survive is to somehow spoon-feed a goal to his aggressively sulking wingback. Suddenly, a heavy hand drops onto his shoulder with a dull thud. It's our boy Jung-suk, who casually asks if Eugene is plotting to get Jung-won a goal. Eugene is dumbfounded, but Jung-suk just points out the dark cloud of pure salt radiating from their teammate. He calmly explains that Jung-won's sloppy stride and sluggish running form completely expose his mental breakdown. To stop the French fullback's lethal runs, Jung-suk knows they must snap their rogue wingback out of his tantrum. Eugene is utterly blown away, realizing this tactical genius is flawlessly analyzing everyone on the pitch mid-match. A wicked smirk spreads across our playmaker's face as he realizes pulling off this impossible assist might actually work. With a renewed spark of absolute grit, the brutal bloodbath between Korea and France rages on. Eugene pushes forward, realizing his predictive vision shows the golden scoring zones but fails to reveal who will actually strike. A wicked idea strikes our boy as he faces down a French defender, wondering if he can force the future. His eyes darken with a predatory focus, calculating every microscopic detail on the pitch like a spider trapping prey. Locking onto the French attacker's dropping center of gravity, Eugene knows he just needs to read the exact breakthrough angle. He forces himself to hyper-focus, analyzing the opponent's breathing, eye twitches, and subtle posture shifts to deconstruct his habits. The French player unleashes a flurry of rapid feints, trying to snap Eugene's ankles with his blinding footwork. But our playmaker sees right through the illusion, instantly predicting the right side shift and exploding past the defender. A rush of adrenaline hits Eugene, as he confirms his theory is dead on, his eyes locking onto the chaotic midfield. If he can read his enemy's habits to dismantle their offense, he realizes he can weaponize that logic on his teammates. Scanning the pitch, he spots Seon Jungwoo. Knowing the striker's elite off-the-ball movement makes him the perfect test subject. He factors in Min Seok-jun's explosive left-footed sprints into his mental equation. His predictive vision maps out the entire pitch, simulating the absolute perfect receiver for his next pass. Reading the chaotic flow of the game, he spots the exact moment his forwards break into a sprint. Calculating the highest probability of success, he decides to thread the needle straight towards Seon Jungwoo. With a swift kick, our boy launches a precision pass through the midfield. A confident smirk spreads across Eugene's face as he watches his striker move exactly where he anticipated. Just as he thinks his flawless play is about to connect, the timing feels slightly off. The ball lands with a heavy thud, skidding just out of his teammate's reach and out of bounds. The referee immediately blows his whistle, handing the momentum right back to the French squad. Sweating and slightly frustrated, Eugene realizes his mind-reading passes still need some serious fine-tuning. But instead of tilting, a confident smirk spreads across our boy's face as the missing piece finally clicks. He realizes that true predictive play isn't just about reading habits, but feeling the entire chaotic flow. Meanwhile, Jung-suk aggressively presses the French midfield, refusing to let the bastards gain even a single inch. Feeling the suffocating pressure, the French playmaker desperately boots a heavy pass down the sideline. Min Sung locks onto the incoming winger, sweating as he realizes he's trapped in a pure one-on-one duel. Determined to prove his A-class defensive skills, he commits to a brutal sliding tackle to shut it down. But the French attacker refuses to back down, roaring a fierce challenge right back at the Korean defender. Just as they are about to clash, a wicked, mocking smirk spreads across the winger's face. With a lightning-fast feint, he completely shatters Min-sung's defensive timing and leaves him utterly dumbfounded. Bypassing the tackle with ease, the French squad seamlessly continues their lethal high-speed breakthrough toward the penalty box. The arrogant French attacker just laughs, mocking the Korean defender for actually falling for such obvious bait. Believing he left the trash-tier defense in the dust, he charges forward while completely underestimating their tenacity. But his smug smirk instantly vanishes when he senses a terrifying presence closing in on his blind spot. Min-sung flashes a feral grin, scoffing at the so-called elite striker for zoning out mid-play. Refusing to acknowledge the striker's skill, our boy violently steals the ball right back to spark a counterattack. The ball is launched deep down the left flank, soaring high in a desperate bid for momentum. It becomes a pure foot race to the sideline. Knowing a failure here just hands France a throw-in. Seokjun pushes his explosive speed to the absolute limit, desperate to keep this golden opportunity alive. Throwing his body on the line, he leaps and violently hooks the ball back into the pitch. The desperate clearance drops perfectly into the center, where a waiting teammate flawlessly traps the heavy pass. Eugene seamlessly claims the loose ball, instantly recognizing this as a massive opportunity to break the deadlock. But as he pushes forward, his predictive vision flares up, overwhelming his senses with golden light. Instead of a single path, 3 massive golden zones erupt across the pitch simultaneously. Sweat drips down his face as he desperately forces his mind to read the chaotic flow. With the French defense swarming him, he knows a single hesitation will ruin the counterattack. Narrowing his focus, our boy zeroes in on the absolute largest tactical opening on the field. That massive zone belongs entirely to Hyung Min, who is sprinting completely unmarked toward the box. However, the remaining 2 golden pillars are nearly identical in size and perfectly positioned near the net. He realizes one belongs to the aggressively sulking Jongwon, while the other is perfectly aligned for Jungwoo. Watching their phantom movements overlap, Eugene must make a split-second choice on who gets the god-tier assist. Trusting his gut, our boy winds up his leg to deliver the ultimate god-tier assist. His cleats smash into the leather with a sharp thwack, sending it flying across the pitch. Bypassing the obvious targets, he aims his strike directly toward one specific golden pillar. The ball rockets over the scrambling French defenders, heading straight into the chaotic offensive line. Even as the play unfolds, Eugene sweats profusely, agonizing over whether he chose the right target. His mind suddenly flashes back to the brutal youth training camp from a few weeks ago. During a grueling scrimmage, he had closely observed Juchan and Jongwon pushing the field. Spotting a massive opening, Juchan realized it was the perfect chance to push forward. Without hesitating, the elite striker fired off a flawless cross, screaming for Jongwon to catch it. But Jongwon completely botched the trap, leading to a vicious screaming match over the ruined play. Back then, Eugene realized the hard way that lofting high passes to the hot-headed wingback was a terrible idea. Snapping back to reality, our boy watches his 2 predictive golden pillars illuminate the chaotic pitch. He knows that if the ball enters Jongwon's zone, it absolutely has to be trapped perfectly on the ground. So instead of a lob, Eugene fires a blistering low pass that cuts right through the scrambling French defense. He screams for his teammate to push forward, betting everything on this single, calculated play. Sweat drips down his face as he prays. The unpredictable wildcard doesn't completely choke this golden opportunity. Tracking the incoming missile, Jongwon locks his eyes onto the ball with absolute, gritty determination. With a French defender breathing down his neck, he stretches his legs straight into the glowing drop zone. The ball connects with his cleat in a sharp thwack, instantly killing its momentum for a flawless trap. Without missing a single beat, Jongwon pivots and unleashes a savage volley straight at the dumbfounded French keeper. At first glance, the shot looks like absolute trash, sailing way off target toward the stands, but the ball is spinning with a vicious rotation, humming through the air like a buzzsaw. Defying logic, the shot violently curves inward, smashing into the net past the diving keeper. The French defenders are left completely dumbfounded as the announcer screams that Korea just scored. Meanwhile, our boy Jongwon is totally spaced out, drooling with a goofy grin. He mutters to himself in a total daze, still trying to comprehend his own kick. Suddenly, reality hits him, and his eyes widen as he realizes he actually just scored. His teammates instantly swarm him in a massive dogpile, screaming over their miraculous comeback lead. Watching the chaos, Eugene's legs finally give out, and he flops onto the turf exhausted. Clutching his head, he laughs breathlessly, completely overwhelmed that his insane tactical gamble actually paid off. A hand suddenly reaches out to our exhausted playmaker as a familiar voice calls his name. It's Jungwon, flashing a warm smile and thanking him for setting up that miraculous goal. Still catching his breath, Eugene looks up at his teammate in mild surprise. Jungwon secretly admits he wouldn't have worked so hard without him as they finally shake hands. With the tension at an all-time high, the second half resumes with Korea clutching a narrow lead. Desperate to equalize, Chadi immediately pushes the ball up the flank to launch a rapid counterattack. Sweating bullets, Kevin tries to calm his nerves, convinced another overlapping run will easily tie the game. But his confidence shatters instantly when a sudden blur of red charges right at his blind spot. Jungwon slams into him with a brutal shoulder check, aggressively demanding the ball back. Kevin stumbles back, coughing, completely dumbfounded by how the Korean striker still has so much stamina left. Refusing to back down, Kevin grits his teeth and decides to force another overlapping run. But before he can even accelerate, Jungwon violently shoulder checks him right off the ball. The French midfielder hits the turf hard, cursing the relentless Korean forward who just will not quit. Staring at Jungwon's retreating back, Kevin is left completely stunned by the suffocating defensive pressure. Pinned to the grass, he desperately wonders if that flawless man-marking was just a terrifying fluke. Despite his explosive sprint forward, Jungwon grunts in frustration as he hits a solid defensive wall. Fortunately, the final whistle blows, leaving an exhausted Eugene in disbelief that they actually defeated France. A confident smirk spreads across our boy's face as he realizes they are almost at the finish line. He can already picture the gleaming golden tournament trophy shining brightly under the clear blue sky. With just one match left, Eugene and his squad are ready to claim the Sendai Cup. As the sun sets over the massive stadium, the team finally heads out to their bus. Eugene and his teammates drag their feet through the tunnel, completely drained from the intense match. Our boy sighs heavily, silently begging for a quick rest to recover his depleted mental stamina. Suddenly, a blinding camera flash erupts in his face, forcing him to shield his tired eyes. He lowers his hand and is left completely dumbfounded by a massive wall of flashing cameras. Desperate journalists swarm him, shoving microphones in his face and begging the rising star for an interview. Sweating under the pressure, Eugene wonders just how massive of a story their upset victory actually became. Putting on a nervous smile, he frantically tries to decide which of the bloodthirsty journalists to answer. Just then, a familiar face pushes through the chaotic mob, aggressively flashing his official broadcasting press badge. Eugene instantly recognizes the friendly journalist who gave him his very first interview after the Brazil match. Grateful for the familiar face, our boy warmly thanks the journalist for remembering him. As the team bus idles nearby with a low rumble, the reporter promises to keep it brief. He points his microphone and asks for Eugene's thoughts on their upcoming match against Japan. The journalist presses further, asking if the exhausted rookie actually expects to pull off another win. The heavy question catches Eugene off guard, making him pause to seriously consider their odds. He remembers that even in his past life without his help, Korea still crushed Japan. Now armed with his predictive vision and two massive upset victories, his confidence absolutely skyrockets. A cocky smirk spreads across his face as he realizes the sheer power he holds. Without hesitation, he reaches out and firmly grabs the microphone right out of the reporter's hand. Staring dead into the cameras, he boldly declares that losing to Japan is simply impossible. Later that night at the team hotel, our boy sets his sights straight on the Sendai Cup trophy. While his roommate sleeps, Eugene hops on his laptop, knowing exactly why he feels so confident about crushing Japan. He grins as he pulls up a file, amazed that his future self managed to remember every single detail. The screen displays the exact Japanese starting lineup and formation from his past life's timeline. He remembers forcing Hyung Min to help him study these old tactics, a desperate habit that is finally paying off. But as he compares his old notes to the official lineup provided by the coach, something doesn't add up. He quickly notices a massive discrepancy, realizing one specific player has been completely swapped out from the original roster. The name Sato Ren stares back at him, triggering a sudden wave of familiarity that leaves him entirely dumbfounded. His mind instantly flashes back to the neon-lit streets, where a cocky street baller completely humiliated them with flashy tricks. He finally realizes their new opponent is none other than the world's #1 freestyle football prodigy. Meanwhile, over at the Japanese training center, their squad is already grinding through some brutal conditioning. The players weave through agility poles with terrifying speed, showing off their elite physical baseline. They seamlessly execute their passing drills, moving the ball like a perfectly oiled machine. Suddenly, a spiky-haired player aggressively shoulder checks his own teammate, roaring like an absolute madman. This unhinged menace is Otto Shinji, a midfield prodigy who practically demands the ball with his terrifying aura. Up in the observation deck, the training coach watches the rapid thwack of their passes with a critical eye. Takagi strokes his chin, quietly analyzing the squad's explosive energy and flawless tactical formations. The door suddenly creaks open, and Takagi turns to greet the head coach, noting how fired up Shinji is today. Coach Ito casually takes a bite of his apple, looking completely unfazed by the absolute bloodbath of a practice below. He casually reminds his assistant that Shinji is their top prospect, especially with the massive tournament kicking off tomorrow. The upcoming final is against Korea, the absolute monsters who just humiliated both Brazil and France. Since it is a massive rivalry match, Ito knows the stadium will be swarming with hungry reporters. He tells Takagi that whoever dominates this highly publicized bloodbath will instantly skyrocket to international stardom. Takagi glances at his clipboard, assuming they will just build the starting roster around Shinji as usual. But Ito takes a vicious bite of his apple, deciding this media circus is the perfect opportunity. Takagi starts sweating bullets, asking if the head coach is seriously planning to reveal their secret weapon. Ito coldly declares it is time to unleash their ultimate tactical formation, known as the Black Hole. Meanwhile, over at the Japanese training facility, the grueling afternoon practice finally wraps up. The exhausted players drag their feet through the halls, completely drained of energy before the big day. Asahi complains about the brutal workload, wondering how Shinji is still standing there without breaking a sweat. Shinji puts on a fake smile, cheerfully telling his teammates that hard work is the only way to improve. But the moment they turn away, his face darkens as he mutters about refusing to play with trash-tier slackers. Suddenly, a murmur ripples through the hall as the starting roster is finally posted on the bulletin board. Strolling up with absolute arrogance, Shinji assumes the entire formation will obviously be built around his god-tier skills. He smirks, fully believing he is cut from a different cloth and destined to be the undisputed star. Scanning the tactical board, he hypes himself up as the absolute protagonist of this world. But his smug expression instantly shatters into pure confusion when he actually reads the lineup. He frantically scans the midfield positions, realizing his name is completely missing from the starting 11. Utterly dumbfounded, the so-called prodigy starts hyperventilating as the terrifying reality sets in. Refusing to accept this humiliation, he sprints down the hall toward the coach's office in a total panic. He reaches the coach's office, desperate to fix what he assumes is a massive clerical error. Bursting through the door with a loud bang, he frantically calls out for the head coach. Panting heavily, our boy tries to force a laugh, insisting there has to be some mistake. But as he steps inside, he freezes upon seeing the coaching staff sitting with a familiar face. It turns out the arrogant street baller Sato Ren is chilling right there in the room. The assistant coach steps up and casually drops the bomb that Ren is taking his starting spot. Completely devastated, the former prodigy stammers out that the national team was supposed to revolve around him. The coach immediately shuts down his whining, sternly reminding him of his place as just another player. Rubbing salt in the wound, Ren extends a hand and mockingly apologizes for stealing his protagonist status. Staring blankly at the offered handshake, his shattered ego can barely process that he is officially irrelevant. Shinji grits his teeth in pure rage, unable to fathom how he lost his spot to a nobody. Refusing to accept this trash-tier decision, he violently shoves past his new rival and storms out. Collapsing in the empty locker room, the former top prospect repeatedly curses his absolute ruin. He bites his nails in a crazed panic, realizing his grand master plan to achieve superstardom is completely dead. His blood boils at the thought of his entire future being derailed by some freestyle street clown. Meanwhile, his teammate Leon strolls into the locker room and glares at Ren's newly minted nameplate. Scoffing at the roster change, Leon wonders if the head coach has completely lost his mind. Disgusted that a street baller is ranked above him, he disrespectfully spits right on Ren's locker. Suddenly, he freezes in his tracks as a familiar, pathetic voice echoes from down the hall. Hearing someone loudly sobbing, Leon immediately ducks behind a wall, desperately trying to avoid the awkward encounter. Ren walks in with a teammate who coldly states that losing a roster spot is the loser's fault. As Ren opens his locker, the teammate asks if he still plans on practicing his freestyle tricks. Hiding nearby in the dark, Shinji holds his breath, silently begging the street baller to just leave. The teammate warns Ren not to injure himself, and the new starter casually brushes off the concern. Hearing the words freestyle and injury, a dark realization suddenly washes over the fallen prodigy's face. A sinister grin spreads across Shinji's face as he hatches a twisted plot to reclaim his throne. Meanwhile, halfway across town, a piping hot piece of takoyaki is happily tossed into someone's mouth. The Korean squad is out enjoying their downtime, absolutely amazed by Jungsuk's top-tier restaurant recommendation. After completely devouring the street food, the boys pat their full stomachs, fully recharged for whatever comes next. When the vendor rings up the bill, Eugene casually tells the squad to just split the cost, but Min-sung flashes a sly grin, asking the boys if they want to score their meal completely free. The rest of the squad instantly takes the bait, eagerly demanding to know his crazy scheme. With dramatic flair, the smug defender points straight out the door toward a glowing arcade setup. Sitting right there in all its glory is a heavy-duty soccer-kicking machine, just begging to be challenged. Eugene and Jung-suk immediately shoot down the childish idea, preferring to just pay up and rest. Suddenly, a heavy pair of hands slams down onto their shoulders, stopping the duo dead in their tracks. Leaning in with an absolutely unhinged stare, Jongwon asks if the two playmakers are actually just scared. That blatant disrespect instantly strikes a nerve, leaving our boys utterly dumbfounded and visibly ticking with annoyance. Stepping up to the plate, Jongwon stretches out and declares that the absolute loser is footing the entire bill. He winds up and absolutely obliterates the arcade ball with a thunderous strike. The machine lights up with a massive 991 points, leaving the unhinged wingback pumping his fist in pure triumph. Watching this meathead flex, our boy Eugene sweats bullets, praying he just doesn't end up in dead last. But as the rest of the squad takes their turns, the machine echoes with a barrage of terrifyingly heavy kicks. Eugene stares in absolute horror as the results pop up, realizing these monsters are built completely different. With the scores sitting at a ridiculously tight margin, a smug Min-sung points out that it is finally Eugene's turn. Stepping up to the terrifying machine, the elite playmaker desperately tries to convince himself he won't be the ultimate loser. Realizing his wallet is on the line, Eugene takes a deep breath and prepares to unleash everything he has. He winds up his leg, vowing to put every single ounce of his strength into this strike. He smashes his foot into the target pad with a deafening crash, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Panting but grinning, our boy feels like he just delivered the absolute greatest kick of his life. The digital display flashes wildly before locking in a highly respectable score of 975. His jaw drops as the squad ironically crowns him the winner, meaning his precious allowance is gone. But the sudden financial ruin isn't even the most shocking part of this whole humiliating ordeal. Looking back at his laughing teammates, our boy is completely dumbfounded by their raw, monstrous physical power. Utterly defeated, Eugene hands over his cash to the takoyaki vendor, politely exchanging farewells. But when he turns around, he realizes his trash-tier teammates have already completely vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a loud roar from down the street breaks his train of thought. He turns the corner and spots a massive crowd completely blocking the alleyway. Annoyed but curious, our boy shoves his way through the wall of spectators. As he breaks through to the front, his eyes widen in sudden recognition. Right in the center, two guys are locked in an intense street football duel. It's Ren, the cocky street baller from the ramen shop, effortlessly dominating the pavement. The exhausted challenger quickly taps out, thanking the street prodigy for the brutal lesson. Packing up his coin box, Ren mutters that he should rest up for tomorrow's match. But before he can leave, Eugene steps up and demands one round to settle things. Ren smirks, figuring one more quick match won't hurt his stamina before the big game. But before our boy can play, a tattooed newcomer steps in, and Ren gives him 30 seconds. Eugene decides to hang back and watch, eager to properly analyze the street prodigy's flawless technique. But suddenly, a strange, menacing energy catches our boy completely off guard. The new challenger cuts Ren off with a cocky grin, his eyes flaring with an intense red aura. Brimming with absolute confidence, the mysterious guy flashes a wicked smirk as he prepares to strike. As the tension spikes on the pavement, none of them notice the shadowy figure watching from above. Chowing down on a burger, the disgraced prodigy Otto Shinji observes the match from his hidden balcony. A twisted smile creeps across his face as he plots to use this brutal game to permanently injure Ren. The rules are set for a 30-second showdown between the street baller and the tattooed thug. The menacing brute smirks, fully prepared to do whatever it takes before the clock runs out. He subtly glances up at the balcony, remembering the promise of a doubled payout if he succeeds. Up above, Shinji casually munches on a burger while watching his dark scheme unfold. Turns out, this whole setup was orchestrated an hour ago inside that very fast food joint. Desperate for revenge, the disgraced prodigy had asked the shady thug if he was truly willing to do anything. The mercenary didn't hesitate for a second, casually agreeing to any dirty work as long as the cash flowed. Back in the present, the match kicks off while Shinji watches his hired hitman close in on his target. Shinji's twisted request echoes in his mind, demanding the thug break Ren's leg so badly he can never play again. Laughing at the doubt, the brute violently crushes his food, eager to snap some bones. Confident this job is an absolute joke, the thug mentally tells his employer to get the cash ready. He steps onto the makeshift pitch, stomping the ball with zero intention of actually playing a fair game. Launching a brutal sweeping kick, the mercenary completely ignores the ball and aims straight for the street baller's legs. Barely dodging the lethal strike, Ren breaks into a cold sweat, realizing this psycho is out for blood. With a maniacal roar, the hitman lunges forward again, his eyes wide with the thrill of impending violence. He unleashes another vicious slide tackle, forcing the exhausted prodigy to desperately leap backward just to survive. Panic starts to set in as Ren frantically calculates how much longer he has to endure this onslaught. With only 12 agonizing seconds left on the clock, the pressure reaches an absolute boiling point. Gritting his teeth, Ren vows to hold out, completely unaware that the grinning brute is preparing a finishing blow. Watching from the sidelines, our boy Eugene instantly pieces it together, realizing this isn't a match but a hit. Eugene pieces it together, knowing those glowing red eyes mean this thug is only here to break legs. The unhinged mercenary lunges at the exhausted street baller with a feral roar, completely ignoring the ball. Panic floods Ren's mind, as the massive brute closes the distance faster than he can react. Before the prodigy can even brace himself, a vicious elbow slams right into his chest. The sheer force knocks the breath out of him, sending him stumbling backward in a painful daze. Desperate to stay on his feet, Ren forcefully plants his heel into the pavement to anchor himself. But that is exactly the fatal mistake the grinning hitman was waiting for all along. With all of Ren's weight trapped on one leg, the psycho winds up for a devastating sweep. Realizing his foot is stuck, the street baller shuts his eyes and braces for his career to end. Suddenly, our boy Eugene slides in out of nowhere, slamming into the brute to stop the lethal blow. The tattooed thug is completely dumbfounded as our boy Eugene suddenly intercepts his dirty attack. Using his momentum, Eugene shoves the massive brute back with a heavy thud, breaking his lethal stance. Furious that his hit job was ruined, the trash-tier thug screams at Eugene with murderous intent. Before things can escalate, Eugene's teammates sprint over from the gathering crowd to back him up. Realizing he is completely outnumbered by athletic teenagers, the hired muscle clicks his tongue in bitter frustration. Knowing his window is gone, the coward turns tail and sprints away, angrily vowing revenge. A teammate quickly pulls Eugene to his feet, checking if he is injured while questioning the psycho's motive. Dusting himself off, Eugene turns to the street baller, who suddenly recognizes him from a nearby ramen shop. Relieved to have his legs intact, Ren flashes a grateful smile and thanks Eugene for saving his career. Eugene humbly brushes it off and apologizes for interrupting the hustle. Finally asking the Japanese prodigy for his name, the street baller flashes a wide grin, formally introducing himself as Sato Ren. Hearing that name, our boy's eyes widen as he instantly recognizes him as the top-ranked freestyle player. Ren cheerfully adds that he is an official member of Japan's U-17 squad, oblivious to Eugene's shock. Standing alongside his teammate, Eugene is completely dumbfounded, trying to process how a street hustler made the nationals. He suddenly remembers his previous life, where he spent hours analyzing documents on the mysterious Japanese player. The mention of freestyle soccer finally connects the dots, jogging a deeply buried memory from his past. His mind flashes back 15 years to a sunny afternoon outside his old high school. A former teammate violently shakes him awake, screaming that he found something massive online. The guy shoves a flip phone into Eugene's face, playing a blurry video of a Japanese freestyle prodigy. Annoyed at being woken up, Eugene snatches the phone, threatening to end his teammate if the clip is trashed here. His eyes widen in absolute disbelief as the pieces finally click together. The blurry footage reveals none other than Sato Ren, dominating the streets as a freestyle prodigy. The guy's footwork is completely out of this world, effortlessly breaking ankles left and right. Turns out, our boy was actually the youngest player to ever hit world #1 in freestyle. Staring at the old video, Eugene is completely dumbfounded, remembering his initial shock from his past life. Snapping back to the present, he realizes he never once heard about this freestyle legend playing professional soccer. Sweating bullets, he asks the street hustler if he actually has any real experience on the pitch. Ren just flashes a confident grin, revealing that tomorrow's Sendai Cup match is his official debut. A massive wave of realization hits Eugene as he remembers Ren was completely absent in his past life. It all makes perfectly grim sense now, because that targeted street attack was supposed to permanently shatter his leg. By stepping in and stopping that thug, our boy completely rewrote history and cleared the prodigy to play. A heavy realization hits Eugene as he stares at the street baller, knowing he personally altered his fate. Doubt suddenly creeps in as he remembers how he couldn't even graze the ball against him earlier, but he quickly grits his teeth, mentally slapping himself for being scared of a ghost from the past. After all, he just survived absolute wars against Brazil and France, leveling up his own skills exponentially. Shaking off his hesitation, the playmaker finally looks the Japanese prodigy dead in the eye. He extends his hand with a smooth swoosh, apologizing for not properly introducing himself sooner. With newfound confidence, Eugene officially declares himself as a member of the Korean national squad. Ren stares at the hand in surprise, realizing his opponent's insane reflexes make perfect sense now. Flashing a cocky smirk, the Japanese star boldly claims that his team will completely crush Korea tomorrow. Not backing down, our boy fires right back, declaring that his squad has absolutely zero intention of losing. The Japanese street baller just flashes a cocky grin, clearly amused by his rival's fiery confidence. They seal their fierce rivalry with a firm handshake, promising to settle things on the pitch tomorrow. The next day finally arrives, and fans flood the massive stadium gates for the highly anticipated showdown. The stands are absolutely packed to the brim with screaming spectators, bringing an electric energy to the arena. The broadcast crew scrambles to set up their equipment as the final match prepares to kick off. Up in the booth, the commentators can barely contain their hype as the main event finally gets underway. The stadium erupts in deafening cheers as the fierce rivals march onto the grass side by side. Wearing his crimson jersey, the reborn playmaker locks in his focus, ready to rewrite history against Japan. The long wait is finally over, and the ultimate battle for international supremacy is about to begin. Gathering in a tight huddle, the Korean squad takes a deep breath before the storm. Their fiery striker reminds everyone that they only came here to claim the Sendai Cup. Flashing a fierce grin, Ju-chan declares that the only acceptable outcome today is absolute victory. Fired up by his words, our boys break the huddle with a deafening roar. They line up shoulder to shoulder, radiating an intimidating aura that proves they aren't the same underdogs. Across the pitch, the Japanese squad stands their ground, completely unfazed by the hostile atmosphere. Their newly crowned street prodigy just smiles, eager to show off his elite footwork. But our boy Eugene locks his gaze dead ahead, mentally calculating every possible outcome. The referee's whistle finally pierces the air, and Korea immediately kicks off the opening play. Jung-suk smoothly traps the first pass, instantly scanning the midfield to orchestrate their opening strike. Jung-suk holds the ball, silently daring the Japanese squad to make the first move. Receiving a quick tap, our boy Eugene starts pushing up the pitch at a methodical pace. His predictive vision kicks into overdrive as he carefully scans the enemy formation. He quickly realizes the Japanese defensive line is sitting surprisingly deep, completely refusing to press. Figuring they want to play it safe, Eugene decides to force their hand and instantly accelerates. The commentators go wild, hyping up the Korean playmaker as he initiates a daring solo breakthrough. But before he can gain full momentum, a Japanese midfielder suddenly cuts off his path. Shuhei flashes a cocky grin, mocking our boy and demanding to know where he thinks he is going. Unfazed by the trash-tier provocation, Eugene just smirks and confidently thinks about their absolute victory. With a sudden whoosh of explosive speed, he completely blows past the dumbfounded defender in a split second. Shuhei is left completely stunned, sweating bullets as he realizes the sheer speed of the Korean playmaker. Eugene doesn't even look back, bluntly stating that the Japanese defender is way too slow to catch him. Comparing them to his past opponents, our boy realizes Japan's individual skills are a step below Brazil and France. Knowing they can easily win if the enemy keeps this up, he leaves the dumbfounded midfielder in the dust. Spotting an opening, Eugene launches a precise pass straight down the sideline to Jong-won with a sharp tang. The aggressive wingback instantly traps the ball, ignoring the desperate Japanese defender trying to lock him down. Following the tactical play, Jong-won immediately redirects the ball toward the center of the pitch with a crisp kick. A Korean teammate charges in to receive the pass, pushing the counterattack deep into enemy territory. But the Japanese defense refuses to crack, aggressively grabbing his shoulder and barking orders to stick closer. Frustrated by the sudden double team, the striker clicks his tongue as his path forward is completely shut down. Eugene realizes his striker is completely surrounded and urgently warns him to hold his ground. But as he watches the enemy movements, our boy notices something terrifyingly off. The Japanese defenders are swarming in way too fast, completely abandoning their usual zones. He realizes in a cold sweat that they've completely overloaded the defense to crush their attack. Unable to handle the suffocating pressure, Hyung-min gets stripped of the ball with a sharp kick. Without missing a beat, the Japanese defender boots the ball downfield with a heavy thwack. The long pass cuts through the air, completely bypassing the chaotic midfield. It lands perfectly at the feet of Sato Ren, who traps it effortlessly in the center. But with his entire team hanging back on defense, the street prodigy is left completely isolated. The commentators are left scratching their heads, wondering how Japan plans to attack with just one guy. The Japanese assistant coach nervously asks if this solo attack strategy will actually work, but Ito bluntly shuts him down. With a sinister smirk, The mastermind clarifies that it would only fail if they were relying on an average player. Down on the pitch, the street prodigy charges forward completely alone, instantly drawing the attention of Korea's A-class defender, Min-sung. Min-sung steps up with a cocky grin, boasting that a Korean should never lose to Japan in anything, especially soccer. Unfazed by the trash talk, Ren shoots back that Japan has absolutely no intention of losing either. The two lock eyes as the street baller casually traps the ball under his cleats, waiting for the perfect opening. In a flash, Ren initiates his attack, flicking the ball forward with a sharp tap to break the tension. But Min-sung isn't a top-tier defender for nothing, instantly sliding his foot in to shut down the sudden breakthrough. His cleats slam into the ball with a heavy thud, perfectly reading the Japanese prodigy's initial feint. Before Min-sung can even blink, Ren shifts gears with blinding speed, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded by his rapid footwork. The sudden burst of speed catches the Korean defense completely off guard, leaving them frozen in absolute disbelief. Panic sets in as another defender desperately sprints back, screaming at his squad to steal the ball. But the Japanese prodigy just flashes a cocky smirk, knowing they are already way too late. He blows right past the double team in a blur, leaving the defenders staring blankly at his dust. Tearing down the pitch with explosive speed, Ren realizes his solo charge has perfectly bought his squad time. The Korean defenders suddenly snap their heads back in horror, realizing they fell right into a massive trap. With multiple defenders desperately sticking to him, Ren knows he has completely shattered the Korean defensive formation. He casually threads a flawless pass across the pitch, exploiting the massive gaps he just created. The ball lands perfectly at the feet of Hikaru, Japan's elite forward, who traps it with ease. Without missing a beat, Hikaru launches a massive long ball deep into Korean territory to ignite a lethal counterattack. The Korean defenders scramble as the ball sails through the sky, desperately hoping it is an overhit pass. But Japan's towering striker, Nagai, just smirks at their foolish optimism. Launching himself into the air with terrifying ease, he perfectly intercepts the soaring pass. Panic sets in, as the Korean defense screams for someone to step up and block the giant. With a wicked grin, Nagai snaps his neck forward, putting his monstrous strength into a brutal header. The shot is an absolute rocket, completely bypassing the desperate dive of the Korean keeper. It slams into the back of the net, with bone-rattling force to secure the goal. The stadium erupts as Japan officially draws first blood with an unstoppable aerial strike. Standing at a monstrous height, Nagai proves he is the absolute undisputed king of the skies. The Korean squad is left completely dumbfounded, realizing they just got utterly dismantled by a single play. Eugene quickly pieces together their game plan, realizing Japan relies on a rock-solid defense to feed the ball forward. He notes how the street baller uses his flashy footwork to bait the Korean defenders and buy crucial time. Once the defense commits, they exploit the massive gap by launching a long pass into the open space. It is a deadly two-man game, where the giant striker just waits to crush the final header. Down on the sidelines, the Japanese coaching staff knows this black hole strategy is completely flawless. The head coach takes a smug bite of his apple, silently daring the Korean squad to break their formation. Our boy stares down the pitch, realizing he is up against a seemingly invincible tactic. The stadium announcers hype up the roaring crowd as Japan officially takes a brutal 1-0 lead. They absolutely praise the terrifying synergy between the street prodigy and the undisputed aerial king. With a defender glued to his back, Eugene desperately needs to formulate a counterattack before this match slips away. Realizing he has to start somewhere, our boy decides to fall back on the absolute basics. He barks out orders to his squad, commanding them to lock down the street prodigy in a strict one-on-one. Ren just smirks at the desperate tactic, completely unfazed by the sudden defensive pressure. Knowing this will drag the Korean defenders forward, the Japanese playmaker effortlessly taps the ball backward. Cursing under his breath, Eugene realizes the bait worked perfectly and immediately scrambles to his backup plan. He screams at his backline to completely abandon the midfield and glue themselves to the giant striker, but his teammates are already feeling the crushing pressure of the Japanese offensive onslaught. Locking down a physical monster is much easier said than done when their stamina is already plummeting. Nagai launches into the air with terrifying dominance, completely overpowering the defenders trying to contest his header. The giant unleashes a brutal header, but the Korean goalkeeper pulls off a miraculous diving save just in time. Seizing the moment, the Korean keeper immediately hurls the ball upfield, screaming at his squad to push forward. The ball sails over the pitch as the Korean squad launches a desperate, high-speed counterattack. Our boy clashes hard against a Japanese defender, forcing his way through the line as the ball bounces loose. But before the offense can capitalize, a swift foot cleanly traps the loose ball with a sharp thud. Sato Ren effortlessly steals possession, his menacing aura suffocating the field as he halts their momentum. Panicking at the sudden turnover, Eugene desperately screams at his backline to swarm the street prodigy immediately. Watching from the sidelines, the Japanese head coach just smirks, knowing the Koreans are falling right into his trap. As three defenders rush in, Ren activates his signature black hole strategy, creating a massive gravitational pull of pressure. He casually dances on the ball, intentionally drawing the entire Korean defense toward him to leave his teammates open. Sweating but grinning like a maniac, the street baller realizes his flawless bait has completely shattered their formation. As three defenders close in, the street prodigy casually dances on the ball, baiting them further. Eugene desperately commands his squad to keep their distance, knowing one wrong step means instant death. But with a sharp screech of his cleats, the Japanese playmaker abruptly halts his momentum. He violently shifts his center of gravity, completely shattering the Korean backline's defensive rhythm. Our boy grits his teeth in pure frustration, realizing the street baller is playing them like fools. With a blinding flurry of stepovers, the Japanese prodigy effortlessly manipulates the ball right under their noses. He explodes forward in a sudden burst of speed, leaving the entire trio stumbling in his wake. Dumbfounded by the impossible change in direction, Eugene realizes their defensive formation has completely collapsed. The three defenders are left eating dust, panicking as the midfield is ripped wide open. With their defense stretched terrifyingly thin, the Japanese enforcer ruthlessly locks down Korea's star striker. Instead of a towering header, the ball rockets past the diving keeper and slams into the net. Min-sung stands completely frozen, his mind short-circuiting as he tries to process the impossible play. Turns out, Hikaru never intended to cross the ball, firing a lethal shot directly from the wing. The stadium erupts into deafening cheers as the home crowd celebrates Japan widening their lead to 2. Eugene stares blankly at the turf as the crowd roars, utterly humiliated that the giant was a decoy. A crushing wave of despair washes over our boy, making him question if his vision is entirely useless. While Ren and the Japanese squad smugly celebrate their flawless trap, the Korean team's morale shatters completely. He clenches his trembling fist, cursing his own pathetic inability to stop a single street baller's breakthrough. Dragging his heavy cleats across the pitch, the shattered playmaker begins to seriously doubt his own talent. The mental collapse spreads, causing the panicked Korean defenders to violently crash into each other with a thud. The frustration boils over as Ju-chan screams at his star striker to wake the hell up. Hyung-min grits his teeth, absolutely seething at his own uselessness on the pitch. The tension snaps as Jung-won and Hyung-min violently butt heads, screaming over the lack of passes. Jung-won fires back that breaking through isn't that simple when Japan funnels every play through Ren. Their teammates desperately scramble to separate the two before this internal meltdown completely destroys their chances. Jung-suk checks on our boy, who apologizes for losing his cool amidst the chaotic infighting. But hearing his teammates bicker sparks a sudden realization in Eugene's mind about Japan's hyper-focused passing strategy. A confident smirk creeps onto his face as he realizes this predictable pattern might be their golden ticket. He immediately pulls Jung-suk aside, his eyes burning with a brand new, desperate counter-strategy. With a fresh plan locked and loaded, the Korean squad takes their positions for the crucial kickoff. Watching the Korean squad bicker, Ren smugly assumes this match is already in the bag. But the second the whistle blows, Jungwoo kicks off with a sharp, echoing strike. Without missing a beat, the Korean striker immediately explodes forward into a dead sprint. Eugene watches the play unfold, knowing that aside from their two prodigies, Japan's roster is basically trash tier. He realizes Japan relies on a numbers-heavy defense to choke out attacks while their street baller buys time. A wicked smirk crosses our boy's face as he notes the fatal flaw in their supposedly invincible formation. Following Eugene's exact orders, two Korean defenders aggressively swarm the Japanese playmaker to shut him down. Forced into a panic pass, the ball goes exactly where Eugene predicted, allowing him to easily snatch it. The street prodigy grits his teeth in absolute disbelief as his flawless breakthrough is completely dismantled. Suddenly isolated under the stadium lights, he realizes he has absolutely nowhere left to run. The mechanics behind this brutal steal started earlier, right as a Japanese midfielder fired off that panic pass. While everyone braced for another unstoppable solo run, the Korean duo had already set their flawless trap. It all traces back to a quiet moment when Jung-suk questioned our boy about his hidden defensive strategy. When asked why he kept the team in the dark, Eugene admits this play requires a specific genius. Flashing a wicked smirk, he clarifies that only the two of them possess the elite vision required. Intrigued by the sheer arrogance of the plan, the wavy-haired midfielder quietly processes the brutal mechanics. He quickly pieces it together, realizing Eugene intends to aggressively choke out every single alternate passing route. By funneling the ball toward the prodigy, Jung-suk can perfectly time his ambush from the ultimate blind spot. It is a grueling mental task, requiring him to flawlessly track every shifting variable on the pitch simultaneously. Despite knowing their observation skills might crack under the immense pressure, Jung-suk confidently accepts the insane gamble. Eugene flashes a confident grin, declaring that they finally have a solid countermeasure to test out. Falling right into their hands, a panicked Japanese midfielder desperately passes the ball toward their street prodigy. The moment the ball leaves his foot, our boy screams for his wavy-haired partner to strike. Emerging from the absolute ultimate blind spot, Jung-suk slides in and cleanly steals the pass. The Japanese prodigy is left completely dumbfounded, wondering how a defender materialized out of thin air. Despite the immense mental strain, the Korean midfielder perfectly executed his role in the brutal trap. Eugene smirks wickedly, knowing their combined elite observation skills just completely shattered Japan's offensive rhythm. Like two venomous spiders weaving an inescapable web, the duo's synchronized field reading traps their prey. Wasting no time, Jung-suk pushes the ball upfield as Eugene signals the start of their ruthless counterattack. With the Japanese defense scrambling, the two playmakers charge forward to hunt down their next goal. Two Japanese defenders immediately swarm Jung-suk, desperately trying to shut down his momentum. Sweating under the pressure, the wavy-haired midfielder realizes the relentless Japanese press is no joke. But instead of panicking, he threads a perfect pass forward, just as our boy Eugene explodes down the pitch. Trapping the ball flawlessly in stride, Eugene charges ahead with his eyes locked on the goal. Knowing this hard-earned chance might be their only shot, he vows to make it count. A Japanese defender steps up with a cocky smirk, mocking Eugene's solo push and daring him to try. But Eugene just shifts gears, his movements slicing through the field like a blazing red arrow. With a burst of explosive speed, he blows right past the defender in a flash of fiery aura. The Japanese player is left completely stunned, unable to even process how fast he just moved. Slipping into the enemy's sweet spot, Eugene's eyes glow with a golden aura as he prepares his next lethal move. Spotting his target, Eugene flashes a wicked smirk, knowing exactly who is waiting at the end of this play. He launches a devastating, golden-infused long pass that completely shatters the Japanese formation. Waiting perfectly in the drop zone is Hyung-min, who flawlessly traps the glowing ball right out of the air. Without missing a beat, the star striker unleashes a thunderous volley that leaves the enemy goalkeeper completely helpless. The ball violently slams into the back of the net with a satisfying thwack, officially kicking off their comeback. Hyung-min pumps his fist and roars in absolute triumph, letting all his pent-up frustration explode on the pitch. But his hype is cut short when he turns around and realizes who just handed him that god-tier assist. Eugene casually strolls up to his striker, smugly asking if our boy is finally satisfied with his passing. Hyung-min stubbornly crosses his arms and refuses to apologize, arrogantly claiming that true talent just needs a little push. Eugene just shakes his head at the sheer audacity, and the two prodigies burst into laughter like old friends. Wiping away a tear, Eugene laughs and warns his striker that he's dead meat after the match. Hyung-min just smirks, glad to finally see his old friend's arrogant spark return to the pitch. He notes that our boy is finally playing with some actual fire instead of holding back. Completely hyped up, the two prodigies bump fists and vow to absolutely crush their rivals. The moment the whistle blows, Japan immediately scrambles forward to launch a desperate counterattack. Eugene quickly scans the field, realizing he has to shut down three enemies charging straight at him. Relying on his predictive vision, he steps right into the passing lane to intercept their advance. Frustrated by the sudden roadblock, the Japanese midfielder clicks his tongue in pure annoyance. Left with zero options, he desperately boots a massive pass over to their street prodigy. Ren effortlessly traps the ball with a slick swish, ready to unleash his own deadly counter. But before the street prodigy can even make a move, Jung-suk swoops in and cleanly steals the ball. Ren glares back in pure frustration, realizing his every move is being completely shut down. Watching from afar, Eugene smiles as his master plan to neutralize Japan's offense falls perfectly into place. He vows to keep using his predictive vision to read their plays and completely dismantle their formation. The two Korean playmakers flawlessly link up, suffocating Japan's attacks and completely dominating the midfield. The referee blows his whistle, signaling the end of a grueling first half with Korea leading. As the squad heads back to the bench, the sheer physical toll of the intense match becomes obvious. Our boy collapses onto his seat, desperately gasping for air as his stamina completely bottoms out. He realizes that constantly tracking everyone's movements with his vision is draining his energy way faster than expected. Noticing his playmaker struggling, Jung-suk casually tosses him a water bottle and checks in on his exhausted teammate. Jung-suk warns our boy to conserve his energy so he doesn't choke when it actually matters. With a sharp crack of the bottle, Eugene brushes off the concern and tells him to relax. Taking a gulp, he silently vows to completely dominate the pitch in the second half. A sharp whistle blows, signaling the start of the final 45 minutes of this brutal showdown. Meanwhile, Ren starts sweating, realizing he had been feeling an overwhelming pressure since the first half. As the Korean duo instantly swarms him, the Japanese street prodigy finally pieces the puzzle together. He realizes with absolute dread that Eugene is intentionally manipulating every single pass coming his way. It blows his mind that the same kid he easily clowned before now has him completely trapped. Instead of breaking, Ren just flashes a wicked smirk, deciding to see who is actually hunting who. As a massive long ball launches forward with a thud, he charges ahead to flip the script. Seeing the danger, one of the Korean defenders frantically screams for his team to stop the Japanese prodigy. Min-sung immediately answers the call, sprinting forward and signaling Jung-suk to trap the street baller. His plan is simple, intending to face the threat head-on, just to kill his forward momentum. Right on cue, Jung-suk aggressively slides in from the blind spot to steal the ball, but the Japanese playmaker instantly reacts, kicking the ball a fraction of a second faster. With a soft tap of his cleat, he effortlessly shifts the trajectory away from the tackle. Then, with a quick flick, he pops the ball right over their outstretched legs. The ball bounces perfectly out of danger, leaving the Korean duo grasping at thin air. In one fluid motion, Ren slips right between the two elite defenders like they are statues. Min-sung and Jung-suk are left utterly dumbfounded, realizing too late that they just got completely played. Ren smirks, fully convinced he is about to shatter the Korean defense and push straight to the goal. But out of nowhere, Eugene slides in with a brutal tackle, violently kicking the ball away with a thud. The Japanese prodigy is left completely stunned, realizing our boy had anticipated his exact escape route. The commentators lose their minds over the flawless read, noting that Japan's backline is completely exposed. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Eugene immediately launches a lethal counterattack down the open field. He blazes past the scrambling defenders, going completely solo as he pushes deep into enemy territory. Without missing a beat, he unleashes a massive, golden-infused long pass right through the gap. The ball sails beautifully across the pitch, perfectly targeting his star striker, Son Heung-min. Heung-min sprints like his life depends on it, but a Japanese defender is right on his heels. Pushing his legs to the absolute limit, he curses under his breath, fearing the pass is just too far. Refusing to let the screaming defender catch him, Heung-min pushes his explosive speed to the absolute limit. Reaching the perfect spot just in time, he unleashes a devastating volley with every ounce of his strength. The ball transforms into an absolute rocket, completely blowing past the desperate dive of the Japanese keeper. He drops to the turf in sheer exhaustion as the stadium erupts over his flawless, game-tying finish. Catching his breath, our star striker flashes a confident grin back at the mastermind who set him up. The two prodigies share a crisp high five, having miraculously tied this brutal match with just 10 minutes left. Meanwhile, the Japanese squad is left completely dumbfounded, realizing their ironclad lead just evaporated into thin air. The street prodigy grits his teeth, finally admitting that Eugene completely dismantled his entire invincible strategy. Pushed to the absolute brink, he decides to unleash the secret weapon he was saving for the cup. He reaches down to untie his protective restraints, deciding that risking an injury is better than losing right now. With only 10 minutes left on the clock, Ren kneels down to lace up his secret golden cleats. He stomps his fresh studs into the turf, mentally declaring that he is finally going all in. Tossing his heavy black training boots aside, he admits he wanted to save this gear for the cup. But as he rips off his restraints, he decides risking an injury is better than a humiliating defeat. He pulls the golden laces tight, his eyes burning with a fierce determination to crush our boys. Planting his foot firmly on the grass, the street prodigy prepares to unleash his true, unhindered speed. Outside the massive stadium, the roars of the fans echo into the sky as the fierce rivalry peaks. The spectators are absolutely losing their minds, screaming their lungs out as the tension hits a boiling point. With the clock ticking just under 10 minutes, the final match of the Sendai Cup becomes a sudden death brawl. Ren immediately explodes down the pitch with the ball, leaving everyone wondering who will survive this absolute bloodbath. Just like in the first half, our boy Eugene steps up to block the two advancing Japanese attackers. Jung-suk watches the play unfold, his sharp eyes tracking every single movement on the pitch. He realizes Eugene is perfectly positioned, confident they can completely shut down any pass to Ren. Pushing his absolute limits, Eugene activates his spider reading to predict their exact passing routes. The Japanese forward grits his teeth, realizing that passing to Ren is a guaranteed turnover. But as he hesitates, he notices something completely off about the Korean playmaker standing in his way. Eugene is completely drenched in sweat, gasping for air as his stamina finally hits rock bottom. With a sharp swish, the attacker suddenly shifts gears, deciding to blow right past our exhausted boy. Caught off guard by the solo run, Eugene's vision blurs as his focus completely shatters. The Japanese player smirks, fully aware that Eugene's concentration is slipping and a breakthrough is guaranteed. Seeing our boy falter, Jung-suk desperately sprints back, shouting for Eugene to cover the left flank. He pushes his legs to the absolute limit, planning to completely lock down the right side himself. But before he can even set up his trap, Ren's intimidating aura suddenly looms right behind him. A cold sweat drips down his face as he realizes the street prodigy is already breathing down his neck. With a blinding burst of speed, Ren completely blows past him before he can even react. The Japanese ace immediately demands the ball, his eyes locked onto a lethal opening in the defense. A perfectly timed long pass arcs across the pitch, landing right at the street baller's feet. The commentators go wild as the Japanese ace finally secures possession, but their excitement is instantly cut short. Because the moment Ren touches the ball, 3 Korean defenders instantly swarm him like a pack of wolves. Jung-suk glares at the prodigy, confidently thinking that his once terrifying speed is now just trash tier to him. Just as the defense thinks they have him cornered, Ren casually taps the ball away. He effortlessly threads a pinpoint pass right through the 3-man blockade before they can even blink. Jung-suk is left completely dumbfounded, breaking into a cold sweat at the street baller's terrifying pace. Turns out, the Japanese ace was holding back, and he explodes forward with a blinding burst of acceleration. The lobbed pass finds Nagai, Japan's towering striker, who prepares to launch another aerial assault. A Korean defender panics, realizing his physical stats are way too trash tier to stop this monster. But just as Nagai goes for the header, Jungwon violently clashes skulls with him mid-air. The brutal impact leaves our boy grimacing in pain, frustrated that he couldn't completely clear the danger. The ball drops dangerously back onto the pitch as both squads frantically scramble to secure the rebound. It instantly turns into an absolute dogfight, as players from both sides desperately lunge for possession. Cleats violently clash with a heavy thud as both sides desperately try to secure the loose ball. But the chaotic scuffle ends with the ball slipping right through the cracks of the defensive line. Seizing the golden opportunity, Japan's street prodigy explodes forward and reclaims possession with terrifying speed. Ren locks his eyes on the goal, realizing this is his perfect chance to shatter the Korean defense. The Korean backline is caught completely out of position, leaving a massive gap for the ace to exploit. Refusing to let the game slip away, Eugene grits his teeth and vows to stop the prodigy himself. He aggressively steps up to the plate, throwing his exhausted body right into Ren's destructive path. The Japanese ace just smirks like a maniac, eagerly challenging our boy to settle their rivalry right now. Eugene knows that if he fails to block this breakthrough, the match is absolutely over for his squad. But as he huffs for air, he realizes his stamina is completely drained and his concentration is fading. Ren mocks our boy's heavy breathing, confidently charging forward to ask if a gasping mess can really stop him. With the ball at his feet, the Japanese ace forces Eugene into a brutal, high-stakes guessing game. Sweating profusely, Eugene seriously doubts his ability to stop a monster who has dominated him all match. But as Ren suddenly drops his shoulder to initiate a sprint, a spark of realization hits the exhausted playmaker. Refusing to be left behind, Eugene aggressively shifts his own body weight to mirror the prodigy's explosive movements. Locking onto his opponent, he perfectly reads the subtle shift in Ren's center of gravity, leaning to the left. But with a sharp crack of his cleats, the street baller violently snaps the ball right, shattering Eugene's prediction. Eugene is left utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how anyone could shift their momentum back that incredibly fast. Gritting his teeth, he realizes the Japanese ace just flawlessly baited him into overcommitting to the wrong side. But instead of giving up, a fierce glint returns to Eugene's eyes as he vows to finally take control, stealing back possession. Eugene explodes down the pitch, mentally declaring that he is the one dictating this game's pace. Seeing their playmaker surge forward, his exhausted teammates rally together and scream for everyone to stop standing around. Throwing caution to the wind, the entire Korean squad surges up the field for one final, desperate offensive push. With barely a minute left on the stadium clock, they know this is their absolute last chance for victory. The Japanese defenders scramble frantically, completely terrified by the sheer ferocity of the sudden Korean counterattack bearing down on them. Pushing past his absolute limits, the Korean striker sprints forward, desperate to complete the miracle comeback. Watching from the sidelines, the head coach holds his breath as his controversial rookie winds up for the decisive play. Channeling every last ounce of his remaining stamina, Our boy unleashes a blinding, god-tier golden pass right through the defense. The sheer power and precision of his strike sends a massive shockwave of golden energy erupting across the entire pitch. The stadium crowd is left utterly speechless as the glowing trajectory cuts through the air like a blazing meteor. The Japanese head coach can only watch in horror as the golden trajectory completely shatters his invincible defense. Receiving the flawless pass, Hyungmin doesn't hesitate for a second and winds up for the decisive strike. He flashes a confident smirk, already knowing the outcome before his boot even connects with the ball. The Japanese keeper desperately dives, but he is way too slow to stop the devastating goal. For a split second, the Korean squad stares in utter disbelief as the reality of the play sets in. Meanwhile, the Japanese defenders are left completely dumbfounded, their spirits instantly crushed by the sudden defeat. Completely drained of all his stamina, our boy finally lets out a heavy sigh of relief. The referee immediately blows his whistle, officially signaling the end of the grueling match with a sharp trill. The Korean squad absolutely erupts into deafening cheers as they celebrate their impossible, hard-fought victory. The press scrambles to report the historic moment, completely blown away that the underdogs just conquered the Sendai Cup. His teammates absolutely swarm him, ruffling his hair and screaming in disbelief over his god-tier final pass. Tears of pure joy prick his eyes as he realizes the dream from his past life is finally real. Looking up at the vibrant sky, our boy is just incredibly grateful to be playing football again. The massive stadium echoes with roaring applause as the final results of the tournament are officially broadcasted. A tournament official steps up to the sideline, proudly declaring Team Korea as the undisputed champions. Down on the pitch, the defeated Japanese squad can only watch as the MVP announcement begins. Just as Eugene's name is called for the tournament's most valuable player, a blinding camera flash erupts. Meanwhile, the hype surrounding the miraculous victory reaches all the way back to the bustling streets of Seoul. Sitting in her sleek office, a high-profile sports agent watches the broadcast with a deeply intrigued smirk. Realizing the sheer goldmine she just witnessed, Agent Kim decides she needs to meet this rookie immediately. Down on the pitch, our boy screams in pure triumph as confetti rains down around him. His teammates quickly rally around him, soaking in the absolute glory of their hard-fought victory. Even the Brazilian squad can only smile and respectfully applaud the sheer masterclass they just witnessed. The French team watches solemnly from the sidelines, finally accepting that they were completely outclassed. Meanwhile, the devastated Japanese players are forced to watch their bitter rivals claim the ultimate prize. Pushing past the exhaustion, the Korean squad hoists the massive golden trophy high into the air. Looking up at the falling confetti, Eugene realizes his past life regrets are finally starting to fade. With the blazing summer tournament officially wrapped up, the team boards a flight back to Seoul. But the dreamlike high of international glory doesn't last forever, and reality quickly comes knocking. Before he knows it, our superstar playmaker is right back to suffering through high school math. While the teacher drones on about recognizing patterns, our boy is busy mapping out his own rules. He sketches out tactical formations in his notebook, mentally replaying his past matches to find better passing routes. Suddenly, he hears furious scribbling and glances over, completely dumbfounded to see his star striker actually taking notes. Sweating bullets, Eugene genuinely wonders if the meathead is sick, desperate to know what on earth he's studying. Turns out the absolute buffoon is just drawing strawberries and lollipops, leaving our playmaker questioning his life choices. Thankfully, the piercing ring of the dismissal bell interrupts his misery and signals the end of the day. While the rest of the trash-tier students immediately plan trips to the PC cafe, Eugene has other plans. Down on the dusty school field, a chaotic pickup game is already in full swing. A stray ball flies his way, and he instantly traps it with a crisp thud, his instincts taking over. Without missing a beat, he effortlessly blows past the amateur defenders, proving he's still leagues above the rest. The amateur defenders are left completely stunned by his blinding speed. His eyes flare with that signature golden aura as he reads the entire field in an instant. Winding up with flawless form, our boy unleashes a monstrous strike that completely shatters the defense. The ball violently slams into the back of the net before anyone can even blink. The entire field falls dead silent, the casual players utterly dumbfounded by the sheer gap in skill. Hyungmin smugly brags about his insane finishing, though Eugene quickly reminds him who orchestrated the magic. Taking a breather, our playmaker wipes his sweat, finally feeling the toll of his relentless hustle. Of course, the absolute meathead mocks his stamina, boasting that he isn't even breaking a sweat. Eugene seriously considers punching the buffoon, but his murderous thoughts are interrupted by their high school coach. The stern coach approaches with a clipboard, revealing that the national team director is specifically looking for him. Eugene repeats the director's name in utter disbelief, wondering why a national team big shot wants him. Following instructions, He heads down to a quiet local cafe, expecting a serious tactical discussion. The glass door creaks open as our boy steps inside, completely unprepared for the waiting ambush. He spots a familiar figure waving from a booth, but the setup immediately feels entirely wrong. Approaching the table, he asks his high school coach why they are meeting in such a casual spot. Before the coach can even answer, Eugene freezes, his brain short-circuiting at the sight across the table. Sitting right there with a cheeky grin is his dad, casually complaining that our playmaker took too long. His old man smugly declares that a high-stakes meeting obviously requires a responsible adult to supervise. Scratching his head, our boy is completely lost, wondering what kind of crazy meeting this actually is. Suddenly, the sharp clack of heels interrupts his thoughts, as a mysterious woman formally introduces herself. The sharp clack of heels belongs to a sharp-looking woman, who formally introduces herself as Agent Kim Ji-ho. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, his brain struggling to process the sudden appearance of a sports agent. Looking at her business card, he chuckles to himself, thinking her name sounds like a friendly neighborhood sister. But as she takes a seat, Eugene is internally screaming over how ridiculously beautiful she is. She casually mentions that she closely monitored his Sendai Cup performance, leaving our playmaker nervously scratching his neck. Before the conversation can go any further, his dad loudly clears his throat and takes a dramatic sip. Slamming his glass down, his old man bluntly asks if his son is actually considered a competitive player. Unfazed by the protective dad routine, the agent calmly pops open her laptop to get down to business. She turns the screen to reveal a slideshow, and Eugene is immediately impressed by her meticulous preparation. That respect instantly vanishes when he sees the aggressively colorful, incredibly cringy title slide she actually put together. Moving past the cringe, the agent confidently begins her briefing on his exact value in the evolving football market. Our boy raises an eyebrow, silently wondering if she just plans to give him a generic market projection. She explains that modern tactics and intense pressing are completely killing off the classic attacking midfielder role, but she firmly states that our elite playmaker is built completely different from those outdated relics. She notes how he effortlessly shields the ball from aggressive defenders without breaking a single sweat. Plus, his monstrous stamina and relentless movement allow him to completely shatter high-pressure defensive lines. Concluding her pitch, she declares him a future-oriented weapon, capable of flipping any match with lethal goals. Hearing this spot-on analysis, Eugene starts sweating nervously as he realizes she is describing a very specific playstyle. He immediately thinks of Gavin De Bruyne, a legendary future midfielder known for evolving beyond the traditional playmaker role. Dumbfounded, our boy stares at the agent, terrified by how she predicted a playstyle that does not even exist yet. Breaking the silence, his dad chimes in to ask if she has a specific team in mind for our boy. Digging through her bag, the agent confidently states she already has a clear first choice. She slides over a document, noting it belongs to a club that just changed owners last year. She admits they are currently struggling in the Premier League, but predicts they will become absolute titans within a few years. Glancing down at the paper, Eugene's eyes go wide with pure shock. His dad leans in, asking if it is a famous club, leaving Eugene to let out a nervous, dumbfounded laugh. Staring at the agent, he realizes her market prediction skills are downright terrifying. Seeing the logo of the soon-to-be legendary club, he knows for a fact that she is the real deal. A massive grin spreads across his face as he turns to his dad. Jumping up from his seat, he excitedly declares that he is officially signing with this agent. The confident agent insists she has the perfect path forward for our boy, no matter what. Reaching into her bag, she pulls out a specific team recommendation tailored just for him. She slides over a document, noting it belongs to a club that just changed owners last year. She admits they are currently struggling in the Premier League, but predicts they will become absolute titans. Glancing down at the paper, Eugene's eyes go wide with pure, unfiltered shock. Staring at the familiar blue logo of a soon-to-be legendary powerhouse, he can hardly believe his eyes. He knows that even with his recent hype, landing a top-tier offer right away is nearly impossible. So targeting a mid-tier club guaranteed to explode in value is an absolutely genius move. In an era where overseas market knowledge is non-existent, her predictive skills are downright terrifying. Looking around the table, Eugene realizes for a fact that this agent is the real deal. Realizing her terrifying foresight perfectly matches his own, Eugene knows he absolutely cannot let her slip away. Without a second thought, our boy leans forward and eagerly declares he is ready to sign immediately. Jiho just smirks with absolute confidence, knowing she successfully secured the hottest rookie in the entire country. Fast forward a bit, and Eugene arrives at the massive, state-of-the-art youth national team training camp. A whole week passes since locking in his contract, and the brutal physical conditioning is already underway. The squad runs through relentless passing drills as boots thud heavily against the pristine green turf. Eugene pushes his body to the absolute limit, weaving through practice cones until his lungs burn. Yet, even while dripping with sweat, his mind drifts back to his new agent's bizarre quirks. Sure, her football knowledge is god tier, but he remembers how incredibly clumsy she is in everyday life. Not to mention her presentation skills are absolute trash tier, featuring the most cursed slideshow he has ever seen. Despite her genius, he sweats a little, wondering if trusting such a clueless agent was a huge mistake. His internal crisis is suddenly cut short when a couple of his teammates jog over and call his name. Moon Jongwon shoves a flip phone right into his face, pointing out that yet another news article just dropped. Turns out, the media is absolutely losing their minds, hyping Eugene up as the savior of the U-17 squad. Jongwon dryly questions the obsession, prompting our boy to smugly joke that it's obviously because he's better looking. Unamused, Jongwon asks about the article count, and Kim Min-sung chimes in, noting that Hyungmin only got 5. Hearing that his rival got half the coverage, Eugene completely loses his composure and bursts out laughing. Unfortunately, his spit sprays directly onto Jongwon's face with a wet smack, leaving the wingback completely deadpan. Unfazed by the friendly fire, Eugene just ruthlessly mocks Hyungmin's pathetic article count while flexing his own. Utterly done with this nonsense, Jongwon turns his back to clean up, calmly ordering Min-sung to track his stats. Hyungmin completely snaps, grabbing a traffic cone with murderous intent to make his own headlines. Our boy just laughs hysterically, effortlessly dodging the enraged striker's wild swings across the pitch. Catching his breath, Eugene wonders why the youth tournament is suddenly getting so much massive hype. The main World Cup is obviously the ultimate stage, drawing billions of obsessed fans worldwide. It is a global phenomenon where entire nations scream themselves hoarse for their superstar players. But the moment you slap a youth age limit on that trophy, the prestige completely vanishes. Since these kids are not pros yet, their matches usually play out in dead, empty stadiums. Still casually jogging away from his fuming rival, Eugene realizes this timeline is completely different. The media is swarming them, treating this upcoming youth tournament like a top-tier national emergency. He realizes his insane performance at the Sendai Cup completely shattered the original timeline's expectations. He realizes that his insane performance has completely rewritten the timeline, drawing the hungry eyes of the global press. The media frenzy is absolute chaos, with scouts and reporters murmuring about the sudden rise of this unknown squad. Basking in the flashing cameras, our boy knows that dominating the upcoming World Cup will change absolutely everything. If he shines on this massive stage, he can easily secure a golden professional contract way ahead of schedule. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he vows to completely crush whoever steps onto his pitch. But his fierce inner monologue is violently interrupted when a monstrously angry teammate suddenly grabs him from behind. Eugene frantically sprints away, begging for mercy, but Hyungmin ruthlessly pelts him with a cone for his trash talk. Meanwhile, the rest of the national squad gathers inside the locker room for a highly anticipated tournament announcement. The coaching staff orders the boys to settle down, revealing that the official group stage draw is starting soon. However, the coach suddenly pauses in complete confusion, realizing that their star playmaker and striker are nowhere to be found. The rest of the squad casually mentions that the duo went to the infirmary, leaving the coach completely baffled. Suddenly, the locker room door swings open as someone frantically apologizes for being late to the meeting. The coach immediately rushes over, deeply concerned that his star player might have suffered a severe injury. Eugene flashes a bruised smile, cheerfully lying about a training accident, while Hyungmin sweats bullets behind him. Their chaotic entrance is cut short when the television broadcast announces the start of the first group draw. Taking his seat next to his teammates, our battered playmaker finally locks his focus onto the screen. Deep down, he tries to convince himself that he doesn't care which powerhouse nations they face. But a sly smirk creeps onto his face as he secretly hopes for an easy bracket. The tension in the room skyrockets as the broadcast officially moves on to the Group C selections. With bated breath, the boys scream at the television as the official cracks open the next draw ball. The official kicks things off by revealing Argentina as the first absolute powerhouse in their bracket. The room instantly erupts into a panic as the boys frantically pray to avoid that bloodbath. Even the head coach crosses his arms in dead silence, his eyes glued to the unforgiving screen. When Senegal drops as the second seed, the defenders start sweating bullets over the sheer physical threat. But the nightmare truly begins when the official unfurls the third slip to reveal Germany. The squad completely loses their minds, realizing this bracket is an absolute meat grinder. Our boy just smirks through the sweat, instantly recognizing this as the undeniable group of death. The entire room holds its breath as the official cracks open the final, fateful draw ball. He slowly pulls out the slip, revealing the first few letters of a painfully familiar nation. Camera shutters explode in a blinding flash as the final sacrificial lamb is locked in. The rest of the squad immediately grabs their heads in absolute despair. Some guys are literally facepalming, completely dumbfounded by their rotten luck. But our boy just lets out a breathless chuckle, completely unfazed by the impossible odds. The screen mercilessly confirms South Korea as the final seed for the group. A heavy silence falls over the locker room as the reality of their brutal bracket sets in. With a final ding, Group C is officially cemented as the ultimate tournament meat grinder. Fast forward a bit, and the team touches down at their sweltering training camp in Nigeria. The boys are instantly subjected to brutal conditioning runs under the unforgiving African sun. Exhausted and dripping with sweat, they start whining about why this local adaptation training is even necessary. But the head coach barks back, demanding they acclimate their bodies now if they want to survive. The conditioning coach ruthlessly pushes them to their limits, refusing to let a single player slack off. It's only day 2 in Nigeria, but the blazing African sun is already melting the squad's stamina. Eugene pushes through the brutal exhaustion, knowing this hellish climate adaptation is their only lifeline, because their very first matchup in this meat grinder is against the absolute powerhouse, Germany. Facing a juggernaut right out of the gate is terrifying, but our boy knows the real nightmare lies elsewhere. His mind drifts back to the long flight out of Korea as he pieces together a survival strategy. He intensely reviews a thick stack of tactical documents he brought along to study the enemy. His eyes scan the pages, analyzing every single lethal threat, waiting for them in Group C. Turns out, his sharp new agent Ji-ho had ambushed him at the airport with a massive scouting report. She casually notes that spoon-feeding him elite tactical intel is just part of her premium agency service. Before boarding, he had to yell at his clumsy agent for literally sprinting toward the wrong gate. Now, on the flight, he sweats bullets, realizing her terrifying data spells absolute doom for them. Turns out, the opposing German squad is completely stacked with future world-class super aces. He rubs his temples in disbelief, wondering what kind of freak genetics birthed that golden generation. Staring out the window, our boy accepts the grim reality of their upcoming bloodbath. In this timeline, the 2009 German squad is undeniably one of the most terrifying forces alive. Fast forward to their sweltering team lodging in Nigeria, where the brutal climate is already suffocating. Dropping a heavy dinner tray in the cafeteria, the sheer exhaustion from training is completely palpable. A teammate checks in on Jung-suk and Jung-woo, asking if the hellish conditioning is breaking them. Jung-woo just forces a tired smile, admitting the suffocating heat is making survival infinitely harder. Shoving food into his mouth, one player complains that the suffocating heat has completely killed his appetite. Another teammate glances around the half-empty cafeteria, wondering where Eugene and Hyung-min ran off to. Swallowing his food, the first player just smirks, noting that the answer is painfully obvious. Miles away, the blinding floodlights of the training pitch snap on with a heavy mechanical hum. Refusing to rest, our boy is already back on the turf, lining up a late-night free kick. He drives his cleats through the ball with a sharp thud, pouring his remaining stamina into the strike. The ball rockets through the humid air, curving beautifully toward the top corner of the practice net. But instead of finding the net, it violently rattles the crossbar with a sharp, echoing clang. Eugene grabs his head in pure agony, screaming to the heavens that his shot was practically flawless. Hyung-min immediately punishes his miss with a swift kick, barking that it was completely off target. The star striker just laughs, bragging that bending a free kick is the easiest thing in the world. Rubbing his stinging back, our boy glares at his tutor, completely fed up with his arrogant attitude. He knows the coach has assigned the striker to fix his trash-tier kicking power, but the disrespect is ridiculous. Deciding to flip the script, Eugene casually kicks a ball right to his smug teammate's feet. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he decides to put the prodigy's money where his mouth is. He triggers the mechanical training dummies to pop up, daring the striker to clear the massive wall himself. Smirking confidently, Eugene lays down a high-stakes bet, offering to be his servant if he actually scores. But before he can even finish his trash talk, his eyes widen in absolute disbelief. A blinding, fiery streak of energy instantly rockets over the mechanical wall with terrifying precision. The ball violently slams into the back of the net, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded. Following through with flawless technique, the striker proves his raw power is absolutely no joke. He flashes a cocky grin, already celebrating the fact that he just scored himself a personal servant. Staring at the goal, Eugene is left completely speechless by the sheer magnitude of that strike. He always knew the future captain was a beast, but never expected the gap to be this massive. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that if he doesn't step up, his own pro career is completely doomed. Fueled by frustration, Our boy immediately gets to work, blasting shots that thud violently against the goalpost. Hours of relentless practice pass until both of them finally collapse onto the turf in total exhaustion. Checking his old-school flip phone, the striker complains about the overtime and begs to grab some food, but Eugene refuses to quit, pushing himself back up and telling his buddy to eat without him. With his eyes locked on the goal, he vows to do whatever it takes to reach the top. Hearing that intense declaration, the exhausted striker just stares at our boy in absolute disbelief. He lets out a heavy sigh, muttering that Eugene's dramatic speech is way too cheesy for his taste. But a cocky smirk creeps onto his face as he playfully refuses to abandon his loyal servant. Pointing dramatically, he offers to graciously coach his subordinate, prompting Eugene to sarcastically beg him to disappear. Fast forward to the main event. The sun blazes over the massive Nnamdi Stadium in Nigeria. The stands are packed with roaring fans, setting the stage for the first brutal clash of Group C. Broadcast crews scramble along the sidelines, locking their lenses onto the pitch to capture history in the making. Up in the booth, the commentators eagerly introduce themselves to the millions of viewers watching back home. They hype up the upcoming bloodbath as South Korea prepares to take on the powerhouse German squad. The deafening roar washes over the boys as both teams march out of the tunnel into the blinding light. Led by their captain, Hyung-min, our boys step onto the pitch with absolute determination burning in their eyes. But stepping up right beside them is the German squad, boasting an intimidating average height that dwarfs the competition. The two squads line up face to face, the sheer tension between the prodigies making the heavy stadium air crackle. Germany's massive goalkeeper sizes up the Korean squad, silently scoffing at how tiny his opponents look. One German midfielder arrogantly assumes it'll be an easy win, though his teammate warns him to stay focused. Their star playmaker doesn't even see Korea as a threat, already daydreaming about what he wants for dinner. Eugene stares down the towering European prospects, fully aware that the entire world is watching this very moment. Instead of feeling fear, he vows to completely crush them and secure his ticket to an elite club. The referee finally raises his hand high into the blazing sky to signal the start of the bloodbath. A sharp whistle pierces the stadium as the ball rolls, officially kicking off the brutal battle for Group C. The stadium erupts into deafening cheers as the opening whistle blows and the brutal match officially begins. Instantly, a blonde German forward charges down the pitch, aggressively clashing with the Korean defensive line. The sheer physical pressure is suffocating, leaving the Korean defenders sweating, just trying to hold their ground. With a swift tap of his cleats, the German striker initiates a rapid and highly unpredictable dribble. He bursts past the formation with terrifying speed, forcing the panicked Koreans to desperately scramble for a block. Roaring at the defense to get out of his way, the powerhouse forward bulldozes straight through the midfield. But our boy Eugene isn't caught off guard, instantly recognizing the attacker from his agent's scouting report. The dossier perfectly profiled Thomas Richter as a lethal dribbler, who relies heavily on his elite individual skills. Knowing there was an 87% chance Richter would attack first, Eugene effortlessly predicts his exact path. In a flash of red, Eugene cleanly sweeps the ball away, completely shutting down the Germans' arrogant breakthrough. Eugene is absolutely hyped, realizing his predictive vision, combined with his agent's data, is an unstoppable weapon. He easily blows past the midfield, thrilled that his skills are actually working against world-class prodigies. His next target is Luigi Getz, a playmaker who completely underestimated the Korean squad before kickoff. Recalling the scouting report about Getz's lightning-fast tackles, our boy stays hyper-focused on his opponent's movements. Reading the shift in Getz's strong foot, Eugene instantly calculates that the German is lunging straight forward. He mentally dares the arrogant midfielder to bring it on, perfectly baiting him into the danger zone. With a flawless read, Eugene intercepts the tackle and cleanly strips the ball right off his toes. Min-sung is left completely dumbfounded by the sheer disrespect Eugene just showed to a European elite. The German defense instantly panics as the Korean forwards scream for the ball to push the counterattack. Leaving the trash-tier defenders in the dust, Eugene aggressively charges down the pitch to orchestrate the kill. But his triumphant charge is cut short when the ball is suddenly stolen, leaving him completely baffled. He quickly breaks down his predictive vision, noting that a black arrow first marks the tackling foot. Next, a glowing red light slowly fills up that exact arrow to indicate the buildup of momentum. And the very second that crimson light maxes out, the enemy's tackle is unleashed with full force. Sprinting back into position, Eugene realizes he can perfectly read the direction and timing of any strike. Yet he still got stripped because the German elite's attack speed was leagues above the Asian players. Knowing he needs to push his limits, he calls for a pass and aggressively charges down the field. Getz instantly steps up to block his path, completely dumbfounded that the Korean rookie is challenging him again. Eugene admits to himself that his raw dribbling stats are still too trash tier to outmaneuver the playmaker, but by locking onto the red zone, he barely taps the ball away to dodge the sliding tackle. Eugene realizes he is completely boxed in and curses his inability to break through the defense himself. With Getz breathing down his neck, he desperately forces a pass to Jungwoo to keep the play alive. The ball rolls into no man's land, sparking a dead sprint between the Korean striker and Draxus. Pushing his legs to the absolute limit, Jungwoo manages to reach the ball just a fraction faster, but Eugene instantly spots a blind spot ambush and screams for his teammate to watch his back. Reacting on pure instinct, Jungwoo pulls off a flawless Marseille turn, spinning right past the sliding defender. The broadcast booth completely loses their minds, absolutely dumbfounded by his sudden burst of world-class ball control. Wasting no time, he immediately threads a crisp pass up the field to Seokjun to keep momentum rolling. The winger flashes a cocky grin as he rallies the squad, completely unaware of the looming shadow. Before he can even react, Anton brutally sweeps in, cleanly stealing the ball and killing their counterattack. Anton flashes a cocky smirk, silently proving his point that the Korean squad is completely outmatched. Without missing a beat, the massive defender launches a booming clearance deep into Korean territory. The ball perfectly finds Oliver, who flawlessly traps it with his chest in wide open space. The Korean defense is caught completely flat-footed, as the German midfielder instantly secures the ball. Spotting a lethal run, Oliver immediately threads a piercing pass forward toward their striker, Max. Jung-suk grits his teeth in frustration, realizing the pass is just inches out of his reach. But Min-sung refuses to give up, pushing his explosive speed to the limit to close the gap. With a sharp thud, he violently stomps the ball dead before the striker can capitalize. Securing possession, Min-sung immediately feeds it to our boy Eugene to spark a lightning-fast counterattack. Barking out orders, Eugene rallies Jung-suk to push up with him and tear the German formation apart. Eugene immediately tries to thread a rapid pass toward Lee Jung-suk to keep the counterattack alive. The ball zips across the pitch, cutting through the open space with a sharp swoosh. But a sudden chill runs down Eugene's spine as he senses an immediate, suffocating presence. Out of nowhere, Luigi Getz closes the gap and intercepts the pass with a lightning-fast tap. Jung-suk clicks his tongue in frustration, realizing a German defender is already completely locking him down. Securing possession, Getz silently acknowledges our boy's sharp instincts while preparing to crush his momentum. The German midfielder launches a relentless assault, wondering how long Eugene can keep dodging his aggressive dribbling. Biting his thumb, Eugene is completely dumbfounded as he realizes the Germans are pushing multiple zones simultaneously. Refusing to back down, Eugene lunges forward and taps the ball right out from under him. The unpredictable timing of his sudden counter-tackle completely throws Getz off balance, sending him stumbling forward. Eugene secures the loose ball with a quick tap, but immediately realizes every single passing lane is choked out. Panting heavily, our boy grits his teeth as the sheer physical pressure of the European giants starts suffocating him. Before he can even catch his breath, 3 more German defenders instantly swarm him in a brutal tactical press. He curses his luck, internally screaming that dealing with just one of these monsters was already a total nightmare. With the defense collapsing on him, Eugene realizes he doesn't even have a split second to scan the field. But just as all hope seems lost, his predictive vision suddenly triggers, manifesting a blinding golden pillar of space. Trusting his god-tier instincts over his own eyes, he blindly smashes the ball toward the glowing target area. Uli Draxus just smirks at the desperate kick, mocking Eugene for blindly passing straight into an obvious offside trap. But the German's smug grin vanishes as the ball tears through the pitch, perfectly bypassing Anton's defensive line. Hyungmin bursts into the open space with a massive grin, utterly amazed that his playmaker saw that impossible opening. The German defenders are left completely dumbfounded, sweating bullets as their flawless offside trap is effortlessly shattered. Eugene watches his striker sprint forward, absolutely hyped by Hyungmin's insane off-the-ball movement. Knowing his job is done, our boy trusts his future captain to finish the play inside the strike zone. Without missing a beat, Hyungmin winds up and unleashes a blistering mid-range shot with a thunderous boom. The ball rockets toward the net, looking like an absolute nightmare for any normal goalkeeper to block. But Bear Spiegel isn't a normal keeper, and he just scoffs at the idea that this shot is dangerous. Launching his massive frame across the goal, the German giant easily catches the ball with a heavy smack. Landing smoothly with the ball, Spiegel proves exactly why his ridiculous wingspan makes him an impenetrable wall. Ju Chan watches in pure disbelief, cursing under his breath and wondering if the German keeper is a mutant. But Eugene just clenches his jaw, realizing a perfectly accurate pass would have guaranteed that goal. He knows he needs to focus entirely on threading the needle into the golden zone, despite the towering defense. Meanwhile, high up in the stadium's VIP seats, someone is watching the gritty midfield battle very closely. A sharp-dressed man notes how our boy managed to execute a killer line-breaking pass while heavily marked. Taking off his shades, he admits he never expected to find such a hidden gem in South Korea. Turns out, this is Mark Nickel, Liverpool's chief scout, and he decides to keep a close eye on Eugene. The whistle blows for halftime with the score deadlocked at 0, leaving the Korean squad baking under the sun. Slumping onto the bench, our boy curses at how ridiculously hard this match is turning out to be. He mentally replays the half, frustrated that he saw the passing lanes but kept getting blocked under pressure. Wiping his face, he admits he already knew his current physical stats were severely lacking against European powerhouses. But seeing the elite German squad also panting, he realizes the massive physical gap and vows to push harder. As the second half finally kicks off, the tension in the stadium reaches a boiling point. Refusing to back down, Eugene immediately pushes the pace and sprints down the pitch with the ball. He taps into his absolute focus, igniting his golden aura to orchestrate the perfect counterattack. Suddenly, he slams on the brakes, trapping the ball dead in its tracks to throw off his pursuers. The blonde German defender crashes right into his back, but our boy stubbornly holds his ground. Gritting his teeth through the immense physical strain, he desperately wills his exhausted body to move faster. Before the massive fullback can completely swallow him up, he forces a desperate pass down the line, but his heavy legs betray his vision, and the ball clunks right off a German midfielder's boot. The deflected pass ricochets wildly out of bounds, completely killing their hard-earned momentum in an instant. Stumbling forward, Eugene curses his own limits, painfully aware that his mind is outrunning his physical stats. He grinds his teeth in frustration, wondering how they haven't landed a single successful attack yet. Before he can even recover, the German counterattack explodes forward with terrifying, unstoppable speed. Our boy is left completely dumbfounded, his exhausted legs unable to keep up with their blistering pace. Luigi charges down the pitch like a freight train, forcing the Korean defense into a desperate scramble. With a swift thwack, the German playmaker cleanly threads the ball deeper into Korean territory. Panic sets in as the German squad breaches the danger zone, forcing the defenders to step up. The Korean center-backs frantically coordinate their press, desperately trying to lock down the open flank. They slide in aggressively, forming a two-man wall to completely suffocate the German attackers' momentum. Confident in their solid formation, the defenders are absolutely certain Luigi will be forced to pass backward. But Luigi just flashes a cocky smirk, planting his foot to pull off something completely unexpected. Our boy realizes with a jolt of panic that the German prodigy is actually forcing a left breakthrough. Spotting a microscopic opening in their defense, Luigi's eyes lock onto his target with terrifying precision. He threads a blindingly fast pass right through the impossibly tight gap between the two scrambling defenders. Eugene is left completely speechless, struggling to process how anyone could slip a ball through that non-existent space. Taking full advantage of the flawless assist, the German striker winds up and launches an absolute rocket. The ball tears across the pitch with bone-crushing velocity, threatening to shatter the Korean team's hopes. But Seungmin refuses to fold, throwing his hand up to deflect the lethal strike with a massive shockwave. The play resets with a free kick, leaving the Korean midfielders chuckling nervously at the sheer absurdity. Jong-suk breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing this monster orchestrates god-tier passes without even needing a zone. As the stadium erupts, it becomes painfully clear that Luigi's playmaking is on a completely different, terrifying level. Meanwhile, up in the VIP boxes, Liverpool's chief scout watches the chaotic match with a deadpan expression. His colleague lounges on the couch, groaning in German about how obnoxiously loud the stadium is. Completely ignoring the intense bloodbath below, he lazily reaches over to grab a fresh bottle of wine. He chugs the expensive alcohol straight from the bottle like it is absolute trash-tier water. Chelsea FC's chief scout, Dean Reeves, finally sits up with a flushed face, wondering if Germany scored. Mark simply scoffs, noting that Germany's victory is guaranteed, so they should just evaluate prospects and drink. Staring intensely at the field, Mark asks the drunk scout why this unprofitable youth league even exists. He explains that these tournaments exist solely to unearth completely unexpected, game-changing monsters cut from a different cloth. DM takes another sip, utterly dumbfounded as to why Mark is so fixated on an unranked Korean playmaker. Down on the pitch, our boy aggressively pushes the counterattack as a German defender desperately slides in. His predictive vision activates like a spider spinning a deadly web, perfectly calculating every single movement on the pitch. He effortlessly blows past the sliding defender in a swift burst of speed, pushing deep into enemy territory. Watching from the VIP box, Deem drunkenly grades the kid's defensive awareness as barely above average. Down below, two massive German defenders immediately swarm our boy, forcing him to quickly tap the ball away. The drunk scout scoffs at Eugene's awkward form, though he begrudgingly admits his ball retention is somewhat acceptable. Eugene cleanly threads a short pass through the pressure, earning another mediocre grade from the unimpressed scout. He then launches a massive, sweeping long pass across the entire field to shift the offensive momentum. Despite the relentless physical pressure from the German squad, Eugene's stamina holds up surprisingly well. DM arrogantly concludes the kid is barely second-team material, openly mocking Mark for losing his legendary eye for talent. But Mark completely ignores the insult, his eyes locked on the pitch as he declares the real show is starting. DM just scoffs, completely unimpressed by the unfolding play as the final whistle approaches. With only minutes left in stoppage time, Eugene finally pushes deep into the opponent's penalty box, but the German squad immediately shuts him down, forming an absolute fortress in front of the goal. They completely park the bus, suffocating the Korean attackers and leaving zero room to breathe. The entire weight of the match falls squarely on Eugene's shoulders, and the pressure is suffocating. He desperately scans the field, trying to figure out how to pierce through the massive defensive line. A lobbed pass would easily get cleared by their towering height, and a solo dribble is suicide. Up in the stands, the drunk scout criticizes his hesitation, calling him a third-rate player with no vision. But suddenly, Deem's arrogant expression completely vanishes as he notices a shift in the kid's stance. Without warning, our boy winds up for a massive, unpredictable strike right through the impenetrable defense. Instead of a booming shot, his cleat connects with the ball in a deceptively soft tap. The strike creates a vicious backspin, sending the ball skidding across the pitch with a sharp hiss. Deem is left completely dumbfounded, realizing our boy just used the inside of his foot. The ball violently bends inward, carving an impossible golden trajectory right through the grass. It completely bypasses the towering German defenders, threading the needle toward its true destination. Waiting at the end of that miraculous pass is none other than their star striker, Hyung Min. With a manic grin, he unleashes a devastating volley that rockets straight toward the goal. The massive German keeper dives desperately, cursing under his breath as he realizes his reach is useless. The ball smashes into the back of the net, shattering the impenetrable German fortress in an instant. The German defenders are left completely paralyzed, unable to comprehend how they just got dismantled. The rest of the Korean squad immediately erupts into pure, unadulterated hype. Jungsuk flashes a cocky grin, knowing their brutal training actually paid off against the Titans. The referee finally brings the whistle to his lips, signaling the end of the bloodbath. The entire team swarms their star striker, screaming in absolute euphoria over the fantastic game winner. Up in the VIP lounge, the elite scouts can only stare down in stunned silence. Deem is completely mind-blown, questioning how anyone could calculate such a flawless trajectory mid-match. He realizes that while our boy's physical stats might be trashed here, his playmaking is undeniably world-class. With that legendary upset, South Korea officially claims the throne at the top of the group standings. As the sun sets, the team bus rumbles down the street carrying our exhausted squad. Inside, Coach Lee praises the boys for their brutal, hard-fought victory against the German Titans. He cheerfully announces a 2-day break from training so they can finally rest their battered bodies. But he is instantly met with dead silence, leaving the veteran coach completely dumbfounded. Turns out, the entire squad is already passed out, radiating a heavy aura of pure exhaustion. Minsung and Jungsuk are completely out cold, their stamina entirely drained from the relentless pressure. Even the usually energetic strikers are just staring blankly into the void, completely traumatized. Watching them, Eugene leans against the window and notes how incredibly depressed his teammates look. He realizes that despite pulling off a miracle, they felt the massive skill gap firsthand. They might have won as a team, but deep down, every single one of them knows they lost individually. Eugene reflects that over half of the German squad are already considered world-class prospects. He knows that to reach the absolute top, these elite monsters are the exact rivals they must crush. Staring out the bus window, our boy swallows his pride, admitting he needs to drastically improve his skills. With a renewed fire in his eyes, he vows to do whatever it takes right now to evolve. Later that night at the team dorms, he decides to immediately put his desperate plan into action. While getting a late-night refill at the water cooler, one of the strikers is completely caught off guard. Jongwoo is just trying to hydrate in peace when he hears sudden footsteps approaching down the hall. Eugene corners him, bluntly stating that he didn't come for a drink, but for serious business. The exhausted striker looks completely bewildered, wondering what the team's elite playmaker could possibly want from him. Without missing a beat, Eugene swallows his pride and straight up asks Jongwoo to teach him how to dribble. The very next morning, the two hit the bustling city streets under the blazing sun. Following closely behind, our boy realizes he never paid much attention to the quiet striker before, but remembering how effortlessly Jungwoo tore through the massive German defense, he knows the guy is legit. If he can just absorb that elite footwork, his own playmaking potential will absolutely skyrocket. Suddenly, Eugene stops in his tracks, realizing they are walking completely away from the training facility. The striker abruptly stops, calmly announcing that they have finally reached their destination. Completely dumbfounded, the playmaker stares ahead, trying to process what he is even looking at. Instead of a pristine pitch, they are standing right in the middle of a chaotic, jam-packed market. Utterly confused, he asks if this crowded street is seriously supposed to be their training ground. With a confident smirk, Jungwoo simply replies that this exact chaos is what forged his elite footwork. The scene shifts to a nostalgic sunset over a dirt field, diving into a painful memory from the striker's past. A group of local kids are setting up a pickup game, realizing they are one player short for even teams. One of the boys spots some classmates walking by and immediately points them out as potential fillers. He waves them over, calling out to a young Jungwoo and his friend, who are just heading home. When asked to join, our boy's eyes completely light up with pure, unadulterated excitement at the chance to play. But the mood instantly shatters when another kid bluntly tells Jungwoo that his dribbling is absolutely trash tier. Instead of picking him, they choose his nervous friend, completely icing the aspiring striker out of the match. Dumbfounded and humiliated, Jungwoo just stands there in stunned silence as his childhood pride takes a brutal hit. Swallowing his pain, he forces a fake smile and makes up a pathetic excuse about needing to help his mom. Walking away alone, that crushing rejection becomes the exact spark that forced him to master his relentless, chaotic footwork. Arriving back at his family's bustling side dish shop, he calls out to let his mom know he's home. Surprised to see him early, she asks why he isn't playing, so he lies and claims everyone was busy. Buying his excuse, she asks him to run a quick grocery errand, which he eagerly accepts to hide his disappointment. Jogging through the market, our boy mentally repeats the grocery list so he doesn't mess up the simple task. But his heart aches, wishing he had his own ball to practice with, when a sudden crash breaks his thoughts. A neighboring vendor yells at an employee about the trash, and a battered object rolls right to Jungwoo's feet. It is a completely worn-out, scuffed-up soccer ball that looks like it has been through absolute hell. Crouching down to inspect it, he realizes the vendor just tossed it out as literal garbage. He desperately wants to kick it right then and there, but knows he'll get in massive trouble for slacking. Suddenly, his eyes widen as a brilliant, chaotic idea strikes him on how to do both at once. He figures if he can just weave through the towering adults without bumping into them, it's the perfect practice. A cocky smirk spreads across his face as he realizes this insane training method will finally make him worthy. Scooping up the battered ball, he vows to master his footwork so he can finally play with his friends. Snapping back to the present, the older striker explains how it initially took him 5 agonizing minutes to move. But after 5 grueling years of relentless daily practice, his footwork became absolute magic. He suddenly bursts forward, effortlessly gliding through the dense sea of shoppers like an untouchable ghost. Flashing a confident grin, he brags that he can now cross the entire chaotic market in 5 minutes flat. Our boy watches in absolute awe, completely dumbfounded by how clean and ridiculously efficient the veteran's movements are. Tossing the ball over with a casual tap, the striker tells his exhausted junior that it is his turn. He lays out the brutal rules, challenging the playmaker to cross the entire market without touching a single soul. Gulping down his nerves, our boy grips the ball tightly and prepares to face the chaotic gauntlet. He drops the ball and starts tapping it through the dense sea of oblivious shoppers. At first, he thinks it is a total joke since the slow-moving pedestrians are ridiculously easy to dodge. Skeptical of the veteran's bizarre methods, he seriously considers ditching this place for a proper training ground. But his arrogant thoughts are instantly shattered when 2 kids suddenly sprint right across his path. Caught completely off guard, he gets brutally shoulder-checked by one of the running boys and loses his footing. He frantically scrambles to regain control, realizing the unpredictable street hazards are way more dangerous than he thought. Before he can even breathe, a vendor swings a massive pole of fish right at his face. Sweating bullets, our boy is completely dumbfounded by the sheer absolute chaos of this makeshift training ground. He desperately fights to keep his balance, finally understanding that this brutal environment is designed to forge untouchable reflexes. He stares in awe, finally connecting the dots on how genius this method actually is. He realizes dodging these random pedestrians perfectly mimics surviving unpredictable tempo tackles on the pitch. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he embraces this ultimate custom training ground. Clenching his fist, our boy vows to completely master this chaotic dribbling routine. With a sudden dash, he pushes forward, determined to elevate his skills to the absolute peak. Later that night, the sheer exhaustion of his brutal new regimen finally catches up to him. He flops face first onto his mattress with a heavy thud, his muscles screaming in absolute agony. Staring blankly, he mentally lists his hellish all-day training schedule and wonders if he might actually die. Suddenly, his flip phone starts buzzing wildly from inside his bag, breaking the dead silence. He checks the glowing screen, completely dumbfounded to see his agent calling him at this hour. He groggily answers the phone, asking his agent what could possibly be so urgent at this hour. Sitting at her laptop, she cuts right to the chase and reveals their agency just got a massive call. Sitting up, our boy assumes it must be some trash-tier club since he has only played a single match. But he nearly jumps out of his skin when she drops the bomb that an English club wants him. His eyes go wide with absolute disbelief, struggling to process how he caught international attention so fast. Trying to manage his expectations, he guesses it must be a lower division team, but she immediately denies it. Completely dumbfounded, he asks what other option there could possibly be. A confident smirk crosses her face as she proudly announces it is a First Division Premier League club. Leaning into the receiver, she whispers the legendary name of the team directly into his ear. The sheer weight of the news hits him like a truck, causing his phone to slip from his trembling hand. His brain short-circuits as he tries to process the sheer magnitude of the legendary name. Staring blankly at his dropped phone, he struggles to wrap his head around the impossible reality. He wonders how a top-tier Premier League giant could possibly want him after just a single match. Snapping out of his daze, our boy scrambles to pick up his device, feeling completely overwhelmed. Pressing it back to his ear, he eagerly asks if they already sent over the contract conditions. But his agent quickly bursts his bubble, calmly clarifying that it is not an official offer just yet. Completely dumbfounded, he asks her what she means by that. Typing away at her laptop, she explains that the club merely inquired about his current team affiliation. She notes that massive clubs have strict procedures, meaning they are essentially just calling dibs on him for now. Grounding his expectations, she warns him that this is just preliminary interest and could easily lead to absolutely nothing. Flopping back onto his bed, Eugene sighs heavily, realizing he got his hopes up over absolutely nothing. His agent advises him not to overdo it, promising that simply maintaining his current form will guarantee a call. As the call ends with a soft click, our boy stares at the ceiling, deeply mulling over her advice. Closing his eyes, he recalls the terrifying physical dominance of the German squad they barely managed to defeat. His eyes snap open with burning determination, silently apologizing to his agent because he refuses to just coast. Hitting the pavement late at night, he relentlessly pushes through extra dribbling drills to evolve his game. Soon enough, morning breaks over a massive stadium as the broadcast hypes up the next highly anticipated clash. The players hit the pristine pitch to warm up for their crucial Group D showdown against Senegal. Riding the massive momentum of their historic upset, the Korean squad locks in a highly aggressive offensive formation. However, they are facing a terrifying Senegalese roster, renowned worldwide for their explosive speed and overwhelming physical power. Eugene and the Korean squad stand tall, their ironclad fighting spirit radiating across the pitch. On the other side, the Senegalese giants loom like absolute walls of muscle and speed. The referee's whistle pierces the air, officially kicking off this brutal clash of continental pride. High above the roaring crowd, two elite European scouts watch the pitch like hungry hawks. Taking a swig of wine, the Chelsea FC scout smirks, noting today's bloodbath will be highly entertaining. His eyes narrow slightly, clearly buzzing from the alcohol, but keeping his sharp analytical instincts completely intact. Glancing out at the stadium, he points out how Korea's massive upset against Germany completely shifted the atmosphere. The stands are absolutely packed with rival scouts, all scrambling to analyze the underdog team that defied reality. He turns to the Liverpool scout, wondering if our boy Eugene can pull off another magical masterclass today. Mark stares coldly at the field, determined to see if that miracle victory was pure luck or undeniable skill. Mark narrows his eyes, silently challenging our boy to prove his worth on the world stage. But Senegal isn't underestimating them anymore, treating the Korean squad like absolute giants from the kickoff. As a crisp pass slices through the midfield grass, Eugene moves to receive it. Suddenly, a Senegalese midfielder aggressively cuts in front of him, stealing the ball with a heavy thud. The swift interception completely kills Korea's momentum before their attack can even begin. The powerhouse midfielder easily pushes past our dumbfounded playmaker, taking full control of the pitch. Pappas smirks to himself, realizing the Korean offense is completely toothless without their main passing hub. He quickly distributes the ball upfield, leaving a frustrated Eugene in the dust to chase shadows. Our boy grits his teeth, realizing his opponent is suffocating his passing lanes before the ball arrives. It hits him that Senegal is using the exact same isolation tactic Japan used against Ren. Eugene quickly realizes that Senegal has built their entire defensive strategy around completely shutting him down. But our boy knows they picked the absolute worst target to try and physically exhaust. Papis stubbornly resolves to stick to his target like glue no matter how many times it takes. With the second half ticking past the 67th minute, the scoreboard remains stubbornly locked at 0. The commentators hype up the suffocating tension, wondering who will finally break this agonizing deadlock. However, the relentless man-marking is already taking a massive physical toll on the huffing Senegalese powerhouse. Poppy's gasps for air, completely dumbfounded by the Korean playmaker's seemingly infinite stamina. Glancing back, Eugene calmly notes that his shadow is finally hitting his absolute physical limit. Seizing the perfect moment, our boy kicks into high gear with a sudden burst of explosive speed. Completely drained, Papis groans in defeat as his legs finally give out from the brutal chase. The stadium roars as the Senegalese powerhouse completely stops, his lungs burning from the impossible chase. Up in the stands, a frustrated scout complains that he wasted his time watching a basic midfielder. But before he can even pack his bags, a sudden shift on the pitch leaves him speechless. The commentators lose their minds as our boy completely shatters the defensive line with a single sprint. Papis desperately tries to recover, but he can only watch helplessly as Eugene blows right past him. Planting his foot with absolute precision, the Korean playmaker prepares to unleash his true weapon. A blinding pillar of golden mana erupts from the pitch, leaving Jungwoo staring in absolute awe. Anticipating the god-tier play, Hyungmin instantly charges forward to break through the chaotic penalty box. The golden pass violently curves past the entire Senegalese squad, perfectly calculating every single blind spot. Glowing like a literal meteor, the ball locks onto its target to finally shatter this agonizing deadlock. Jungwoo watches in absolute disbelief as the ball lands perfectly at the striker's feet. Without missing a beat, the shot violently tears through the net, leaving the Senegalese defenders completely paralyzed. Up in the stands, the veteran scouts are left utterly dumbfounded by the god-tier playmaking. They can barely process what they just witnessed. Realizing this kid is a generational talent, the scouting box erupts into absolute chaos as recruiters scramble to contact their clubs immediately. Taking a swig of wine, Deem bitterly admits he wanted to keep this monster a secret. Mark Nickel just smirks, finally convinced that Korea's previous massive upset was no fluke. With our boy's world-class skills fully exposed, the only question left is who will sign him first. The referee blows the final whistle, officially cementing a grueling 1-0 victory for the underdogs. Eugene throws his head back in pure relief as the entire squad celebrates their back-to-back miracle wins. Min-sung and Jungwon lose their absolute minds, screaming in pure disbelief that they actually took down the African powerhouse. Ju-chan and Jung-sok quickly do the math, realizing these two massive upsets guarantee their tournament advancement. Exhausted but victorious, our boy just flashes a wicked smirk, knowing his master plan is working perfectly. The entire bench rushes the pitch, dogpiling their star playmaker as they officially secure their round of 16 ticket. Meanwhile, back in Seoul, the night is quiet, but the sports world is completely erupting. Inside a dark office, a desk starts blowing up, with relentless, frantic notification chimes. The inbox floods with endless unread emails, packed with desperate inquiries from top-tier European clubs. By morning, the bustling Korean markets remain completely oblivious to the massive bidding war brewing overseas. Up in a quiet rooftop cafe, the bright sun brings a brief moment of calm. A dedicated sports journalist clicks open his laptop, ready to draft a truly internet-shattering article. While journalists draft their articles, the national team director is busy watching our boy tear through the enemy's formation. He notes how the rookie flawlessly slotted a golden pass right into the open space. Watching the replay, he realizes this kid single-handedly solved every offensive flaw they had. He always knew the boy was a rare gem, but this level of dominance is mind-blowing. Suddenly, his intense film study is interrupted when a sharp-dressed man steps into the room. The stranger extends a confident handshake, formally introducing himself to the dumbfounded director. He reveals he's a top-tier scout sent directly from Liverpool, looking to talk serious business. Completely unaware of the hype, our boy is back home, grinding his footwork through a crowded market. He pushes his stamina to the absolute limit, weaving through the chaotic foot traffic. But his brutal training session abruptly halts when a mysterious shoe suddenly blocks his path with a heavy thud. The sudden interruption breaks his concentration, sending the ball bouncing away into the dirt. Frustrated, our boy grabs his hair and screams, realizing he has to start the grueling drill from scratch. He scoops the ball back up, refusing to let a single mistake break his ironclad focus. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he takes a deep breath to steady his racing heart. He analyzes his own movements, pinpointing the exact flaw that's been holding his playmaking back. Thinking back to his matches, he realizes his wide, exaggerated dodges are completely killing his momentum. Even when he spots the perfect passing lane, overcommitting to the dodge ruins his crucial timing. To fix this, he needs to keep his center tight and barely slip past the incoming tackles. But theory is one thing, and he screams in sheer frustration knowing execution is a whole different beast. Calming down, he prepares for another rep, reminding himself that it's perfectly fine to master the basics slowly. He vows to himself that as long as he never stops grinding, he'll eventually reach the absolute top. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name from behind, snapping our boy right out of his intense focus. He turns around, completely caught off guard to see the national team director standing right there in the market. The old man casually lists off the rookie's absolutely insane daily training schedule while offering him some fruit. He warns the kid not to burn out, but our boy stubbornly promises to keep pushing his absolute limits. Curious, the young playmaker asks what brings the head honcho all the way out to a crowded street market. Instead of answering directly, the director brings up a serious conversation they had not too long ago about his future. Flashing back to the Sendai Cup, he remembers boldly declaring his ultimate dream of going straight to the pros. The old man finally drops the massive bombshell, revealing that a top-tier Liverpool scout specifically came asking about him. Completely dumbfounded, the rookie freezes up, unable to process the fact that a Premier League giant is actually watching him. The director explains that top-tier scouts often bypass the red tape and hit up coaches directly to snatch promising rookies. But instead of hyping him up, the old man bluntly admits he doesn't want our boy joining the English giants. Eugene just smirks, already knowing exactly why his mentor is trying to pump the brakes on this massive opportunity. It all comes down to Steven Gerrard, Liverpool's absolute legendary superstar, who boasts flawlessly maxed out stats across the board. The guy dominates the exact same attacking midfield role Eugene needs, and he still has plenty of prime years left. Taking a casual bite of his street food, the rookie points out the obvious reality that he'd be permanently benched. The director nods, warning that fighting for a starting spot would take years unless he sacrificed his natural position entirely. When asked if he has any backup plans, Eugene's eyes sharpen as he chews over his ultimate master plan. He reveals he already has a very specific standard in mind, eyeing a club exactly like Manchester City. Our boy isn't looking for an established throne, but an underrated squad perfectly primed for explosive, meteoric growth. He knows that joining a rising squad means he'll eventually get to learn alongside world-class superstars. But as they stroll through the market, our boy sweats, realizing he can't confess he knows the future. Breaking the silence, the director casually mentions that a team from the French league also reached out. Eugene stops dead in his tracks, his eyes widening as a wild possibility crosses his mind. The director reveals the offer is from Paris Saint-Germain, leaving the young playmaker completely stunned. He remembers that massive billionaire investments are about to transform this weak club into an absolute powerhouse. In just a few years, legendary strikers will join the squad, making it the perfect environment to grow. Realizing this is the exact golden opportunity he was hoping for, a massive grin spreads across his face. Barely able to contain his excitement, he abruptly asks his mentor if he can head back early. He eagerly sprints off through the crowd, leaving the dumbfounded director scratching his head in total confusion. As our boy sprints through the bustling market, his mind races with the sheer weight of the Saint-Germain offer. He knows they are destined to become a massive powerhouse, but remembers their explosive rise happens a bit too late. Since every second of his second chance matters, he realizes the current French squad just doesn't fit his accelerated timeline. Refusing to settle, he quickly whips out his phone to contact the one person who can pivot his future. Staring out at the sprawling city, he vows not to let this massive momentum slip through his fingers. Meanwhile, his sharp-eyed agent sits in dead silence at her desk, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Her gaze is locked in absolute focus, as she mentally counts down the final, agonizing seconds to her deadline. The second the clock strikes noon, the waiting game officially ends. Without missing a beat, she reaches into her bag to initiate the next phase of their master plan. She pulls out a thick dossier, fully prepared to flip the entire football transfer market on its head. Before dropping that massive bombshell, she decides to take a quick break with a meticulously packed lunch. The sharp-eyed agent finally gets a moment to breathe, happily grabbing a piece of egg roll. She takes a satisfying bite, savoring the rare taste of some well-deserved downtime. But her peaceful silence is instantly shattered when her flip phone suddenly rings. Answering the call with a thud, she asks our boy what the sudden urgency is about. Wasting absolutely no time, Eugene presses her to confirm if Paris Saint-Germain has reached out. She smirks and confirms the news, casually dropping that several other top-tier clubs have also made contact. Flipping through her documents, she explains that while Paris hasn't sent a formal offer, their demands are massive. Strolling through the lobby, our boy quickly pivots the conversation to secure a provisional contract. Waiting for the elevator, he makes it crystal clear that he needs one very specific clause included. He firmly demands a guaranteed playing time clause, knowing it is the ultimate safety net for his future. Jiho is slightly taken aback by the bold request, realizing our boy is not just playing around. But a second later, a sly smirk creeps across her face as she completely respects his sheer audacity. She agrees to bundle the demand with their counteroffer, and Eugene hangs up feeling pretty damn victorious. A confident grin flashes across his face because everything is falling perfectly into his accelerated master plan. He knows that securing guaranteed minutes on the pitch is an absolute rarity for a fresh academy recruit, but for an unproven rookie trying to survive the brutal European leagues, it is the only way up. Usually, only world-class prodigies and verified monsters ever get the leverage to demand that kind of royal treatment. Stepping back into his quiet hotel room, the sheer exhaustion of the tournament finally starts catching up. Stripping off his sweaty shirt, he mentally notes that Paris is the perfect stepping stone for his career. Tossing his sweaty shirt to the floor, he figures pushing his luck is definitely worth testing the waters. Drying off, our boy realizes that if Paris actually caves and guarantees his minutes, he can use that exact same leverage to squeeze a massive deal out of a powerhouse like Man City. He sighs, thinking that all that's left to do now is wait for the dominoes to fall. But resting isn't in his DNA. So he immediately drops to the floor and starts grinding out push-ups to keep his physical conditioning razor sharp. Meanwhile, halfway across the world at the Paris Saint-Germain home stadium, his audacious counteroffer finally lands on the right desk. A top-tier scout reads over the guaranteed playing time clause and just chuckles, completely amused by the sheer arrogance of a rookie demanding such royal treatment. But instead of tossing the file, his eyes light up with intense excitement, realizing he just found the exact kind of fearless monster he desperately wants for his squad. Fast forward to the massive Namdi Stadium, where the next brutal trial of the tournament is already kicking off. The Korean defense is scrambling in a sheer panic as a fierce attacker in a blue and white striped jersey completely tears through their formation. Taunting the desperate defenders, the attacker effortlessly bypasses their sliding tackles, proving that the world stage is packed with absolute monsters. Midfielder Yang Juchan grits his teeth, desperately trying to hold the line against the overwhelming South American assault. But the Argentine playmaker, Ari Nabila, just exhales a calm breath, completely unfazed by the frantic Korean pressure. With a swift slide tackle, Nabila cleanly strips the ball away, leaving Juchan stumbling and completely dumbfounded. The stadium erupts in deafening cheers as the Argentine squad pushes forward, leaving the exhausted defenders in the dust. Up in the stands, the fans desperately scream for a comeback. But our boy Eugene just watches silently. Munching on popcorn, he rationalizes that resting the starters for this final group match was the tactical play. He knows the Argentine squad is a powerhouse, but he still expects the second string to put up a fight. That hope shatters instantly when he sees the scoreboard. Utterly shocked by a brutal 3-0 deficit before halftime, he notes that their defense is absolute trash tier right now, constantly getting bullied off the ball by simple charges. But the real nightmare is their non-existent offense, as the backup forwards are completely suffocated by the relentless press. Eugene narrows his eyes, realizing the massive gap left by his absence in the midfield. He watches Juchan desperately try to fill his shoes, but the guy is completely overwhelmed. Our boy notes that while Juchan has raw skill, his spatial awareness and passing distribution are absolute garbage. Without a true playmaker opening up the field, the entire Korean formation instantly collapses under the Argentine pressure. Letting out a heavy sigh, Eugene finally grasps just how heavily the entire squad relies on his vision. The brutal reality check lights a fire in him, cementing his resolve to push his limits even further. The referee blows the final whistle, sealing a crushing 4-0 defeat for the backup squad. Later in the locker room, the head coach calls the exhausted team together for a post-match debrief. The room falls dead silent as the boss clears his throat to deliver the final group stage verdict. But instead of a scolding, he praises them for officially securing first place in their group, sparking massive cheers. Riding that high, Coach Lee asks the boys if they are ready to discover their next opponent. The squad immediately hypes themselves up, boldly claiming a trip to the semifinals is practically guaranteed. Our boy feels a massive surge of adrenaline, realizing he finally has the power to crush anyone. But the room drops dead silent the second the boss holds up the bracket, revealing England. Zhang Wan and the rest of the boys are completely dumbfounded, desperately begging him to change their trash-tier luck. England is a notorious football powerhouse, famous for churning out absolute monsters through their elite youth system. Their current roster is stacked with top-tier prodigies who already dominate the pitch like seasoned veterans. Sitting on the bench, Eugene and Jung-suk intensely study the scouting report to find any exploitable weakness. He taps the tactical board, knowing there is one specific threat they absolutely have to lock down. It is none other than Harry Kane, the legendary striker who ruled the world stage before Eugene's death. But as he scans the sheet, a massive wave of relief washes over him when he realizes Kane is missing. Jung-suk quickly brings him back to reality, pointing out that the remaining English squad is still insanely overpowered. Suddenly, our boy spots a specific name on the roster, his eyes widening as a crazy idea hits him. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he realizes they might actually have a real shot at winning. Wasting no time, he hits the empty training pitch late at night to test out a brand new weapon. He channels all his focus and launches a devastating, high-speed strike straight down the turf. The ball rips through the air, curving sharply before slamming perfectly into the back of the net. He pumps his fist in pure excitement, absolutely thrilled that his new curving shot actually worked. Out of nowhere, Jung-suk casually strolls up and admits the shot wasn't completely terrible, catching Eugene completely off guard. Eugene jokingly asks if he is sick since he never gives compliments, prompting his teammate to instantly regret praising him. Jung-suk quickly drops the nice guy act, tossing him another ball while criticizing his weak ankle strength. Our boy grabs the ball with a frustrated sigh, muttering that he is already putting everything into it. Still, he takes a deep breath to steady his racing heart, locking his eyes on the target. He steps up and unleashes another fierce strike, the impact echoing across the empty night pitch. But his impromptu coach instantly barks out a correction, snapping that his plant foot is too unstable. Refusing to quit, Eugene drives his foot through the ball again, with a resounding thud. Jung-suk relentlessly pushes him to his limits, demanding he bend his body more for the perfect curve. Their brutal training loop continues as Eugene violently smashes the ball over and over again. The demanding midfielder completely loses his cool, screaming like a madman for just one more flawless rep. Finally pushed past his absolute breaking point, our exhausted playmaker collapses onto the turf with a miserable groan, sweating bullets. Our boy realizes that even with dead serious practice, mastering this new weapon is pure agony. Hyungmin tries it himself, blasting the ball with a loud thud while wondering how Eugene does it. Completely drained, Eugene packs up his gear to crash, but the star striker demands they go grab some food. Catching his breath on the turf, our playmaker looks up and tells his teammate they need to talk. Sucking on a lollipop, the hungry striker casually tells him to make it quick before he starves. With a dead serious glare, Eugene brings up their impending, high-stakes clash against the English squad. Fast forward to match day, and the massive stadium is already roaring with fans pouring through the gates. Up in the booth, the commentators eagerly kick off the broadcast for the highly anticipated showdown. The stands are absolutely packed with screaming fans, all hyped to watch Korea take on the English powerhouse. Down on the sidelines, the broadcast crew locks their cameras onto the pitch, ready to capture the impending war. The stadium erupts as the ultimate battle for a spot in the quarterfinals is about to begin. Down in the tunnel, our boys line up with dead serious expressions, feeling the immense pressure. Eugene knows this specific clash against the English squad carries a weight far heavier than just advancing. He reminds himself that England boasts the most prestigious and ruthless professional league in the world. Naturally, their national youth squad is absolutely stacked with homegrown monsters bred in that elite environment. Because of that pedigree, top-tier European clubs are guaranteed to have their scouts swarming the stands today. Every single heavyweight franchise is watching closely, hunting for the next generation of world-class talent. A drop of sweat rolls down our boy's face as he realizes this is his golden opportunity. Clenching his fist, he vows to push his body past its absolute limits to steal the spotlight. Stepping out onto the blinding pitch, Eugene is completely dead set on capturing the hearts of every scout. Up in the VIP boxes, the tension is palpable as the elites debate who will take the win. The Chelsea FC scout confidently bets on the English squad, leaving his Parisian rival completely dumbfounded. He smirks, noting that even a prodigy like our boy will struggle against this specific lineup. The reason for his confidence is a massive powerhouse wearing number 35 for the Three Lions. This absolute monster is Bogart, a homegrown beast bred to crush anyone in his path. Down on the pitch, the whistle blows, kicking off a clash that has the entire world holding its breath. The English squad immediately pushes forward, relying on their deep-rooted tradition and elite academy experience. But the Korean boys aren't backing down, matching their pedigree with pure, unadulterated grit and passion. As the drama unfolds, the Korean defense swarms the midfield, aggressively pressing the English ball handler. Sweating bullets under the relentless pressure, The attacker panics as he realizes his passing lanes are completely choked out. The panicked English midfielder desperately launches the ball forward toward their ace. Bogart immediately shoves past his marker, aggressively moving to receive the incoming pass. But the Korean defender refuses to back down, gritting his teeth and vowing to stick to him. The English powerhouse just smirks, knowing exactly how to break this pathetic pressure. With a heavy thud, Bogart violently plants his cleat into the turf to shift his momentum. He executes a flawless feint, completely breaking the defender's ankles and leaving him sliding on the grass. The fallen defender can only watch in awe, realizing the beast's off-the-ball movement is absolute top tier. Wide open, Bogart throws his hand up and demands the ball. A booming kick sends the ball flying straight toward the English target man. But before Bogart can trap it, our boy Eugene explodes into a sprint to intercept the trajectory. But Bogart easily spots the incoming pressure from the Korean squad. His eyes narrow as he instantly calculates the perfect counter to their desperate interception. Instead of trapping the ball, he effortlessly redirects it with a lightning-fast one-touch pass. The broadcast booth erupts as the commentator praises the striker's incredibly clean link-up play. The sudden redirection leaves the Korean defense eating grass, completely humiliated by the beast's footwork. Jerry Bogart doesn't even break a sweat as he charges forward like an absolute freight train. He boasts god-tier off-the-ball movement and terrifying ankle strength that makes him a nightmare to mark. Those monstrous specs allow him to unleash lethal mid-range strikes and completely dictate the game's tempo. But as our boy Eugene desperately chases him down, he realizes the beast's true weapon is something else entirely. With a violent pivot of his cleats, Bogart suddenly shifts his momentum to shatter their defensive line. Bogart uses his massive frame to shield the ball, leaving Eugene struggling against his monstrous physical specs. The beast links up with a lightning-fast one-touch pass that thuds right past the scrambling Korean defenders. Eugene gasps for air, completely dumbfounded by the sheer speed and tactical awareness of the English powerhouse. Receiving the flawless pass, the English forward doesn't hesitate and unleashes a brutal mid-range shot toward the net. Seungmin dives desperately, but the squad is saved by pure luck as the ball clangs against the goalpost. Wiping his sweat, Eugene curses internally as the loose ball continues to dangerously linger inside their defensive zone. The suffocating pressure gives him terrifying flashbacks to when their backups were completely crushed by Argentina's aggressive front line. Realizing they are sitting ducks, Eugene sprints forward, knowing he has to break the siege from the midfield. Pushing his exhausted body, his eyes ignite with a fierce aura as he enters the red zone. Tapping into his god-tier predictive vision, his sheer will pushes him to hijack the flow of the game. He tests his brutal market training as an English defender immediately breathes down his neck. The pressure spikes when a second defender lunges in, coordinating a ruthless double team to crush him. Boxed in from both sides, our boy feels the suffocating aura of their synchronized press closing in. Fierce tackles fly in from the front and back, threatening to completely shatter his momentum. But tapping into his flawless footwork, Eugene effortlessly slips right through the tiny gap between them. A wave of relief washes over him as he realizes his grueling evasion practice actually paid off. Narrowly dragging the ball out of their reach, he finally carves out some desperate breathing room. Without missing a beat, he spots his opening and fires a crisp pass straight to Jungwoo. Receiving the ball, the striker flashes a wicked smirk, completely ready to tear through the English lines. The stadium erupts into deafening cheers as Korea officially flips the script and launches their lethal counterattack. Up in the stands, a senior scout waits impatiently, while his sweating junior desperately crunches numbers on a laptop. The rookie wipes his brow, completely dismissing the Korean squad as a trash-tier team with zero decent players. His boss casually reminds him of the chairman's strict orders to watch, suggesting he just treat it like a vacation. The senior scout's tone suddenly shifts, his intense gaze locking onto the pitch as he calls out his junior's name. Looking out over the roaring stadium, he questions why the rookie chose these cramped seats over the comfortable VIP room. He then interrogates the nervous junior about his incredibly short 6-month tenure at their prestigious club. Lowering his sunglasses, the veteran decides to drop some harsh but necessary wisdom on the inexperienced analyst. He explains that while basic talent hides in boring stat sheets, true game changers only reveal themselves in the chaotic trenches. Down on the pitch, the Korean players are proving his point, radiating a scorching aura as they fiercely press forward. Caught at the ultimate crossroads of despair and sheer willpower, our boys refuse to back down against the English giants. Watching this gritty display, the veteran scout slides off his shades, noting that true talent is invisible from VIP boxes. He leans back confidently, declaring that spotting those hidden gems in the dirt makes a scout truly first-rate. Turns out, this sharp-eyed observer is none other than Gary Ickes, the legendary academy director for Manchester United. Down on the pitch, Eugene pushes his burning legs to the limit, desperately scanning the field for an opening. Meanwhile, his star striker Hyung Min is completely gassed, struggling to find breathing room against the suffocating English defense. His mind flashes back to a late-night training session, where Eugene suddenly stopped him before dinner. Handing over a tactical sheet, the playmaker instructed him to wait for a signal before making a blind run. Staring at the target profile, the striker analyzed the massive English defender he was supposed to slip past. Back then, he flashed a cocky grin, arrogantly promising his captain that the maneuver would be a total breeze. But snapping back to reality, he curses his past arrogance as the English giant completely blocks his path. Hyung Min grits his teeth, desperately trying to figure out how to shake off the massive English defender. The towering center back, Harry Maguire, stands like an absolute brick wall, completely suffocating our boy's space. Suddenly, Jong-seok spots a brief opening and screams his captain's name across the chaotic pitch. Without missing a beat, he threads a rapid pass straight to Eugene, who is already tearing forward. Catching the ball in stride, the playmaker barks out the signal, commanding his striker to move immediately. Hyung Min hesitates for a split second, knowing full well that breaking away now is basically suicide. But biting down his fear, he blindly trusts his captain and launches himself forward with explosive speed. Just as expected, the English giant instantly locks onto the striker, matching his sprint step for step. Watching the chase unfold, Eugene smirks, knowing exactly why he ordered that seemingly doomed off-the-ball run. He is banking entirely on a fatal flaw in the defender's game that the future world knows perfectly. Eugene smirks, knowing the English giant is notorious for his sluggish pace and leaving massive gaps behind him. With a sharp thud, our boy threads a flawless pass right into that exact blind spot. Hyung Min hits his top gear, completely leaving the towering defender in the dust. Not even bothering to trap it, the star striker immediately winds up for a lethal finish. He unleashes a thunderous right-footed strike that completely shatters the defensive line. The ball rockets toward the top corner, forcing the English keeper into a desperate, sprawling dive. But despite a slight graze off his fingertips, the shot is just too perfectly placed to stop. It violently smashes into the back of the net, completely tearing apart England's flawless record. Bogart just stands there, completely dumbfounded, unable to process how their ironclad defense was dismantled so easily. The Korean squad instantly erupts into pure hype, drawing first blood and taking a massive lead against the Titans. Hyung Min runs up to our boy, absolutely hyped, bragging that the giant defenders couldn't even keep up. He assumes their agent fed Eugene the tactic, but the exhausted playmaker just smirks and claims the credit. Up in the stands, the massive upset sends shockwaves through the scouts as they marvel at the striker. But Manchester United's academy director sees right through the flashiness, realizing the true genius was the setup. He breaks into a greedy grin, completely blown away by the rookie's god-tier decisiveness and flawless vision. Wasting absolutely no time, he scrambles to report this generational talent straight to his legendary head coach. He isn't the only one losing his mind, as the Chelsea FC scout nearly chokes on his drink. Over at the PSG camp, their lead scout is already glued to his laptop, obsessively reviewing the stats. As a silent bidding war erupts off the pitch, our boy just claps his hands to maintain focus. Down on the grass, the English squad furiously taps the ball back into play, desperate for bloody revenge. The English giants immediately start throwing their weight around, violently clashing with the Korean defenders. With only 3 minutes left on the clock, the tension on the pitch reaches an absolute boiling point. Every single player knows this youth tournament is the ultimate proving ground for future superstars. It is the one stage where a single brilliant play can instantly change a rookie's entire life. Driven by pure desperation, the English squad launches a brutal slide tackle to reclaim possession. For the birthplace of football, conceding a goal is an unforgivable blow to their historic pride. That wounded ego only makes their front line infinitely more lethal as they lock onto their targets. Throwing caution to the wind, England pushes their entire defensive line forward in a terrifying all-out assault. Our boy realizes the pressure is suffocating and frantically screams at his teammates to fall back. He knows that if their midfield crumbles now, the penalty box will turn into an absolute slaughterhouse. Eugene throws himself into the path of the English powerhouse, desperate to halt their terrifying momentum. The attacker is momentarily stunned, realizing the Korean squad has already dropped deep to form a defensive wall. A sudden long ball threatens to break the line, and our boy curses as he scrambles to intercept. Watching the play unfold just out of his reach, he realizes his physical limits are catching up. Refusing to let the defense crumble, he barks orders, deciding to use his teammates as living shields. He then snaps at Min-sung, ordering the exhausted defender to shake off his fatigue and move. Even their star striker isn't spared, as Eugene demands Hyung-min drop back to help weather the storm. With the clock ticking past the 92nd minute, Korea is clinging to a fragile one-goal lead. The relentless pressure is taking a massive toll, leaving our playmaker completely gassed and struggling to stand. His heart pounds so hard it threatens to burst, but he knows he must hold the line. He reminds himself that Korea reached the quarterfinals in his past life, so failing now would be humiliating. Gritting his teeth through the agonizing fatigue, he forces his burning muscles to endure just a little longer. He intercepts the ball with a sharp trap, absolutely determined to drag his team to the next stage. Up in the booth, the commentators notice our boy is completely drained and running on empty. Seeing him stumble, the English squad immediately smells blood and swarms in for the kill. But Eugene throws his entire body into a desperate slide, shielding the ball from the aggressive double press. He clashes fiercely with the English giants, using every ounce of his remaining strength to protect their lead. The crowd erupts while top-tier scouts watch in absolute awe, finally realizing the true value of this monster. His vision blurs and his lungs scream for air as he pushes himself to the absolute breaking point. The referee's whistle finally pierces the air, and as his legs give out, a teammate catches his collapsing body. Eugene is caught by his teammates, barely able to keep his eyes open as he weakly calls out. One of the guys just laughs, asking how the hell he managed to hold off the English giants. Another teammate chimes in, completely hyped, swearing our boy held the ball for nearly a full minute. Brushing off the praise, Eugene just smiles through the exhaustion and reminds them that they actually won. A wide grin spreads across his teammate's face as the reality of their massive upset finally sinks in. The entire squad completely loses their minds, erupting into a deafening roar of triumph on the pitch. Up in the stands, the spectators are left utterly dumbfounded that the birthplace of football just got eliminated. Meanwhile, a frantic journalist tells his partner to get ready because they just landed the scoop of a lifetime. He furiously preps the article, absolutely convinced that Eugene is destined to become Korea's new football savior. Back on the field, Eugene screams in pure joy, completely overwhelmed that they are heading to the quarterfinals. Still riding the high, Eugene realizes they only need 3 more wins to conquer the world. The ultimate prize of being crowned the youth champions is finally within their grasp. The next morning, the sun rises over the team's hotel as the dust settles. But the adrenaline crash hits hard, leaving our boy groaning face down on his mattress. He realizes he pushed his physical limits too far, feeling a brutal ache in every muscle. Suddenly, his flip phone starts buzzing with an incoming call from his sharp-eyed agent. He picks up immediately, shifting back into business mode to hear the latest market updates. Ji-ho gets straight to the point, revealing that Paris has finally responded to his contract demands. Turns out, the French club agreed to a partial guarantee, promising solid minutes once he turns 18. Smirking at the offer, he figures he can use this exact leverage to squeeze other top-tier clubs. But before he can hang up, his agent casually drops one more massive bombshell. She flips through the morning papers, revealing that his name is completely dominating the domestic headlines. Despite the narrow victory, the fans are absolutely losing their minds over his flawless performance. Hearing that his desperate ball control went viral leaves our boy completely stunned. Ji-ho admits even she was mesmerized by his grit, prompting him to thank her for the massive update. As the call finally ends, he sits alone on his bed, staring quietly at his phone. The weight of his sudden stardom starts to sink in, leaving him momentarily speechless. A genuine smile breaks across his face, realizing that having a massive fanbase actually feels pretty damn good. In this ruthless industry, he knows firsthand that hype and popularity directly translate into cold, hard cash. Smirking to himself, he realizes this unexpected fame is the ultimate wildcard for his upcoming contract wars. He grins to himself, deciding that if fame brings this much power, he will gladly take all of it. But his victory lap is cut short when a random guy suddenly shouts his name across the lobby. The stranger rushes up to him, aggressively interrogating him while our boy stammers about just grabbing some food. Eugene is completely dumbfounded, wondering how this guy even got inside since the national squad rented the entire hotel. The man suddenly grabs his arm, revealing he is a broadcast reporter desperate to squeeze out an exclusive interview. Before things can escalate, a loud voice echoes through the hall, ordering the intruder to freeze immediately. A hotel security guard quickly steps in, physically separating the crazed reporter from the startled playmaker. The reporter desperately fights back, begging for just 5 minutes while the guard forcefully shoves him toward the exit. Eugene just watches the chaotic scene unfold as the guy continues screaming about asking a few quick questions. Annoyed by the sudden harassment, he realizes that, with his skyrocketing fame, he needs to establish some ruthless boundaries. Later, our boy heads down to the hotel buffet, desperate to refuel his exhausted body. He scoops up a massive bite of rice, ready to finally enjoy some peace and quiet. The meal is so incredibly good he actually sheds a tear, completely forgetting his mom's cooking. But his peace is instantly shattered when another guy in a suit suddenly approaches his table. The stranger casually asks for a brief chat, making Eugene let out an exhausted, annoyed sigh. Assuming it's just another trash-tier reporter, he coldly orders the man to leave the premises. The guy smirks and flashes an ID card, claiming he already got permission from the director. Having zero patience left, Eugene fiercely snaps at him to stop lying and threatens to call security. But as he glances at the man's jacket, he suddenly spots the unmistakable red pitchfork crest. The elite Manchester United director is left completely dumbfounded, sweating nervously as the young prodigy ruthlessly rejects him. Gary nervously repeats the threat about security, completely thrown off by the kid's sudden hostility. He quickly flashes his official badge again, desperately trying to prove he isn't some random stalker. Regaining his composure, the elite director formally introduces himself as the head of Manchester United's academy. The hotel guard scans the badge with a sharp beep, officially confirming the entry pass is completely legitimate. Realizing he just insulted a top-tier executive, our boy instantly drops into a desperate, panicked bow. Sweating bullets, Eugene awkwardly admits he never expected someone of his massive status to show up personally. Gary just laughs it off, praising the kid's guts and waving away the massive misunderstanding. Still reeling, Eugene justifies his suspicion, knowing exactly how untouchable Manchester United is in 2009. Back then, their roster was absolutely stacked with absolute monsters like Rooney, Scholes, and Park Ji-sung. And with the legendary Alex Ferguson pulling the strings, that squad was nothing short of a football dynasty. Gary hands over his official business card, formally introducing himself as the director of the legendary academy. Still sweating bullets, our boy awkwardly accepts it and stammers out a basic introduction. The director just leans back with a smirk, casually praising the kid's unbelievable performance on the pitch. Dropping the pleasantries, Gary's gaze sharpens as he decides to get straight to the absolute point. He drops a bombshell, offering a 5-year contract with an insane weekly salary and annual renegotiations. Eugene's mind completely short-circuits as he calculates the massive payout, realizing it's a life-changing amount of cash. Watching Gary casually sip his coffee, our boy realizes this top-tier club is dead serious about signing him. Joining a powerhouse like that would skyrocket his growth, leaving him absolutely no reason to refuse the deal. But as he stares at the executive, a massive red flag suddenly pops into his head. Placing a hand on his chest, Eugene cautiously asks where exactly he'd be placed if he actually signs. Gary casually explains that our boy will start in the U18 academy and slowly grind his way up. Eugene knows a massive club demands a long path to debut, but he absolutely refuses to wait around. Staring the executive dead in the eye, he boldly demands a clause that guarantees him actual playing time. Instead of getting offended, Gary just smirks, absolutely loving the sheer audacity of this rookie's leverage. Sweating slightly, the young playmaker pushes his luck and cautiously asks if they can actually make that happen. The director simply sets his coffee cup down with a sharp clack, letting the tense silence hang. Suddenly grabbing his jacket, Gary abruptly ends the conversation, leaving Eugene completely panicking that he blew it. But Gary just smiles, explaining he needs to leave immediately to go convince manager Ferguson himself. Waving goodbye, the director promises to contact his agent, leaving our boy stammering out a quick thank you. Left completely dumbfounded, Eugene just watches him walk out, realizing he might actually secure a starting spot. Riding the high of constant scout offers, our boy is absolutely buzzing to prove himself in the next game. He smirks, knowing their quarterfinal opponent is Spain, vowing to dominate the pitch and secure another massive win. Facing a country that houses legendary clubs like Barcelona and Real Madrid is an entirely different beast. They are an absolute powerhouse nation that constantly battles the English Premier League for global football supremacy. Just hearing the name Spain is enough to strike fear into the hearts of any youth squad. For anyone involved in the sport back in 2009, there is only one terrifying concept associated with them. It all comes down to their legendary, suffocating ball control the second their cleats touch the grass. The moment the match starts, the Spanish squad immediately dominates the field with their flawless, suffocating positioning. They execute their signature tiki-taka, weaving rapid, zigzagging passes that leave defenders completely dizzy and chasing shadows. Led by central midfielder Alejandro Serra, they plan to slowly crush Korea using relentless short passes and absolute possession. By maintaining absolute possession, the Spanish squad essentially uses their offense as an impenetrable shield. They patiently pass the ball around, waiting for the perfect natural gap to open up in the defense. Spotting an opening on the left wing, Jose Barala prepares to launch a lethal cross into the box. but Jungwon instantly slides in with a brutal tackle, completely shutting down the play with a loud smack. The Spanish winger curses under his breath, completely dumbfounded that his flawless setup was instantly denied again. Sarah quickly recovers the loose ball, assuming he has enough space to reset their suffocating rhythm. Instead, he looks up in sheer panic as the entire Korean squad instantly swarms him to build a wall. Turns out, their legendary tiki-taka is far from invincible when faced with a team willing to grind. Our boy has orchestrated an extreme defensive formation, parking the bus to completely suffocate the passing lanes. Against Eugene's gritty defense, Spain is just uselessly passing the ball until they inevitably collapse to a counterattack. Eugene smirks, knowing he holds the ultimate tactical cheat code from the future that these players can't comprehend. On the sidelines, the Spanish manager starts sweating bullets as he realizes Korea is playing an extremely defensive game. He nervously tugs at his collar, completely dumbfounded by the opposing coach's audacious strategy. Panic sets in as he wonders if the Korean mastermind has actually figured out tiki-taka's fatal weakness. But the truth is, the Korean coach didn't just stumble upon some secret tactical countermeasure. The Spanish staff watch in sheer disbelief, trying to comprehend how their flawless offense is being dismantled. Its simple defensive football is the only gritty option for a weaker team, and the coach fully committed. Barking orders, our boy demands his squad hold the line and stop the advancing attackers at all costs. Desperate to break the deadlock, a Spanish forward violently charges forward, dragging 3 Korean defenders with him. He unleashes a lethal strike, but the ball clangs off the goalpost, leaving the Spanish squad completely frustrated. Ferran curses in frustration as his desperate attempt fails to find the back of the net. Eugene breathes a sigh of relief, knowing their makeshift defense is barely holding against the Spanish giants. He rallies his exhausted teammates, realizing that neither side is playing perfectly at this youth level. The grueling first half finally ends in a tense, scoreless draw. As the second half kicks off, the Spanish squad continues their relentless, suffocating passing game. Finding a tiny opening, a Spanish attacker quickly taps the ball and fires a sudden shot. The ball rockets toward the net with terrifying speed. The Spanish forwards, relying purely on his instincts, Seungmin dives desperately and manages to snatch the ball out of the air. He clutches the ball to his chest, panting heavily as he keeps their tournament dreams alive. But assuming they are safe now is a fatal error, as the Korean defenders are completely running on fumes. Even their star striker and elite midfielders are gasping for air, realizing the physical toll is rapidly worsening their odds. Eugene drops to his knees, knowing that when stamina hits rock bottom, catastrophic mistakes are practically guaranteed. He visualizes the grim reality that a single slip-up in their own half will instantly hand Spain an unstoppable goal. Forcing himself to stand amidst the Spanish press, our boy desperately racks his brain to figure out what tactical cards he still holds. Since he is locked down in the defensive zone with zero attacking momentum, relying on his predictive golden vision is completely off the table. Pushing up for a miracle solo goal is just as impossible with his current physical limits. Even his signature killer passes are useless since the Spanish defense has completely choked out all forward lanes. Stripping away all the flashy moves, he realizes the only tools left in his arsenal are basic passing, solid defense, and raw field control. A confident smirk finally breaks through his exhaustion as he figures out exactly how to dismantle the Spanish rhythm. He remembers the legendary Spanish dynasty, and the only team that ever fought them on equal footing. To pull this off, he must distribute flawless passes while simultaneously commanding the entire defensive line. He needs to embody the absolute pinnacle of a regista, becoming the ultimate deep-lying playmaker. He visualizes the legendary Andrea Pirlo, the maestro who manipulated the pitch like a grandmaster's chessboard. Gritting his teeth through the exhaustion, our boy resolves to perfectly replicate that legendary playstyle today. With the score locked at 0, he pushes forward, orchestrating the tempo to suppress the Spanish press. Following his lead, Jungwon spots an opening and immediately fires a desperate pass toward his teammate. But the brutal reality of their extreme defensive strategy finally catches up as his legs begin trembling. Seizing that split-second weakness, a Spanish forward instantly intercepts the sluggish pass to flip the momentum. Jungwon curses himself in sheer panic, terrified that his drained stamina just handed Spain the winning goal. Because Korea pushed their defensive line up, Spain instantly floods their half to exploit the massive gaps. The suffocating Spanish pressure makes short passing completely impossible for the exhausted Korean squad. Watching from the VIP box, the Chelsea scout notes that the Korean players are moving like sluggish zombies. The Liverpool scout agrees, realizing their extreme defensive wall completely drained their stamina reserves. Meanwhile, Spain mercilessly cranks up their tiki-taka tempo, circulating the ball at blinding speeds. Gary realizes Spain is just toying with them, waiting for their exhausted prey to completely collapse. But the PSG scout notices something strange. Realizing our boy has dropped unusually deep into his own half, he smirks with intense anticipation, dying to know what insane tactical trap the young prodigy is cooking up. Suddenly, the ball rockets toward Eugene, and he traps it with a heavy thud right in the danger zone. Drenched in sweat, his eyes lock onto the pitch as he prepares to unleash his ultimate counterattack. He channels the aura of the most elegant, deep-lying playmaker in football history. He visualizes the legendary Andrea Pirlo, the ultimate bearded maestro of the midfield. This icon never wasted time staring down the immediate threats right in front of him. Instead, his vision pierced through the chaos to find the absolute farthest open space. He commanded the entire pitch from the deepest, most defensive zones with a single touch. Every time his boot struck the ball, the resulting long passes were nothing short of absolute miracles. Those flawless trajectories would completely bypass entire defenses and effortlessly find the back of the net. The world rightfully crowned him as the ultimate director who orchestrated the entire flow of the match. Emulating that legendary regista style, our boy realizes he just needs to launch the ball over the Spanish press. Ignoring the defenders swarming him, Eugene locks his eyes onto the massive gap right behind their defensive line. Meanwhile, Hyungmin desperately scans the pitch, certain he's found the perfect opening for that exact pass. But panic sets in as he realizes the crucial ball from our boy just isn't coming. Having received only 2 touches all game, the star striker is completely isolated in the dark. He burns through his stamina, endlessly sprinting and stopping in a desperate bid to get open. Yet, Spain's suffocating shadow marking leaves him utterly helpless and cut off from the midfield. The brutal reality of their tiki-taka strategy begins to completely shatter his mentality. He claws at his face, convinced that scoring is impossible and defeat is absolutely inevitable. The crushing despair spreads, making the rest of the exhausted squad accept a quarter-final exit. Surrounded by mocking Spanish defenders, the Korean attackers start questioning if they've already done enough. Pushed to his absolute physical limit, Jungwoo traps the ball while seriously considering just giving up. Just as Jungwoo is about to surrender, he notices a terrifying, unyielding glint in Eugene's eyes. Jungsuk also catches that intense stare, suddenly realizing their playmaker is calculating something massive. Pushed to the absolute brink, Jungsuk desperately shields the ball from the suffocating Spanish press. With his last ounce of strength, he slips a crucial pass right to Eugene's waiting cleats. A deafening boom echoes across the pitch as a blinding golden trajectory erupts from the midfield. Nobody on the field can comprehend what our boy is aiming for as he launches a god-tier pass. Min-sung and the rest of the exhausted squad just stare in absolute shock at the soaring ball. But the moment their eyes meet, the isolated star striker instantly reads his playmaker's mind. The ball cuts through the air like a missile, perfectly bypassing the entire Spanish defensive line. Reigniting his shattered willpower, Hyungmin explodes past his shadow markers to chase down the miracle pass. The Spanish defense is left completely dumbfounded, unable to process how a single pass shattered their perfect formation. Panic sets in as they scream at each other to stop the rogue striker before it's too late. But our boy is already in the box, charging down the keeper with lethal intent. The Spanish goalie rushes out in a desperate bid to narrow the angle and kill the play. Hyungmin doesn't even flinch, his eyes locked dead onto the back of the net. A desperate defender slams into him with a brutal shoulder check, trying to throw off his balance. Refusing to go down, the powerhouse striker easily tanks the hit and keeps the ball glued to his feet. With a thunderous strike, he unleashes all his pent-up frustration into a devastating shot. The ball rockets past the diving keeper's fingertips before he can even fully extend his arms. It smashes into the back of the net, sealing an impossible counterattack that leaves everyone breathless. The commentators absolutely lose their minds, screaming into their mics as the impossible becomes reality. Meanwhile, the Spanish fans are left completely dumbfounded, staring in dead silence as their lead vanishes. For a split second, the powerhouse striker just stares at the net, completely stunned by his own strike. Then the adrenaline hits, and he unleashes a primal roar that echoes through the entire stadium. His teammates immediately swarm him, hyping up the absolute insanity of that god-tier lob pass. Catching his breath, the star striker turns around just in time to see his playmaker charging at him. Eugene tackles him into a massive hug, while the striker admits he never expected such a flawless read. Our boy just smirks, teasing his teammate for freezing up like a deer in headlights. But the striker's expression drops, quietly confessing that he had honestly been ready to throw in the towel. Looking his playmaker dead in the eye, he drops his pride and genuinely thanks him for the miracle. Hyungmin wipes away a tear, overwhelmed by the sheer relief of finally breaking his brutal slump. Eugene watches him calmly, realizing that despite his future legendary status, the kid is still just 17. Finding his future captain's emotional breakdown surprisingly endearing, our boy decides to completely ruin the touching moment. He immediately turns around and loudly announces to the entire squad that their tough guy striker is bawling. Flushed with utter embarrassment, Hyung-min instantly retracts his gratitude, while desperately dodging the flashing press cameras. The stadium erupts into deafening cheers, with the fans screaming our boy's name like an absolute deity. Refusing to go down quietly, the desperate Spanish squad launches a relentless, hyper-aggressive final offensive, but Korea immediately shifts into an impenetrable lockdown formation, ruthlessly clearing every single ball that crosses midfield. The referee's whistle finally pierces the air, cementing South Korea's impossible 1-0 victory over the European giants. Up in the stands, the international scouts are left completely dumbfounded by the Korean squad's terrifyingly rapid evolution. Watching the broadcast, his old rival smirks, acknowledging that their squad has also leveled up since the Sendai Cup. Over in the Brazilian camp, the players are already hyped up at the prospect of a high-stakes rematch. Their star winger boldly declares he is ready to exact brutal revenge for their previous humiliating defeat. With the tournament brackets updated, the stage is officially set for an explosive semi-final clash against Brazil. In the aftermath of their historic advancement, a whirlwind of chaotic developments begins to unfold around the national team. The Football Association quickly sends over a flashy, official letter of encouragement to celebrate their unprecedented tournament run. Reading the hollow praise, our boy just sighs, wishing the suits would just send them cold hard cash instead. To handle the skyrocketing public hype, the team is forced to deploy a squad of heavy-duty security personnel. They desperately need the extra muscle to keep out the relentless swarm of shady reporters sneaking around. Meanwhile, his elite agent immediately catches a flight to aggressively leverage that massive Manchester United offer in person. Over the phone, his agent apologizes for the media circus and promises to fly out immediately. Hanging up, our boy is honestly impressed by her ruthless efficiency, thinking everything is finally falling into place. But just when he thinks the dust has settled, he finds himself sitting across from a completely unexpected guest. The sharply dressed stranger greets him warmly, but his mere presence carries an incredibly heavy, intimidating aura. Completely dumbfounded by the sudden visit, the young playmaker awkwardly asks the man who exactly he represents. The stranger casually drops a massive bombshell, revealing he is an official representative for Manchester City. He introduces himself as Ali, the direct right-hand man to the legendary club owner, Sheikh Mansour. Eugene's brain completely short-circuits at the sheer absurdity as the man politely insists on a first-name basis. Sweating bullets, our boy recalls the unfathomable wealth of Man City's owner and quickly agrees to play along. But before discussing numbers, Ali cuts to the chase, demanding to know about his recent talks with Manchester United. Eugene nervously confirms that he was indeed speaking with Manchester United's academy director. The representative leans in, asking the golden question of whether our boy has officially signed anything yet. Hearing that no ink has touched paper, Ali sighs in relief and reaches into his sleek briefcase. He slaps a fresh contract on the table, noting that this saves them from paying a massive buyout penalty. Eugene's eyes go wide as he realizes this tycoon was fully prepared to pay a breach of contract fee. He is left completely dumbfounded, trying to fathom the sheer, bottomless wealth of the Manchester City empire. With a predatory smile, Ali claps his hands together and declares that the real negotiations can finally begin. Completely out of his depth, the young playmaker starts internally screaming for his agent to hurry up and save him. His mind flashes to the legendary oil tycoon pulling the strings, a man whose wealth borders on the absolute absurd. Yet, he suddenly remembers that in his previous life, the club's loyal fans actually despised their new billionaire owner initially. He recalls how the media relentlessly trashed the club back then, churning out negative articles daily. Reporters constantly belittled the team, mocking it as nothing more than a young oil tycoon's expensive toy. But by his past life's end, the fans had completely embraced their billionaire owner's massive investments. Hearing about the penthouses, Michelin star chefs, and private medical teams leaves our boy practically drooling. Ali smoothly pitches these insane perks, calling them the standard benefits any of their players enjoy. Overwhelmed by the sheer scale of this unfathomable wealth, Eugene desperately wants to sign the contract immediately. Suddenly, he snaps out of his greedy daze, remembering there is one crucial detail he cannot ignore. He firmly tells Ali that all the money is useless unless they officially guarantee his playing time. Without missing a beat, the elite negotiator smiles and instantly agrees to put it in writing. Completely dumbfounded by how easy that was, Eugene just stares at him in absolute disbelief. Ali just laughs heartily, assuring him that a player of his caliber is more than worthy of such a guarantee. but his expression quickly sharpens as he adds that this massive deal doesn't come without a few strict conditions. Eugene instantly tenses up, knowing full well that nothing comes for free, and cautiously asks for the catch. First, he needs to secure undeniable, massive results in the ongoing tournament, like taking home the MVP trophy. Second, during his debut season, he must strictly build his physique using the elite trainers the club provides. Ali leans back with a confident smile, stating that those are the only two requirements for the contract. Completely taken aback by how reasonable the terms are, our boy stammers, asking if that's really everything. Without another thought, he grabs a pen and immediately moves to sign the life-changing document. But right before the ink touches paper, he violently grabs his own wrist, snapping out of his possessed state. He realizes the tournament condition is a genius move to justify his guaranteed playing time and minimize future backlash. He realizes the mandatory physical training isn't a restriction, but a vital survival tactic against brutal English defenders. Ali is basically offering him a foolproof roadmap to secure the minimum physicality needed for the Premier League. Playing it smart, our boy flashes a polite smile and insists on running the terms by his agent first. The seasoned negotiator respects the caution, calmly agreeing that such a massive deal requires thorough discussion. They seal the meeting with a firm handshake, leaving the multi-million-dollar offer resting on the table. Meanwhile, as the sun sets over the team's hotel, the pressure of the upcoming matches weighs heavily. Outside, a restless foot taps against the pavement as someone quietly agrees to a harsh truth over the phone. Turns out it's Hyung Min, who humbly admits to his father that he knows he isn't world-class yet. Promising that they absolutely have to win the next match, he ends the heavy call with a soft beep. Setting his drink down with a clack, the young striker stares into the sunset, silently steeling his resolve. Staring into the fading light, he realizes that Eugene is the only reason they even survived Sendai. A wave of crushing guilt hits him as he remembers how completely useless he felt without our boy's god-tier passes. He looks out toward the horizon, wondering if he ever actually earned his spot on this massive stage. A bitter smirk crosses his face as he mocks the very idea of calling himself a world-class striker. Needing to wash down the harsh reality, he aggressively snatches up his drink with a sharp clack. He chugs the soda in huge, desperate gulps, letting the cold rush shock his system back to reality. Wiping his mouth with a loud gasp, he lets out all his pent-up frustration into the evening air. He violently stomps his foot against the pavement, grounding himself in the gritty truth of his current limits. Refusing to stay in the shadows, he vows to drag himself up to that untouchable peak, no matter what. His eyes burn with a fierce golden light, absolutely determined to forge his own legend with his own 2 feet. He throws his empty can, hyping himself up for a brutal training regimen starting the very next day. As a plane soars overhead, the young striker mentally prepares to take his first steps toward becoming world-class. Meanwhile, Eugene's agent carefully reviews the massive Manchester City offer, admitting the terms are incredibly lucrative. Sitting across from her star client, she frankly states that the deal is good enough to sign immediately. The playmaker smiles in agreement, knowing full well how much wealth Mansour is throwing at him. Assuming they are cut from the same cloth, he asks if she wants to finalize the Manchester contract. The room falls dead silent as his agent pauses, carefully weighing her next crucial words. Without missing a beat, she flatly rejects the idea, completely shutting down his confident assumption. Eugene is left utterly dumbfounded, staring at her in shock, as his guaranteed payday suddenly feels uncertain. She just closes her eyes in silence, clearly brewing a much more ambitious master plan for his future. With a heavy thud, she slams the papers down, making it crystal clear that the deal is off. Our boy is completely thrown off guard, demanding to know what she means by that. He desperately points out that the contract guarantees massive wages and playing time, making it utterly flawless. Sweating nervously, the playmaker begs his agent to explain her sudden hesitation. Adjusting her glasses, Jiho calmly admits that there is one massive red flag bothering her. She reveals her deep suspicion toward Mansour, questioning if the billionaire owner will actually maintain his interest. Sitting across the table, Eugene silently digests her warning about the notorious oil tycoon's fleeting attention span. He admits to himself that her doubts are completely justified, since the entire world currently distrusts the billionaire. Back in this era, arrogant tycoons merely treat professional sports like a cheap playground to throw cash at. But a sharp smirk crosses his mind, as he remembers that he alone knows exactly how the future unfolds. Eugene remembers that the billionaire tycoon actually poured his heart into the club until his dying day. For 15 straight years, the owner never hesitated to dump massive investments into his squad. That relentless financial backing eventually transformed the team into an absolute global powerhouse. Knowing this, Our boy casually asks his agent if she has any other doubts about the deal. When she admits that is her only concern, he flashes a confident smile and makes his choice. He boldly declares they should prioritize the offer, leaving his meticulous agent completely dumbfounded. Realizing he sounds crazy, he decides the best strategy is to just bulldoze through with absolute confidence. Taking a calm sip of coffee, he argues that overthinking will only stall his skyrocketing career. Despite her desperate warnings, he firmly orders her to trust him because the owner will not bail. She still looks incredibly stressed, but since he cannot exactly reveal his time-traveling secret, he stays quiet. Ready to hit the pitch, our boy stands up and asks if they are finally done here. But his agent suddenly grabs a massive stack of documents, telling him to hold on a second. She drops a mountain of fresh club inquiries on the table, asking how he wants to handle them. Realizing it would take forever to read, he simply tells her to filter them by guaranteed playing time. As long as a club promises him minutes on the field, he does not care about anything else. His agent agrees to notify him once the replies roll in, so he turns to finally leave. Suddenly, a sinister black aura begins leaking from the stack of contracts, catching his sharp eyes. He freezes in his tracks, completely dumbfounded by the ominous energy radiating from the paperwork. Oblivious to the dark smoke, his agent just stares at him and asks if he forgot something. Sweating nervously, he brushes it off and leaves, praying that the ominous feeling is just his imagination. Pushing those ominous thoughts aside, our boy shifts his entire focus to the bright stadium waiting outside. Sitting alone in the locker room, he realizes securing guaranteed playing time requires undeniable, concrete results. He knows that merely playing well isn't enough. He has to drag his team to the finals. Visualizing the confetti falling around his celebrating squad, he sets his sights on the ultimate championship title. But to truly force the European giants to bow, he needs to snatch the MVP trophy for himself. With his back against the wall, he resolves that this is the only path forward. Striding out of the locker room with burning determination, he vows to absolutely dominate the pitch. But the brutal reality of the scoreless semifinal match against Brazil immediately shatters his grand expectations. Panic sets in as he desperately screams at his teammates to chase down the blindingly fast counterattack. The Brazilian attacker just smirks back, silently mocking their utterly pathetic attempts to catch up. The blonde Brazilian prodigy, Dudu, blazes down the pitch, leaving the exhausted Korean defenders eating his dust. Panicking, our boy Eugene desperately screams for Min-sung to close the gap before it's too late. Min-sung and a teammate finally manage to block his path, setting up a desperate 2-on-1 trap. But Dudu just flashes an arrogant grin, silently scoffing at their pathetic attempt to stop him. In a blur of explosive speed, the Brazilian forward initiates a blindingly fast dribble right at them. Min-sung's eyes dart frantically, his mind racing as he tries to predict the prodigy's next move. He braces for a sharp cut to the left, terrified of getting completely broken down. Then he second-guesses himself, wondering if the attacker is baiting him for a brutal dash right. But Dudu completely shatters their expectations, casually chipping the ball right over their heads with a flawless flick. Dumbfounded, the A-class defender can only stare up at the sky as the ball sails past him. Dudu flashes a mocking peace sign, casually bidding the defenders farewell as he blows right past them. Min-sung curses under his breath, completely dumbfounded that the Brazilian forward just pulled off a flawless step-over. Panic sets in as Dudu winds up for a lethal strike, forcing them to desperately pray for a save. But it is completely useless as the ball violently rips through the net before anyone can even react. Securing the opening goal, the Brazilian prodigy immediately starts taunting our boys, laughing that their defense is pathetic. Min-sung can only watch the arrogant forward jog away, feeling the crushing weight of the massive skill gap. Sweating bullets, the A-class defender realizes this Brazilian squad's tempo has evolved into an entirely different beast. As he watches their obnoxious celebration, a grim realization washes over him about the true threat on the pitch. The blonde striker isn't just riding momentum, he is the absolute core of their overwhelming, trash-tier crushing offense. Min-sung thought the prodigy was already a finished product previously, but his current growth is absolutely terrifying. Watching the celebration, Eugene realizes that if this keeps up, the MVP title will slip through his fingers. He grits his teeth in pure frustration as the crushing reality of the situation hits him. Clenching his jersey tightly, our boy tries to suppress the rising panic threatening to consume him. He forces his racing heart to steady, mentally ordering himself not to rush things. Taking a deep breath, the elite playmaker reminds himself that impatience will only lead to absolute ruin. Opening his eyes with renewed focus, he resolves to just concentrate on executing his plays flawlessly. With 8 minutes burned in the second half, the stadium scoreboard mocks them with a 1-point deficit. Up in the stands, the Korean fans watch with bated breath, knowing a finals ticket is at stake. Staring down the pitch, Eugene knows this is their absolute last hurdle before the ultimate stage. Sweating but completely locked in, he vows to squeeze out the absolute best result from this brutal match. He demands the ball, sprinting past the Brazilian midfield with absolute conviction. Trapping the pass with a crisp thud, he instantly kills the ball's momentum. He pushes forward, his predictive vision instantly mapping out the massive gaps in the enemy formation. A confident smirk creeps onto his face as he realizes there is only one viable option left. He knows the absolute biggest impact he can make right now requires taking matters into his own hands. Planting his cleats into the turf with a heavy crunch, our boy shifts his center of gravity. Up in the booth, the broadcaster stammers his name in absolute disbelief at what is unfolding. Instead of passing, the elite playmaker launches a reckless solo breakthrough straight into the heart of enemy territory. The Brazilian defender grits his teeth in pure outrage, furious that this exhausted kid dares to challenge them alone. But before the defender can even react, Eugene slices right past him with a lightning-fast feint. He effortlessly glides past the first obstacle, his swift footwork completely blinding the Brazilian defense. With rapid, explosive touches, our boy tears down the pitch, drawing the entire enemy backline toward him. The Brazilian captain is left completely dumbfounded, realizing the Korean playmaker's balance is leagues above his Sendai performance. As the enemy panics over his monstrous growth rate, Eugene just flashes a devilish smirk at the incoming pressure. Waiting for the absolute perfect microsecond, he violently snaps his foot through the ball with a thunderous boom. Instead of a selfish shot, he unleashes a blinding golden pass that completely shatters the Brazilian formation. A primal roar echoes across the pitch as the true target finally arrives at the exact predicted coordinate. Surging forward like an absolute madman, Jong-won meets the golden trajectory and fires a devastating volley. The Brazilian keeper dives desperately, but the ball violently smashes into the top corner of the net. Jong-won erupts into a massive, vein-popping scream as he officially secures his very first goal of the tournament. Eugene regroups with his exhausted squad as the tension on the pitch reaches an absolute boiling point. Glancing around, our boy realizes they still have roughly 35 grueling minutes left to survive this bloodbath. But the Brazilian ace glares daggers at him, silently declaring that the real war starts right now. It instantly becomes a brutal battle of stamina to see which squad will physically shatter first. The whistle pierces the air, restarting the grueling 1-1 deadlock as the clock mercilessly ticks down. Refusing to accept a tie, the South American giants immediately launch a relentless wave of blistering attacks. They aggressively push forward, completely locking the Korean squad inside their own half without room to breathe. Eugene curses under his breath as he watches the enemy swarm their penalty box like hungry wolves. He maps out the pitch, realizing he can't fully defend, since he's their only lifeline for distribution. To make matters worse, just trying to keep their blonde prodigy in check is completely draining his stamina. Dudu smirks and taunts our boy, claiming he will hang back and let his teammates take the glory. Exhausted and completely out of patience, Eugene glares back, refusing to fall for such a trash-tier bluff. But the Brazilian prodigy actually passes the ball off, instantly proving Eugene's prediction completely wrong. Realizing he just got baited, the Korean playmaker curses his hesitation and desperately sprints to catch up. Dudu effortlessly receives a return pass with a soft tap, perfectly executing a lethal 1-2 play. He immediately feeds the ball to his agile teammate, who traps it cleanly right outside the box. Panicking, the Korean defenders rush forward in a desperate attempt to overwhelm the attacker with sheer numbers. The Brazilian forward just smirks, his eyes gleaming with absolute confidence, as he ignores the incoming pressure. Knowing he is perfectly within his striking zone, he unleashes a devastating long-range shot with a thunderous boom. Luckily, the ball deflects off Seyun's foot, allowing the Korean goalkeeper to calmly secure the crucial save. Seung-min clutches the ball to his chest, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Wiping his sweat, Eugene wonders if that Brazilian striker always had such a lethal shooting zone. The frustrated attacker clicks his tongue, making our boy realize he might have a signature strike. Play immediately resumes with a booming thud as the keeper launches a deep goal kick. Eugene cleanly traps the pass with his chest, instantly feeling the heavy Brazilian pressure closing in. Without hesitating, the playmaker dashes forward, analyzing the pitch to find the perfect escape route. Two massive defenders immediately step up to block his path, trying to suffocate his momentum. Smirking, our boy confidently prepares to shatter their defensive line just like he did before. But suddenly, his eyes widen in pure confusion, as his predictive vision completely glitches out. Frozen in place, he panics upon realizing his signature prediction zones have completely vanished. He quickly realizes his signature red prediction zones aren't just random magic. Turns out, They only trigger when an opponent actively directs raw hostility toward him. But right now, the Brazilian defenders are completely holding their ground. Instead of blindly charging in, they maintain a terrifyingly disciplined distance. Because they refuse to rush him, his predictive system has absolutely nothing to lock onto. By simply hanging back and cutting off his passing lanes, they accidentally found his ultimate weakness. Our boy starts sweating bullets. Knowing he can't just stand there while the clock ticks down, completely out of options, a heavy wave of dread washes over him. The entire stadium watches in stunned silence as the Korean playmaker just stops dead in his tracks. Sensing his hesitation, the Brazilian defender flashes a cocky smirk and taunts him to make a move. But suddenly, the cocky defender's smirk vanishes as he realizes our boy is shifting his stance. Flashing back to his brutal training, Eugene remembers that a weak plant foot ruins the shot. He locks his ankle with absolute precision, pouring every ounce of his strength into the strike. Up in the stands, the elite scouts are left completely dumbfounded by his sudden change in posture. Even the Brazilian prodigy Dudu freezes in pure disbelief, realizing exactly what is about to happen. With a fierce smirk, Eugene decides to show the world the true results of his hellish grind. He unleashes a devastating mid-range shot, sending the ball tearing across the pitch in a blinding trajectory. The Brazilian keeper dives desperately, but his fingertips only brush empty air as the ball curves wildly. With a thunderous smack, the ball buries itself into the net, completely shattering the Brazilian defense. Heung-min just stares in absolute shock as the stadium erupts for Eugene's very first tournament goal. He had imagined this exact moment countless times, with his teammates rushing in to call him a crazy bastard. They hype him up as a complete player, leaving our boy wondering what epic celebration to pull off. He always figured he would do something incredibly cool, but the sheer exhaustion suddenly hits him hard. Dropping to his knees, he lets out a massive, unfiltered roar that echoes across the entire stadium. It is a raw scream of pure emotion, the only celebration his drained body can actually manage right now. As he catches his breath on the grass, a familiar voice suddenly chimes in to praise his god-tier shot. Heung-min smirks and arrogantly claims Eugene still has a long way to go to reach his elite level. But Eugene just flashes a mischievous grin, thanking his teammate for finally helping him prove a massive point. Completely dumbfounded, the striker asks what he means, only to realize Eugene is officially ranking himself higher. Our boy instantly sprints off, celebrating his superiority, leaving a fiercely humiliated Heung-min chasing him down. Watching from the stands, the Chelsea FC scout wonders if he is completely drunk after witnessing that impossible strike. But the Liverpool scout knows the truth, realizing our boy is literally evolving in real time during this very tournament. A cold sweat drops down his face as he imagines just how monstrous this kid will become by the finals. Down on the pitch, the Brazilian squad refuses to roll over, launching a blistering all-out assault as the clock ticks. Knowing they are seconds away from history, Eugene screams at his squad to defend with absolutely everything they have. The final 5 minutes turn into an absolute bloodbath as both sides clash with raw, desperate physicality. Pushed to their absolute limits, the Korean squad throws their bodies on the line to protect their razor-thin lead. Suddenly, the final whistle blows, cementing Korea's miraculous comeback victory and sending the entire stadium into absolute chaos. Our boy throws his head back in pure, exhausted joy, realizing they have officially punched their ticket to the finals. But before he can even catch his breath, a defeated Brazilian rival suddenly approaches him from behind. Eugene braces himself, wondering if the blonde striker is here to provoke him again. Instead, the Brazilian prodigy just laughs and says he actually has a serious question. Out of nowhere, he casually asks our boy if he wants to play together at Barcelona. He brushes it off as no big deal, flashing a completely genuine smile. He repeats the massive offer, genuinely wanting the Korean playmaker by his side in Spain. Eugene is left completely dumbfounded, his brain short-circuiting at the sheer weight of the invitation. The striker explains he'll be heading to Barcelona soon and promises to perfectly finish Eugene's god-tier passes. Our boy's mind races, absolutely thrilled that he just secured a massive connection with a future superstar. But panic quickly sets in as he realizes he hasn't actually received an official offer from the club yet. Still, he can't help but imagine them dominating the Spanish league together in matching jerseys. He quickly grounds himself, reminding himself not to get too hyped over an unconfirmed deal. The blonde prodigy taps his chest with a grin, sealing their future promise with a solid fist bump. Eugene just laughs, promising to feed him the most flawless passes imaginable once they reunite. But suddenly, his train of thought is completely derailed. Walking off the pitch, our boy's eyes narrow as he vows to make the superstar chase him instead. Later that night, the adrenaline finally settles down as the team rests at their quiet hotel. Back in his room, our boy scribbles away in his notebook with a soft swish of his pen. He chuckles to himself, realizing that hoping for a dedicated shooting zone is just a bit too greedy. Just as he's deep in thought, a sudden knock at the door completely breaks his concentration. Before he can even answer, the heavy wooden door violently flies open with a loud bang. It turns out to be his agent, Kim Ji-ho, rushing in with some extremely urgent news. She hands him a document, leaving our boy completely confused as he scans through the complicated terms. Dropping a massive bombshell, she reveals that Manchester United has officially rejected his demand for guaranteed minutes. Eugene is utterly dumbfounded. Recalling how the United scout seemed totally on board with the idea, Ji-ho explains that while they considered his playmaking absolutely flawless, there was one glaring issue holding them back. They severely doubt his goal-scoring ability, especially since top clubs are currently obsessed with finding a mid-striker. Hearing that specific term, a spark ignites in Eugene's eyes, as the concept instantly clicks in his head. It's the ultimate evolution of the game, taking the elite passing and control of a traditional midfielder, and seamlessly fusing it with the lethal, explosive finishing of a pure, world-class striker. In short, they want a playmaker who can shatter the defense and score all on his own. Looking at his stats of just 1 goal across 6 matches, our boy completely understands why United passed. But as he glances at the Manchester City offer, he notices the document's aura is a slightly lighter shade. His agent explains that City is actually guaranteeing him at least 3 matches and 45 minutes of playtime. Since it's a provisional deal that scales with his performance, he asks her how they should handle United. He decides to put contract talks on ice until the tournament ends, knowing his value could skyrocket. Agreeing with his master plan, his agent bows respectfully and heads out for the night. As the door shuts with a heavy thud, he is finally left alone with his thoughts. He stares intensely at the pitch-black aura radiating from the United paperwork. The terrible United deal oozes a deep black, while the slightly better City contract glows a dull gray. Pacing his room, he wonders if this black aura represents risk, and how it differs from his red warnings. Lying back on his bed, our boy realizes the only way to test this aura is on the pitch. His heart pounds as he stares at the folder, desperately wondering what this twisted new ability actually does. The next morning arrives with bright skies, signaling the perfect weather to test his evolving vision. Back on the training ground, Eugene pushes his stamina to the limit, while his teammates joke around. Despite keeping his eyes peeled, he scans the field and notices absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. He wonders if the black aura was a fluke, dumbfounded that his new visual powers haven't manifested yet. Suddenly, a teammate snaps him out of his thoughts, screaming at him to receive and pass the ball. Eugene snaps into action, trapping the pass with a crisp thud as his elite playmaker instincts take over. But the moment he looks up, he's completely shocked by a god-tier golden pillar erupting from his teammate. Smirking at the flawless trajectory, he realizes his teammate is finally finding open space and urges him forward. Suddenly, a dark, suffocating aura bleeds onto the pitch, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded. He narrows his eyes, instantly recognizing this ominous pressure as his predictive vision evolving again. Looking toward the net, he sees a massive black void completely swallowing the goalkeeper's immediate range. The keeper is completely oblivious to the fact that his defensive coverage is perfectly mapped out. But right in the top corner, a glowing light gray zone reveals the ultimate blind spot. A wicked smirk spreads across Eugene's face as he realizes the absolute perfect target is wide open. Without a second thought, he winds up and unleashes a devastating strike toward that exact glowing weak point. Watching from the sidelines, the head coach is absolutely floored, instantly recalling his miraculous goal against Brazil. The ball violently smashes into the top corner of the net with a deafening thud. The coach just chuckles in disbelief, realizing his star playmaker actually perfected his lethal shooting mid-tournament. The ball blasts past the goal line, leaving the onlookers realizing our boy is destined for world-class status. Coach Lee just stares in absolute shock, a cold sweat breaking out as he processes the sheer talent. He immediately retracts his previous doubts, knowing he just witnessed a true monster in the making. Meanwhile, his teammates ruthlessly mock his dramatic shooting stance, teasing him about his explosive, dormant volcano strike. Eugene just brushes off the banter, internally analyzing how his excessive curve caused the shot to drift wide. Even so, the backup keeper is left completely dumbfounded, realizing he could not even track the ball. Staring at the ominous black void covering the net, Eugene confirms his predictive vision exposes defensive risks. A confident smirk creeps across his face as he realizes he can actually pull off a mid-striker role. A sharp whistle suddenly echoes across the pitch, officially bringing the grueling mock tactical training session to an end. Exhausted but satisfied, our boy throws a towel over his head and walks off, ready for the real match. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Eugene internally confirms he finally understands how the ominous void operates. He realizes that aiming for the darker zones drastically increases the chances of a defender blocking him. Conversely, striking toward the blindingly bright spots practically guarantees the ball will smash into the net. Looking at his exhausted squad, our boy smirks. Knowing this predictive vision will be his ultimate weapon, the head coach quickly dismisses the team, ordering them to get some serious rest before tomorrow's final. But the pressure is already setting in, leaving Jungwon completely drained and stressing over the impending bloodbath. Even their star striker is sweating bullets, completely unnerved by the sheer weight of the championship clash. Eugene notices the heavy atmosphere suffocating his teammates, but he completely understands their deep-rooted fear. After all, their final hurdle for the ultimate prize is none other than the absolute powerhouse, Argentina. Facing a nightmare roster stacked with future world-class legends, the Korean squad is walking into a trap. With an attacking lineup that monstrous waiting for them, it makes total sense why the boys are practically shaking. Eugene knows the coach ordered them to sleep, but expecting high schoolers to just casually rest is a complete joke. As night falls over their hotel, the heavy silence only amplifies the crushing anxiety creeping through the team's minds. Out on the balcony, Jungwon is completely losing his mind, letting out a heavy sigh into the cool night air. The poor guy just keeps exhaling his dread, entirely consumed by the terrifying reality of tomorrow's brutal championship clash. Stepping outside with a warm mug, our boy playfully scolds his teammate for keeping him awake with all that groaning. Jungwon quickly flashes an awkward smile and apologizes, promising to keep his agonizing stress completely to himself. But literally a second later, he lets out another massive, pathetic groan, proving he is absolutely terrified. Eugene just smirks and calls out his trembling hands, easily seeing right through his teammate's weak tough guy act. Finally snapping, Jungwon admits the pressure is eating him alive, terrified that all their blood and sweat will mean nothing. Eugene tries to ease the tension, reminding him that reaching the finals is already a historic, massive achievement. But Jungwon bitterly stares at his trembling hands, confessing that unlike our boy, he hasn't actually accomplished anything. It turns out his real fear is the future. Terrified because he hasn't received a single professional club offer, Eugene completely understands that anxiety, admitting he's also using this tournament to secure massive contracts. However, he sharply warns his teammate that playing with such a desperate mindset will only guarantee a crushing defeat. Flashing a confident smirk, the playmaker declares they just need to win, since the world only remembers the champions. He casually quizzes his teammate about past runner-ups, proving how quickly second place fades into absolute obscurity. Waving off the heavy atmosphere, our boy refuses to let his teammate drown in all that pathetic self-doubt. He promises that bringing home the trophy will instantly change their lives and secure those dream club offers. Hearing his genius playmaker genuinely validate his skills, Jungwon finally cracks a smile, letting his crushing anxiety melt away. Grateful for the reality check, Jungwon bumps fists with our boy, his heavy burden finally lifted. He playfully demands payback on the pitch tomorrow, ordering his playmaker to get some serious rest. Watching his teammate head inside, Eugene chuckles to himself, pretty proud of his impromptu therapy session. Taking a final sip from his mug, he figures it's probably time to hit the sack himself. But as he stretches out his stiff muscles, something down below catches his sharp eyes. He pauses, completely dumbfounded by who is still awake at this ungodly hour before the final. Looking over the balcony, he spots their star striker brooding on the steps like a lost puppy. Hyung-min is just sitting there in the dead of night, chewing a lollipop stick with intense anxiety. Knowing he can't just leave his ace like this, Eugene steps out into the cool night air. He casually strolls up behind the stressed striker, asking what kind of useless thoughts are keeping him awake now. Eugene casually plops down right next to him, deciding to join the late-night brooding session. When the annoyed striker asks what he wants, our boy teases him about acting like a tragic hero. They immediately start bickering like little kids, throwing petty kicks and shoves as Hyung-min denies everything. Finally giving in, the ace admits he is just terrified about whether they can actually win the final. Eugene casually reminds him that, win or lose, top-tier clubs are already lining up to sign him. But Hyung-min gets dead serious, confessing he has a deeply personal reason he absolutely needs this victory. Staring up at the night sky, he promises to reveal his secret only after they take the cup. Our playmaker briefly wonders if his striker is hiding some crazy regression secret too, but ultimately shrugs it off. Deciding that stressing over the future is useless, Eugene pulls him up so they can finally get some rest. But before heading inside, our boy pauses with a sharp look, bringing up his ace's lingering doubts about winning. Eugene flashes a cocky grin, boldly declaring that his star striker just needs to trust his big brother. Staring up at his ridiculously confident playmaker, Hyung-min can only blink in mild disbelief. But that relentless swagger is contagious, and a genuine smirk finally breaks through the ace's anxiety. Joking that he'll just slack off and let his playmaker carry him, the duo heads inside. Across the hotel, some teammates are already dead to the world, trying to rest up. Others are wide awake, silently visualizing their own desperate dreams and the grueling path ahead. From calling loved ones to burning off nervous energy, every single player is locking in their resolve. Back in his room, our boy isn't resting at all, pushing his limits with a brutal late-night workout. With the ultimate prize agonizingly close, he vows to himself that he will absolutely rewrite history tomorrow. Morning finally breaks, and thousands of roaring fans flood the stadium grounds for the historic final. The broadcast booth is buzzing as the commentators hype up Korea's miraculous climb to the ultimate stage. But the final boss standing in their way is Argentina, the absolute highest-scoring powerhouse of the entire tournament. Stepping onto the pitch, our boy calmly stretches out his muscles, completely unfazed by the terrifying opposition. He recalls Coach Lee's strict pre-match orders to stay anchored in the center and strictly avoid forward runs. The boss had demanded a purely defensive strategy, convinced it was the only way to survive Argentina's lethal strikers. The piercing whistle finally blows, and the historic final match officially kicks off with a quick opening pass. But a wicked smirk creeps across Eugene's face, knowing he's hiding a massive secret from his own coach. On the sidelines, Coach Lee's eyes go wide in pure panic as he realizes his playmaker is going rogue. Digging his cleats into the turf, Eugene completely ignores the defensive game plan and shifts his weight forward. Eager to test his newly evolved skills, he receives the ball and instantly launches a blistering solo charge. He pushes his speed to the absolute limit, eager to unleash the terrifying new skills he just awakened. The commentators completely lose their minds, screaming as the Korean playmaker recklessly charges straight into enemy territory. Closing in on the defense, our boy realizes that his recent physical growth still isn't enough to dominate alone. Knowing his limits, he quickly taps the ball off to his teammate to keep the momentum alive. As the Argentine defenders swarm the pass, Eugene silently reflects on the hidden evolution of his predictive vision. He knows absolutely no one on this pitch can comprehend the flawless tactical pathways he can now see. Trusting his god-tier instincts, he violently cuts into a massive blind spot and demands the ball right back. The Argentine defenders panic at his sudden burst of speed, desperately screaming at each other to shut him down. They instantly collapse their defensive line, scrambling to suffocate the open space before Eugene can receive the pass. But his teammate suddenly freezes up, completely dumbfounded by the chaotic trap unfolding right in front of him. Luckily, Hyungmin doesn't hesitate, instantly firing a flawless pass right back to our boy's feet. Eugene smirks, realizing the defense completely dropped their guard since he hasn't taken a single shot yet. Spotting a microscopic gap in their formation, he winds up for a devastating strike. The Argentine keeper screams in absolute panic, begging his defenders not to block his line of sight. But it's too late, as Eugene unleashes a monstrous shot, knowing this is his one perfect chance. The ball rips through the air and smashes into the back of the net with terrifying force. His teammates absolutely lose their minds, swarming him in disbelief over that god-tier strike. The commentators scream themselves hoarse as Korea takes a miraculous lead in the very first minute. Grinning through the celebration, Eugene silently praises his evolved vision for exposing that critical blind spot. Meanwhile, the Argentine squad just stands there completely dumbfounded, realizing this Korean monster is the real deal. Mauro Icardi stands frozen in disbelief, utterly paralyzed by conceding a goal in the very first minute. Paulo clutches his chest in a rising panic, terrified that this unexpected shooting threat might actually doom them. But before the despair can fully set in, a calm voice cuts through the tension to reassure them. Ari Medea smirks with absolute confidence, reminding his squad that they simply need to score a goal too. After all, they represent a nation that has historically dictated the absolute standard for world-class football. They carry the blood of legends like Maradona, a god who could single-handedly dominate entire matches, and they are cut from the exact same cloth as Messi, the undisputed king of the modern era. This overwhelming legacy of football greatness isn't just history to them. It's a living, breathing weapon. Medea stands tall, his aura radiating the pride of a generation, ready to violently uphold that untouchable legacy. Shaking off the shock, the Argentine squad resets their formation at midfield, completely reignited and hungry for blood. Up in the VIP box, the scouts notice the tempo violently shifting as Argentina tries to claw back momentum. DM Reeves admits he fully expected Korea to park the bus, completely stunned by their relentless attacking strategy. Mark Nickel agrees, realizing that the Korean playmakers' flawless timing and shooting lanes aren't just practiced tactics. He knows that level of spatial awareness is the terrifying territory of pure talent, leaving Eugene completely gassed. Despite his burning lungs, Eugene aggressively barks orders at his squad, demanding they lock down the Argentine captain immediately. Following his command, the Korean defense rapidly swarms Medea, trapping him in a suffocating 2-on-1 press. But the Argentine prodigy just flashes a cocky smirk, genuinely amused that they think 2 men are enough. Without a single second of hesitation, he drops his shoulder and initiates a blistering countermove. In a flash of world-class footwork, Medea effortlessly slices right through the double team like they aren't even there. Watching his trap completely crumble, Eugene is left dumbfounded, wondering how this monster never became a global superstar. Medea effortlessly tears down the pitch, leaving the Korean defense eating his dust as he pushes deep into their territory. Spotting a massive opening, Mauro Icardi aggressively calls for the ball, ready to punish the scrambling defenders. With a light tap, the Argentine captain threads a flawless pass right to his striker's feet. Icardi doesn't even bother trapping it, instantly winding up for a devastating first-touch strike. The ball rockets past the diving Korean keeper, slamming into the back of the net with terrifying force. The stadium erupts as Icardi fiercely celebrates the equalizer, proving just how lethal this Argentine squad truly is. Dropping to one knee, our boy realizes the grim reality of facing a team stacked with future legends. He grits his teeth, wondering if it's even humanly possible to shut down 3 offensive monsters simultaneously. The referee's whistle pierces the air, officially locking the brutal match at a dead tie. Refusing to roll over, Jungwoo cleanly traps a pass off his thigh, ready to spark a desperate counterattack. But before Jungwoo can even take off, Medea suddenly intercepts him with a mocking grin. The Argentine captain cleanly strips the ball away, instantly shifting the momentum back to his squad. Watching from behind, our boy realizes that stopping their explosive breakthroughs is completely impossible. As Medea blows right past him, Eugene decides that clinging to a desperate defense is useless. Instead of cowering back and waiting to get crushed, his eyes sharpen with a gritty resolve. Flashing a wicked smirk, he decides he has finally had enough of playing it safe. Eugene brutally shoulder checks Medea with a heavy thud, resolving to crush them with pure offensive weight. The sudden physical clash leaves the cocky Argentine captain completely dumbfounded. Our boy tries to push forward, but suddenly feels a suffocating presence right behind him. Dybala nervously locks onto him, stammering out that they are strictly man-marking him from now on. Eugene is completely shocked by how insanely fast the Argentine squad adapted to his sudden aggression. He realizes his opening goal was a total fluke born from their sheer underestimation. With Dybala breathing down his neck, our boy knows forcing a solo shot is impossible. Flashing a sly smirk, he decides to pivot his strategy and feed the ball to Heung-min. But his star striker is already suffocating under a brutal triple team, leaving him completely boxed in. Cursing under his breath, Eugene launches a desperate crossfield pass straight to Jongwon instead. The unhinged wingback grins like a maniac, thrilled to finally get a piece of the action. Without hesitating, Jongwon winds up and unleashes a blistering strike toward the net with a heavy thud. But the Argentine keeper reacts with terrifying speed. Diving to smack the ball away, Jongwon grabs his head in pure agony, screaming out in frustration over the missed miracle. Watching his teammate agonize over the missed shot, Eugene realizes the terrifying reality of their situation. He notes that the enemy deliberately assigned a shadow marker just to neutralize his lethal runs. They intentionally left Jongwon wide open, knowing the wingback completely lacks the finishing touch to score. And with their remaining manpower, they ruthlessly suffocated Heung-min to completely isolate the star striker. A cold sweat drips down Eugene's face as the grim truth finally sets in. Every single attacking lane he tries to visualize is completely shattered by the impenetrable Argentine defense. Gasping for air, our boy feels his stamina draining fast under the crushing pressure. It feels like staring down an impossible chasm, leaving him completely dumbfounded on how to break through. With the second half ticking away, the stadium roars as the tension reaches an absolute boiling point. Suddenly, a teammate screams his name as Eugene desperately pushes the ball forward under heavy pursuit. Eugene desperately pushes the ball forward, feeling the immense pressure of the match weighing down on him. But an Argentine defender is glued to his side, completely suffocating his every movement. Gritting his teeth, our boy realizes they've specifically marked him to completely shut down his lethal shots. And it gets even worse, as Heung-min is completely swallowed up by a brutal triple team. They've intentionally left Jongwon wide open, knowing full well the wingback lacks the killer instinct to finish. Jongwon screams for a pass, but the harsh reality is that relying on him is a massive gamble. Suddenly, the ball turns over, and Argentina launches a blistering counterattack straight down the pitch. Desperate to stop the bleeding, Eugene slides in, knowing their defense will shatter if this keeps up. Planting his cleats firmly into the turf, he prepares to push his exhausted body past its absolute limits. Sprinting back into the fray, he frantically racks his brain for any possible way to break this absolute deadlock. The roar of the massive stadium echoes as the historic final reaches its absolute boiling point. Up in the stands, the sweating scouts start losing faith, muttering that toppling Argentina is just a pipe dream. But the veteran scout quickly shuts that down, scoffing that impossibility is just a pathetic excuse for losers. He notes that a player who has truly given up wouldn't have such a terrifying, bloodthirsty glare. Down on the pitch, our boy is still fighting tooth and nail against his relentless Argentine shadow. Barking out desperate orders with pure grit, he absolutely refuses to let this nightmare match end here. The younger scout wipes his brow, completely dumbfounded on how Eugene can escape this suffocating man-to-man trap. Watching the grueling struggle below, the veteran smirks and points out, there is exactly one desperate option left. Pushing his exhausted legs, Eugene charges the field to execute a wild strategy he hasn't even attempted yet. Scanning the pitch, Eugene realizes with mounting dread that his predictive vision still cannot find any golden weak points. To make matters worse, his relentless Argentine shadow suffocates him, just as his stamina completely bottoms out. Pushing past his physical limits, our boy attempts a sudden, explosive cut to shake off the pressure. But his exhausted legs finally give out, causing his ankle to buckle awkwardly against the turf. Seizing the momentary slip-up, Dybala cleanly strips the ball right out from under his feet. Panic sets in as Eugene desperately tries to rally his broken body to chase down the turnover. He watches helplessly as the ball rolls freely across the pitch, slipping right out of his control. But suddenly, his exhausted eyes widen in pure shock as a completely unexpected realization hits him. Ju-chan screams at him to snap out of it, completely unaware of what the playmaker just saw. As the ball rolls loose, Medea explodes into a sprint, completely bypassing our stunned playmaker. The Argentine captain easily secures possession and immediately launches a blistering counterattack down the pitch. Left in the dust, Eugene just stands there panting heavily as his relentless shadow rushes past him. But instead of despairing, a crazy thought suddenly crosses his mind as he catches his breath. Staring down the pitch, he realizes that a miracle play might actually be possible right now. Forcing his exhausted legs to move, our boy sprints forward, piecing together the accidental clue he just uncovered. He calculates that it took the Argentine squad exactly 3 whole seconds to recover that loose ball. His predictive vision activates, revealing massive pockets of unguarded space scattered all across their supposedly flawless defensive formation. With his eyes locked onto the field, Eugene realizes their terrifying defensive wall finally has a fatal crack. He realizes the space around him is completely empty, knowing full well he isn't a solo dribbler. It clicks that Argentina is intentionally ignoring him to heavily suffocate his passing options instead. Up until now, our boy has survived purely on his god-tier vision and relentless work rate. He figures out that's exactly why their terrifying defense thought a single shadow marker could shut him down. But looking at his exhausted marker, Eugene realizes the guy is completely gassed and falling behind. Planting his cleats into the turf with a heavy thud, he prepares to exploit this massive flaw. Spotting the opening, Jung-suk immediately fires a crisp pass right back to his wide-open playmaker. Without missing a beat, Eugene swings his leg and launches a blistering strike down the pitch. A predatory glint flashes in his eyes as he realizes he can flip their flawless trap against them. He knows if he can just blow past his exhausted marker, the entire backfield is completely wide open. Watching from the stands, the Manchester United director grins, silently cheering for the Korean monster to push forward. Lowering his shades, Gary's eyes gleam as he urges our boy to carve out his own brutal path. Eugene's predictive vision kicks into overdrive, analyzing the exact danger zones where the Argentine defenders are hyper-focused. He watches his gassed-out shadow stumble, realizing the poor guy's legs are practically turning to jelly. With their attention locked elsewhere, a glowing green pathway suddenly materializes in the playmaker's mind. His evolved spatial awareness maps out the ultimate blind spot, completely bypassing their impenetrable defensive wall. Leaving his marker eating dust, our boy explodes into the dead zone right outside their peripheral vision. The Argentine shadow can only let out a pathetic gasp as he realizes he's been completely outplayed. The impenetrable Argentine defensive wall instantly shatters into a million pieces in his mind. He charges straight into the open space, sending the opposing bench into an absolute panic. The terrified defenders immediately scramble to cover the gap, completely abandoning their strict man-marking assignments. Seeing the chaotic shift, his teammates quickly realize the center is suddenly wide open. They instantly sprint forward to exploit the broken formation, dragging even more defenders away. A wicked smirk spreads across our boy's face as he realizes his trap worked perfectly. With the enemy's core obliterated, a blinding golden passing lane opens up right down the middle. He doesn't hesitate for a single second, slamming his foot into the ball with absolute precision. He screams for Hyung-min as the golden pass tears through the pitch like a laser. Hyung-min perfectly cushions the blistering pass with his chest, his eyes locked dead on the goal. The Argentine defenders are left completely dumbfounded as the Korean attackers blow right past them. Coach Lee watches intensely from the sidelines, realizing this is the exact kill shot they needed. Without letting the ball touch the dirt, our boy winds up for a devastating mid-air volley. He smashes his foot through the ball with terrifying, explosive power. The sheer kinetic force of the strike sends a massive shockwave echoing across the entire pitch. He follows through with absolute perfection, sending the ball rocketing toward the net like a missile. The Argentine goalkeeper desperately tracks the blinding trajectory, bracing himself for the ultimate impact. He launches himself with everything he has, praying he can somehow stop the unstoppable. But his fingertips barely graze empty air as the shot completely bypasses his desperate dive. The ball violently slams into the back of the net, sealing the unimaginable. The entire stadium falls into a dead silence, the Argentine fans left completely dumbfounded. Even the opposing defenders can only stare in cold sweats, their minds completely shattering. Hyung-min instantly erupts into a primal roar, letting out all his pent-up anxiety. Eugene just flashes a triumphant smirk, knowing his insane gamble paid off perfectly. The Argentine keeper slumps into the grass, his spirit completely broken by the unstoppable strike. As the Korean squad swarms their striker in pure hype, they officially take a massive lead. With only 10 minutes left, the once invincible Argentine squad realizes they are staring down absolute defeat.